Chapter 24. Escape Plan A. Cries of alarm went up from around the table, even as Nika's eyes went wide and blood spurted through her fingers as she clamped down on her neck wound. "Mother!" Mylene shouted as Gonto burst to his feet, his sword held uselessly in a guard position. Myrn hefted his warhammer, expecting me to make a move, but I remained glued in place. I'll admit, I hadn't expected the charming older woman to so brutally murder one of her people, at least not without some sort of questioning or trial, though I suppose time was of the essence. "Nika has betrayed us," Hiko proclaimed as she casually wiped the blood from her needle. A veritable geyser of the stuff had projected all over the woman, but she seemed concerned only with cleaning her weapon. "Mylene, escape plan A." Mylene wavered in place, her eyes locked on Nika's body draining out in the dirt. Then she seemed to register Hiko had spoken. "Mother?" Hiko had a patient look on her face as she climbed to her feet. She leaned heavily on a cane and the table as she spoke. "Escape plan A," she repeated, her casual tone in strong contrast with the wash of blood splashed across her clothes. "The beasts will be here in minutes." That snapped Mylene out of her fugue, and she immediately burst into action. Pointing at Bai and Lai, she sent them off with a few words, while Gonto leaned over Nika's corpse. It had been obvious there was little to no love there, at least on his part, but he was rightfully shocked at the sudden murder of his wife by his beloved leader. "Mother Hiko?" he asked softly, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Hiko came around Nika's body and gripped the man's shoulder. "I'm sorry you had to see that, and with no warning, too. But Nika has led the beasts to our doorstep. I believe Black Eye herself is minutes away. There is no time." She turned her eyeless gaze to Ulgrin. "Collapse tunnels 4 and 7. The stout man ran off immediately, not at all fazed by Nika's death. Then she turned to Myrn, who gripped his warhammer uncertainly. "Assist in the evacuation, Myrn. It will be a near thing." He seemed to waver with indecision for a moment, then steeled himself and took off to help Mylene and the twins. To me, Hiko said, "Come help an old lady run for her life, what little left of it there is." I shrugged and went around the table. Taking one wrinkled hand in my own, I bore most of her weight as we started walking away from the table and Nika's body. "We have much to discuss, and not a lot of time," she said after a moment. "Of course, I recognize my energy within your core, but have no memory of you, which means you're one of her puppets." Well, that seems a bit disingenuous." She cut me off with a squeeze of her hand. "Please, don't think I mean offense. We are all her puppets if we're honest with ourselves." Her milky white eyes bore into mine. "But your blinders are off, I can tell. If they weren't, I never would have sacrificed myself to boost your core." You remember that?" She shook her head. "Not even a little bit, but I know my mind, and I know that I would only have helped you if that were the case. This morning, I woke up with a near-empty core." I nodded, though I realized a moment later that she couldn't see the gesture. I was wondering what would stick on this run. There was obviously no point in keeping my redos secret from Hiko. She would be well aware of what fate offered her followers. I had hoped you had kept your power as well. "Pah, that power was wasted on me. Centuries of fighting just to eke out an existence. Waking up every morning with a pit of despair in my belly. The first flicker of hope I've felt in 1,000 years came this morning when I realized my core was drained. It meant that I had selected a champion without even realizing it." She pulled me to a stop, her hand squeezing with a strength that should have been impossible in a woman her size. But I've given you a double-edged sword. Her energy is powerful, coveted across the broader universe, I'm told. But it is her energy, her mature energy, gifted straight from the wellspring that is her core. It will always serve her first and foremost. Never forget that. Is it useless, then? I asked. What's the point of a powerful core that I can't trust? She smiled, the lines on her face scrunching together so tight that her face was a ball of wrinkles. In this game, every participant is a deceiver, even the arbiters. Armed with that knowledge, how would you play? I contemplated that question for a moment as we walked. Trust no one, I almost said, but that was obvious. Something she had said stuck in my mind like a kernel lodged in my teeth that I couldn't pry free. Even the arbiters, she had said. Fate, the aspect, was obviously not trustworthy. But what about conflict? Curian seemed to regard him well, even as the one that had struck him down. Then again, why would I trust Curian? He was chosen specifically to train me by conflict himself, so why couldn't he be a plant to sway me in my moments of crisis? But that seemed a leap in logic. Hiko couldn't know that I had taken conflict's boon, or that Curian was my class guide. The only other arbiter I could think of was the integration guide. Unlike Lex, this new integration guide had explicitly stated he would facilitate as much death as needed to propel us forward into a successful integration. If that's what she was driving at, the question was, why? The only way to win is to not play, I eventually said, not quite sure what she was driving at. A small smile touched her lips, quickly hidden. Not an option, she replied. You're in the thick of the game now, my boy. Then what? How can I win a game where everyone's more powerful and they're always lying? She stopped and turned to face me. I can tell you're not used to being the underdog, she said with a smirk. I've found the quickest way to cut down a bigger opponent. She jabbed me in the side with her index finger, and I flinched in surprise. Is with a sneak attack, of course. She reached out for me again, and I backed away to avoid another jab in my side. Give me your hand, boy. Time runs short. A wry smile touched her lips. I promise not to poke you any more. I liked you better in the last redo, I replied sullenly, my ribs still aching. Her cackling laugh filled the village as she led us to a different tunnel than the one we had escaped through last time. Mylene examined us with a queer expression as she helped the laughing woman into the small hole. I shrugged at her as I crawled in to follow. Unlike last time, Myrn didn't stay behind to buy the others time. It seemed Escape Plan A didn't call for anyone's sacrifice. Which was good, because I still didn't know what had happened to the original Myrn in the last redo. I imagined he had died horribly before Astrid took his place. Hiko's previously talkative demeanor disappeared as we trudged through the sewers underneath the hold. In fact, we all walked in relative silence as Mylene led us forward. But once we hit a familiar junction, I asked her to stop so I could go my own way. As much as I wanted to explore this undiscovered possibility by following Hiko and Mylene to see what more I could learn from them, it was more important for me to attempt to grab a second boon. The chances of Astrid or some other big bad catching us and ending my redo early were too great. Getting another boon had to be my first priority. When we parted ways, Mylene was hesitant to let me go. I had the impression that she placed some blame on me for her people being discovered, even though Hiko herself blamed Nika. "You're going to let him go?" she asked Mother Hiko in surprise. "Of course, child," Hiko replied.
He is my champion now.
A pained expression crossed Mylene's face, and Hiko somehow picked up on it. She patted the woman on the arm.
My champion, she said again, emphasizing that first word. You are still the champion of the Kaori, and must replace me soon.
Mother, She cut off as Hiko slashed her rigid palm through the air like she was severing an imaginary foe.
Don't, child. I don't want to hear your protestations that you aren't fit to lead or aren't ready. The time has come, ready or not.
She turned to regard Mylene with her pupil-less gaze.
Will you answer the call, or shall our people flounder rudderless while you find yourself?
Her sarcastic tone sounded brutal to me, but it seemed to steal Mylene's resolve.
I will lead our people when the time comes,
she replied, her jaw set, her eyes staring into Hiko's with determination.
Good,
Hiko said with a pat on her arm.
But the time has not come yet, so I have a task for you.
Mylene bowed.
Whatever you need, Mother. I need you to watch over my champion,
she said with a wave in my direction. Mylene and I protested at the same time. I don't need babysitting.
But I'm needed here.
We both cut off as Hiko reached up with both hands and flicked us on the shoulders.
Whatever I need, you said,
Hiko added with a chuckle.
And you?
She turned to me, her head barely coming past my waist.
Even a blind woman can see you aren't ready to handle Astrid or light touch. Should you be taken, things will end unpleasantly for you. Mylene knows the hold better than anyone. Rely upon her guidance if you don't want a premature end to this echo.
There was a meaning in that word, echo, but she didn't stop to explain.
Now go,
she ordered, pushing Mylene and me onward. Mylene hesitated a moment longer, and I shrugged. You heard the lady. She threw her hood up in reply, but before the obscuring shadows covered her, I saw a wave of emotion play across her face. Annoyance, hesitation, and fear. Without another word, she led us off away from Mother Hiko and the others, moving at a brisk pace. When we climbed out of the sewers and into the city proper, Mylene immediately moved to the shadows in the alleyway, her cloak blending into the darkness.
I will follow you from the shadows, but do not stray too far from the alleys. If Black Eye catches you out in the open, there is little I can do.
I replied with a nod and took a look at my map. The places I had revealed in my previous visit were no longer obscured, so I mapped a path to the plaza with all the Boone statues. As I ran through the back alleys, I felt Mylene's presence nearby, though I rarely saw her. Flashes of cloth leaping the rooftops above, an unnaturally deep shadow in a corner, and the standing hair on the back of my neck were the only signs that I was being observed. When we approached the plaza, I immediately sensed a tension in the air that hadn't been there the first time. The pedestrian traffic was non-existent when, before, it had been a bustling plaza. Two groups in familiar armor, if not anyone I recognized, faced off in the middle of the street. The beasts and the order postured in the road, squaring off as if they were going to fight right then and there. But they cast worried glances toward a figure off to the side who I hadn't noticed initially. He wore unassuming clothes, bordering on rags, and had a bored posture, his arms crossed as he leaned against one of the Boone statues. He had a wide-brimmed hat, a long piece of wheat between his lips, and a bored expression on his face. I felt Mylene approaching from the alley and looked back to acknowledge her. "Who's that?" I asked, indicating the man. She pulled back her hood, made a very unladylike noise in her throat, and then hawked a loogie onto the alley wall. I took a pointed step away from the wad of spit, raising my eyebrows in question.
"Sorry.
Her hood was back up a moment later, and she shook her head.
He's a watcher. They're supposed to keep the peace in the hold, protect the innocent from violence spilling into the streets. In reality, they're nothing more than despots ruling over their little fiefdom.
I thought the beasts and the order ran things here.
No, don't get me wrong. They cause plenty of havoc. But they have to pay the watchers for every misplaced stone and every drop of innocent blood, if they're caught. And we all pay the bribes for them to look the other way when circumstances call for it.
What's the deal with the hold? I asked. I haven't seen much of it, but it doesn't seem big enough to accommodate the beasts, order, and Kaori for centuries. How have they not wiped you guys out in the past centuries? She didn't immediately respond, and though I couldn't see her face, I imagined a dark expression there. No offense or anything, it's just there's only so many of you, and the other factions seem pretty powerful. She hesitated a moment longer, then sighed.
You're not wrong about the state of the Kaori. We used to be much stronger and had a population in the thousands. But 3,000 years of treading water leads to infighting and attrition, even among the most tight-knit of societies.
She opened her mouth to add something else, but nothing came out. After a moment, she shook her head.
As for your other point, I'm restricted from saying.
A restriction from the integration guide. I decided not to push her and circled back to her people's survival. I understand.
3,000 years.
I shook my head in disbelief. When you think about it like that, it's actually really impressive your people survived at all.
Mother Hiko is the glue. She's the only person who remembers our culture from before the tower. Without her, we would have been wiped out 1,000 years ago.
She hesitated, her hood shifting to gaze toward the watcher and the standoff in the plaza.
I'm not an idiot, you know.
I blinked at that. I don't think you are. Why would you—
She said she chose her champion,
Mylene said, interrupting me. She turned to me, then reached up. Her hand caressed the hem of her hood. With a sigh, she drew it back, revealing a confusing blend of expressions playing across her face.
I'm not jealous. Okay, maybe I am a little bit.
She opened and closed her mouth a few times, but seemed unable to form her thoughts. I crossed my arms and leaned against the alley wall. After a few false starts, she sighed.
Never mind. There's no way to say this without sounding ungrateful.
I guessed what she had been about to say. Why me? She glanced at me, then back to the plaza, but I couldn't mistake the look in her eye. A smile touched the corners of my lips. I'm not offended. She shook her head.
It's nothing against you, she said quickly. I don't know anything about you except that you seem to know things.
Her eyes narrowed, and she watched me from the corner of her eye. I could see her mind churning from here.
But I've seen dozens of climbers come and go. Mother Hiko never let her guard down like she has with you, not even with our staunchest supporters. And you've hitched your climb to the Kaori without a moment's hesitation. You knew where our camp was, the door password, who I was.
She bit her lip and studied me. I tried to stay casual as her gaze bored into me, but she was unbelievably striking. I studied the lines of her face while she tried to penetrate my inner mysteries. A part of me found myself drawn to her, not just her beauty, but her story, the plight of her people, doomed to subsist on the outskirts of a facsimile world. No escape, no hope. It was beautifully tragic. And I had to be honest with myself. I had a tendency to gravitate toward beautiful women in trouble. Call it a personal weakness and add it to the pile. After a few moments, when she realized she couldn't peel back my layers with a simple look, She sighed and turned away.
"Looks like the plaza cleared,"
she said, drawing me from my reverie. Her profile was even more magnetic, the lines of her jaw creating a statuesque image. I peeled my eyes away to look out to the street. So it seems.
"I'll wait here while you claim your boon."
I hesitated a moment and chewed my lip. A part of me wanted to confide in her and explain how I knew what I did and why Hiko and I had come to terms so quickly. But the other part, the smarter part, knew that would be a mistake. If Mylene were caught and interrogated, who knew what Astrid could do with information on my abilities? So I gave her my most confident smile and walked out into the plaza. Be back in a minute. Chapter 25. A Deal with Null. While the beasts and the order had cleared out, the pedestrian traffic was slow to resume. So when I approached the statues, it was only me and the Watcher. Though he remained slouched casually against a statue, Fate's statue, I realized, he was definitely alert. I saw him clock me the moment I stepped from the alley, his eyes flicking over beneath his wide-brimmed hat. They followed me as I approached, and even when I lost sight of them under the edge of the hat, I felt his gaze through the woven material. I wasn't clear on the etiquette in dealing with these guys. Should I ignore them? Show deference? Be worried? I went with option 1 and ignored the Watcher as I strode up to the statues. But he didn't ignore me. "Your trouble." His voice was low, pitched as if he were talking to himself, even though he waited for me to arrive before speaking. I looked around on the off chance there was someone else around that he could be referencing, but there was no one. Me? Not very bright, either. I sighed and struggled to maintain my composure. "I don't mean to be trouble." "I know," he replied. Somehow I knew he was still examining me through the brim of his hat. "Then you can't hold it against me too much," I replied, walking around the statues in the opposite direction of the Watcher. "I won't," he said softly. "For the right price." I paused, glancing back at him in surprise, but he was looking in the opposite direction, down one of the main boulevards. I decided to ignore him, get my boon, and get out, but then strange creatures caught my eye. Rather, they were very familiar to me, but strange in the context of the hold. I immediately raced to the statue I had decided upon. It hadn't been an easy choice, as there were a handful of boons that would become immediately useful to me, and I hadn't exactly made up my mind, but the situation had become very fluid, and Nier was coming my way with 24 Jri to back him up. I approached the statue I had decided on. The figure depicted was some sort of amorphous shape, and the description read, "Patron. JU3N.ULL9, Servitor Spirit of Conflict. Offered boon. Tower Primer, floors 1 through 5. Compatibility. None. Reward. Receive a specifically crafted primer detailing floors 1 through 5 of this tower." I had decided the primer was ultimately the best choice. There was no way to know how many opportunities I would have to select boons, and I had already made a selection for my personal power. Plus, this was an option that I was reasonably certain would translate to future redos. I just had to make it out of the plaza alive, so I had time to go over the information. Reaching out, I was about to mentally select the boon when a voice called out. "I wouldn't take that one," the Watcher said. He was out of sight, no doubt still leaning against Fate's statue. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the statue. Nier and his people were still a few hundred feet away, but they would eat up that distance in seconds. "I don't have time for indecision," I replied. However, I struggled to confirm the prompt. Growling, I ran around the statues to face the Watcher. "Why shouldn't I take that one?" "It was written by one of them," he said with a nod to the sky. "That's all the answer you should need." I groaned. The boon said it was offered by a servitor spirit, and the name of the patron was eerily similar to Lex's true name, which meant this boon was offered by one of the integration guides. And as much as I loved Lex, that was the exact opposite of an endorsement. "What do you suggest?" I asked hurriedly. "First tip was free," he replied. He pulled a piece of wheat from thin air and stuck it between his lips. "Second one is gonna cost." "I don't have time for this shit," I growled, running over to my second option. Nier was moments away. "Don't you want to know the price?" he asked. He pushed off from his perch and followed me casually. My hand hovered over the spirit boon that would unlock my charisma, willpower, and enlightenment. Though it wasn't in line with my idea of benefiting humanity as a whole, my options and time were dwindling. At least with my spirit stats unlocked, I could shore up my biggest weakness. Yet I found myself hesitating. "Fine. What's the cost?" I could see Nier race into the plaza, then slow to a walk once he realized I wasn't fleeing. He examined the Watcher with narrowed eyes as he approached. "Bring that one out into the open street," he said with a nod toward the alley where I had left Mylene. "Promise me that, and I'll tell you which boon will benefit you and your people the most." Sacrifice Mylene? Redos or not, that was fucked up. I wasn't sure I had it in me, at least not for the nebulous offer he was proposing. Still, I had to do my due diligence, and Nier was taking his time approaching. "I need this boon now. I can't wait to draw her out." "Payment later. I'll give you the information now." I squinted at that. "And what if I don't fulfill my end of the bargain?" He shrugged and plucked the wheat from his mouth, waving it in the air to punctuate his statement. "We'll sign a contract, of course. If you don't meet your end, your soul will take her place." Watcher Yuri has offered a soul contract. He promises to provide true and faithful advice on boon selection to the best of his ability and knowledge. In exchange, the counterparty promises to bring the unseen champion to a prearranged destination. Failure by either party forfeits their soul. Experience points gained from soul consumption cannot push the individual past the level cap of their current stage. Current cap, level 75. What the fuck? That sounded like a literal deal with the devil. "You know, I'm gonna pass. Thanks for the offer." He shrugged and walked off. "Good luck," he said over his shoulder. Then he made a beeline to intercept Nier. "Fuck," I muttered. Had I just made a massive fucking mistake? I pushed that thought from my mind. There was no way I could serve Mylene up on a platter for whatever the fuck he wanted with her. Whatever it was, it didn't matter. I'd just have to go with my gut. Reaching out to the spirit boon statue, a prompt appeared in my vision. Patron, Rexus, major deity of the spirit. Offered boon. Unlock spirit stats. Compatibility. High. Reward. Unlock the capability to add stat points to willpower, enlightenment, and charisma up to the cap of your current stage. At your current stage, the cap is 150 stat points. I mentally selected the boon and confirmed my selection. I braced for a backlash, but hoped I wouldn't be knocked unconscious like last time. But nothing happened. What the? I was ripped backward. Not my body, but my mind. It felt like being launched from the void after expending a Darling of Fate charge, but in reverse. There was nothing to orient on. My vision was entirely black. I had no sensations, like lying in a sensory deprivation tank, and I had to force myself not to panic. If I had breath, it would have been coming in ragged gulps. After some indeterminate time, color began to percolate across the empty black. At first, I couldn't figure out what I was seeing, a wash of brown, black, and orange mingling together like watercolors in a bowl. But eventually the colors began to solidify in my vision. The brown congealed into solid wood that formed a straight slab. A desk, I realized. A leather chair coalesced behind the desk, and the orange shape began to form on top of it. The orange shape was almost gaseous and seemed to pulse as it rested in the leather chair. And finally, the last thing to filter through my awareness was my own body. At least the facsimile of a body. My limbs felt ethereal, like I was in a dream, and the input lag between my brain and my body was multiple seconds long. I tried to turn and survey the rest of the space, but my head refused to swivel past 45 degrees. Unable to examine my surroundings, I settled in for whatever the hell this was. I had my suspicion, but there weren't enough variables available to make a definitive guess. Once the room was done shifting into place, the orange blob pulsed black, and a voice emanated from it. "I find your existence insulting." I tried to sit back in my chair, but met resistance, so instead I arched an eyebrow. "That's a hell of a way to open the conversation. Where I come from, we usually start with introductions. Like this. I'm Dirk. Have I been kidnapped?" The orange blob pulsed red. "I'm Null, and only temporarily." "Oh, that's good to know." I scrambled to formulate my thoughts. What had I done to warrant a kidnapping, however temporary? Was my body just lying in the street right now? Too many questions, but I couldn't just ask. Unless I'd completely missed my guess, this was a hostile encounter, and I was on the back foot. I needed to rattle this creature the same way it had obviously tried to rattle me. "So, what can I do for our esteemed integration guide?" The blob remained completely still, pulsing for a moment before shutting down. I was no expert on the tells of an amorphous blob, but I knew Lex, and these guys weren't much different than my goose companion. A little less airheaded, maybe, but still lacking in guile. So, by staying completely still, in an obvious attempt not to show I'd had an effect, it had revealed exactly that. After a moment, the blob shifted again, pulsing red so fast I almost missed it. "What makes you think I am your integration guide?" I shrugged. "You are, aren't you?" A pause. Then, "I suppose there's no point in pretending otherwise. Yes, I am the integration guide that replaced the failure that is now bonded to you." I had to shove down my instinctual reply. Trading barbs while I was disembodied in this thing's world wasn't the play, but it still pissed me off. No one made fun of my idiot companion except me. "Why is my existence insulting?" I asked. The blob condensed, spiking black and red pulses flashing in its cloud before returning to orange. It was a confusing mess of colors and shapes, but I was coming to realize that they were the creature's expressions, and maybe emotions. "You subvert the integrity of the game. Through her, you bypass the terminal conditions, accruing knowledge and power that isn't rightfully yours." So it was my Darling of Fate class that it didn't like. Well, tough shit. Take it up with your boss, then. I doubt Fate could do anything within the tower without Conflict's permission. "He is far too important to concern himself with an insignificant mortal," it replied haughtily. I scoffed. "Oh, really? Is that why he custom-tailored my boon just for me? Red again. Null was pissed, and that made me smile. The Master would have done the same for anyone who reached the hold first, a feat which you only managed to accomplish by cheating. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. The blob exploded outward, red so bright that it burned my eyes. It pulsed toward me as if trying to envelop me. I couldn't rear back, but even if I could, I knew there was nothing I could do to defend myself in this space. The gaseous material seemed to hit a barrier around me, struggling against the invisible restriction before shifting back to its position on the chair. It was a full minute before the red shifted back to orange. "Did I hit a sore spot?" I asked, an innocent expression on my face. "The integrity of the—" It cut off, compressing into a tight ball before re-expanding. The metaphysical equivalent of a deep breath, maybe? "Your total disregard for the sanctity of the tower climb has put your entire race in jeopardy," it eventually said. I narrowed my eyes. "Is that a threat?" I asked softly. "Yes," Null shouted, exploding outward once more before contracting. "If you continue to flaunt your unauthorized advantage, I will be forced to—" "Fuck you," I said. "Unauthorized advantage, my ass. This whole tower is a farce." I hated to throw my boy Lex under the bus, but Null was pissing me off. We started this goddamn integration by taking losses in the billions. And what did we get in return? A couple of free levels, if we make it to the 3rd floor? You're damn right I'm going to exploit the rules. It seemed to contemplate that for a moment, contracting in thought. Those level-up vouchers are quite valuable if utilized. Fuck the vouchers! Give us something tangible. Now that I had it on the defensive, it was time to shoot my shot. Something like the Floors primer. That was you who wrote that, right? With that, humans could finally be on an even playing field. "Absolutely not," it said. "You're correct. That is my work. So I know exactly how valuable it is. I won't stop you from selecting it if you so choose, but you don't get that knowledge for free." That was fine. I hadn't expected it to cave, but after shooting me down once, it would be more agreeable to my next ask. "Then how about this? Give us just floor 2. We're already going to head into the next floor severely behind. You must be watching, so you know the Jri are tearing through our climbers. If we had a primer on the next floor, it would help bridge that gap." Here was where I had to make a guess about this thing's personality, but if I was reading it right, then its ego could be fed. "Your name will be front and center on the primer, and I'll be sure to let everyone know that it was you who gave us a chance, even if it's a small chance, to survive this climb." It said, pulsing blue for the first time. "That is an interesting proposition. Though naturally I do not care for credit or adoration from your simple race." "Naturally," I replied, managing somehow to keep my tone from sounding droll. "But an advantage in the next floor could help bring balance to the triumvirate of races." The blue shifted green for a moment, then back to orange. "Fine. I will provide you the 2nd floor section of my primer." I mentally pumped my fist but had to temper my excitement when it wasn't done speaking. "But I'll need something from you in return." I kept my tone neutral. "What's that?" "You must agree not to take any additional boons after the spirit boon." "What?" I scoffed. "Hell no! I'll just grab the full primer on the next run in that case." I circled my finger through the air. "I think we're done here. You can send me back now." "Hold on," it said, pulsing green. "Fine. You can continue to select boons, but agree not to take any of the knowledge boons, and we have a deal. That was more palatable, depending on its definition. Which ones, then? The core primer, secrets of the first 3 floors, integrated politics. Did I miss anything? Of course I remembered the rest of them perfectly, but I wanted to see if this dumbass could be roped into making a hasty deal. Stages primer, mutation and evolution primer, life after the tower primer, and the crafting and alchemy boons. What? Why those? I pushed a little desperation into my tone, even though I had no desire for those boons in the slightest. A good deal always involved both parties walking away feeling cheated, so it had to think I was making concessions. Those boons come with primers, of course. Do we have a deal? That green tint again. Its bargaining color. Or maybe it was deception? I pursed my lips, tapped my chin, and tilted my head back and forth. My acting was atrocious, but this thing was about a half step above Lex when it came to understanding human expressions. I probably could have fallen into full-blown hysterics and given this thing a metaphysical chub. But I still had enough dignity not to stoop that low. We have a deal. Oh, and drop me outside the plaza, will you? The Jri are almost on me. Not almost. They encircle you as we speak. You didn't stop time? I shouted. That green tint suffused the gaseous creature. Now, why would I do that? Were you to die while we spoke, you would be down a life, and Conflict himself couldn't hold that against me. Oh, you son of a bitch, I muttered. The primer will be added to your inventory. Say hello to the Jri Prime for me, will you? The smug tone combined with the green gas told me that I'd been played. The room began to dissolve around the edges, like a developing Polaroid in reverse. I braced, expecting a hot entry like when I triggered a redo. Null's voice filtered through the collapsing dream world, sounding more distant with every second. By the way, the primer is not soul-bound. I'd read over it fast. You motherfuck... I catapulted into my body. 24 Jri wrapped around me in a semicircle. I stumbled against the statue I had been reaching out toward, forcing my mind to clear and my body to respond. When I turned to face the Jri, Nier was there, his teeth bared and his lips spread in a smile. Welcome back, human. Second floor primer, abridged, added to inventory. Spirit stats have been unlocked. Chapter 26. An Ignominious Death. My katana was in my hands, and my knees bent, but my legs shook like I'd just run a marathon, and my hands trembled with fatigue around the hilt of my sword. I quickly popped one of Mama G's treats into my mouth, then snapped back into a guard position. Mass energy cycled, boosting my agility to the max. Nier took a step forward, but a cleared throat from behind the Jri made him pause. He snarled and whipped his head around to glare at Watcher Yuri. We made a deal. The Watcher plucked his wheat from his mouth and started to walk toward us. When the Jri escort didn't part to let him pass, he waved his wheat left, then right. The Jri in his path went flying away as if an invisible hand had plucked them up and chucked them. Yuri strolled through the gap, popping his wheat between his lips. The other Jri moved to intercept, but Nier waved them back. Sure did, he replied as he approached us. The counterparty needs to be made aware of the stipulations before the contract is finalized. Nier growled but said nothing. Yuri tilted his hat, then looked at me. Mr. Nier Unger, Prime of the Jri, has struck me a deal when you would not. In exchange for the souls of 5 of his comrades, I agree to look the other way for 5 minutes while he kills you. Failure to acknowledge this contract within 5 seconds automatically authorizes it. Oh, fuck. I spun around and prepared to scale the statue. Yuri's outstretched hand stopped me. If you run before acknowledging, I will retrieve you, and we will try again. His grip held my shoulder tight, and I was certain that only a maxed-out mass would have let me break free. He smirked when he saw the realization play across my face. Now, do you acknowledge the terms of the contract I have formed with this fine gentleman? He lifted his other hand, his fingers held up. Then his pinky bent, then his ring finger. The son of a bitch was counting down. I acknowledge, I shouted. His grip immediately eased, though he continued counting down with his fingers. I whirled around and scaled the statue. My agility was 150, and my weight was down to 50 pounds, so climbing the statue took 1 leap. I jumped across to the far statue lined up opposite this one, then hit the ground and started sprinting. In my head, I counted down. 2, 1. I was at the alley already, not daring to glance behind me. "Run!" I shouted, hoping Mylene had the sense to get a head start. Though I didn't like the idea of sacrificing her, I sure as hell wouldn't wait for her if she got caught in Nir's path. But as I entered the alley, I caught a glimpse of her up above on the roof, already dashing away. Following her lead, I raced up the alley wall and leaped onto the roof. She had already jumped across to the next rooftop, but paused when she saw me behind her. "Don't wait!" I shouted, waving her on. She dashed off, and we put some good distance between us and the plaza in the first 15 seconds. I was gaining on her and was about to follow her over an alley onto the next roof when something slammed into her from below. It was red and black, and I felt the killing intent before I even recognized what had hit her. She cried out and clipped her foot as she hit the roof, falling out of sight. Nir's second mantle blade flew over the lip of the roof and latched onto the edge like a grappling hook. It pulled taut, and Nir appeared in the air, landing gracefully on the roof in front of me. Both mantle blades returned to him, and he gripped them in his hands, poised to send them flying my way. "That was rude," Nir said. "I wasn't done talking." I scanned behind him for any sign of Mylene, but when she didn't appear, my stomach flipped. "Are you so eager for another dagger in the eye?" I growled. Unlike before, he didn't flinch, and my heart quickened. "That's 2 of your women I've killed in the last hour," he sneered. My jaw clenched, and the image of Lacey's body being discarded like trash flashed in my mind. He must have noticed my expression because he laughed. "At least they went quick, unlike the rest of your race. Even now, my people are tearing through the other instances. You may have barred me from taking the skeleton key, but one of my vassals completed the set and has given my elites access. By sundown, there won't be a single human left in the tower. The smart ones will take a portal and—" I flung a throwing knife underhand, my wrist whipping out faster than the eye could follow. Nir moved on instinct, catching the blade with his shoulder instead of his neck. But my strength had been too low, and the knife didn't penetrate deep enough to cripple him. His mantle blades thrashed out in response, coming at me from either side. I lunged forward into the arc of their trajectories, so they had to boomerang around to get at me. But my katana struck at Nir, and he was forced to focus on defending rather than directing his mantle. His mantle attacked my back on autopilot, but Red was able to tangle them up. 2 knives appeared in Nir's hands to meet my blade, but my strength was still at its lowest. My strike barely registered as he blocked, and his surprise was poorly masked. "So weak," he said as he pushed me away. Or he tried to push me away. As we had clashed, I'd bumped up my mass until my strength was at 150 and my weight approaching 1,000 pounds. When he shoved against me, I didn't budge. His eyes went wide, and I took the moment of surprise to strike back. I was too slow to get a clean strike in, so I used brute strength. I clattered my katana through his guard and against the side of his face, smashing him to the ground. I didn't stop to see if he was hurt. Red quickly released Nir's mantle blades as I boosted my agility back to the max and raced across the roof. I knew exactly what Nir was up to, and I wasn't going to let him do it. See, I knew Nir wasn't a monologuer. He had shown me over and over that when he meant business, he got right down to it, which meant he was stalling, and I knew he must have had 24 Jri racing to catch up to him. Whether or not I could beat Nir, I knew for certain I couldn't beat Nir and 20+ of his elites. So I leaped across the alley to the next roof. As my feet hit the gravel of the rooftop, familiar pain cut into my shoulder, and I cried out. "Where do you think you're going?" Nir bellowed, his mantle blade chewing into my muscle. I reached up without looking, yanked the blade out of my shoulder, and kept running. I glanced around for Mylene, but all that was left were splatters of blood on the roof. Good. Better for her to run. The sight of another ally's corpse was the last thing I needed right now. The only downside to losing Mylene was that I didn't know the best path to escape. I jumped across roof to roof, using my maxed-out agility to put some distance between me and Nir. But ahead, I could see the buildings were starting to become more sparse, and I was running straight towards some sort of opaque dome that extended far up into the sky. I'd run out of runway in a minute. So the only way to escape the Jri was to try and lose them in the maze of alleys. If I could get to one of the underground entrances I knew of, that would be even better. Instead of leaping to the next roof, I dropped into the alley below and cut a sideways angle. This had its own risks, as anyone on the roofs above would have a clear line of sight, while it would be difficult for me to spot them unless they peeked over the roof lip in front of me. But it was the best plan I had. I ran for a solid minute without any sign of a Jri. But as I turned left at a junction, 3 of Nir's people were blocking the alley. I contemplated bowling through them, but 2 of them had spears leveled, so I turned right instead. I heard their shouts behind me, followed by the sound of their feet slapping the stone as they gave chase, but I turned left and then immediately right to throw them off. All around me I heard the shouts of pursuers, and I had the distinct impression that the noose was tightening. The feeling of eyes on my back intensified the further I ran until I was convinced the Jri had me surrounded. When I glanced up, 4 Jri had bows drawn and were sighting me down. Rather than get peppered by arrows, I clambered up the wall using my friction ability. With one great pull, I was among the Jri on the rightmost roof, my katana suddenly in my hands. I cleaved through the nearest enemy as the twang of arrows firing sounded all around me. Pain slashed across the back of my calf, but I managed to keep my footing. The second Jri on my rooftop went to pull another arrow, but my throwing knife took him in the throat. My agility jumped back up to 150, and I dove for the nearby discarded bow. I knew that mastering the bow and arrow took years of training, but I hoped my enhanced mastery would make the motion intuitive. Hiding behind the roof lip, I reached for an arrow and knocked it. The pull was too strong at first, so I slid my mass up until my strength was in the 50s. Popping to a stand, I pulled the arrow back as the 2 Jri on the other roof fired. I had anticipated their immediate response and dodged to the side. Before they could knock another arrow or hide behind the lip of the roof, I fired. I fumbled the release. the string clipping my thumb as I loosed, but the distance was 10 feet, and the arrow still caught my target in the chest. The remaining Jri and I raced to nock another arrow, and despite my boosted strength, his training paid off. Just as I was about to loose my shot, his arrow caught me in the thigh. My mass was doubled, and as a result, my endurance was in the 50s to match my strength, but the boosted stats weren't enough to completely negate the arrow. I looked down at the trembling shaft, the arrow embedded at least a couple of inches. I could only hope it hadn't nicked an artery. Pushing down the burning pain in my leg, I aimed and loosed. The Jri's eyes went wide as my arrow flew true, hitting him center mass in the chest. Your skill with shortbow has increased to level 2. I pulled the bow into my inventory, along with the quiver at my feet, and started hobbling away. I knew that I wouldn't be able to run now, but I wanted to get off the roof so I wasn't a sitting duck. But as I leaned over the roof lip to climb down, 2 familiar blades flew up toward me, nearly skewering me in the face. I reared back, then pulled my katana out to face Nier. Even if I boosted my agility to the max, there was no way I was outrunning Nier with an arrowhead 3 inches in my thigh. The chains of his mantle pulled taut, and he came flying into view, landing on the roof with a casual bend of his knees. His eyes immediately tracked to the arrow in my leg and the blood seeping down my pants. His lips parted in a snarl. "With just enough time to spare." His mantle blades vibrated in his hands, the bird beak shape seeming to chomp as the chains tinkled. I got my guard up, and I waited. He wasted no time, launching across the space with a single step. My mass was maxed out, and my endurance and strength were boosted to 150. It was my only hope to survive against his speed with a hobbled leg. His left hand whipped forward as he rushed toward me, the living mantle blade going out wide to wrap around my back. His other hand lunged low to my damaged side, no doubt counting on my limited mobility. I relied on Red to block the flanking mantle blade as I angled my katana to intercept the blade in his hand. But at the last possible moment, I realized his empty left hand was chopping through the air, and I immediately diverted my katana to that side as I stepped back to dodge the other hand. A long sword appeared in his empty hand mid-strike, nearly decapitating me right there. I got my katana in a hasty guard position, relying upon my weight and strength to hold the blow back. Despite deflecting that strike, and Red tangling the flanking mantle blade, his main hand blade launched forward to close the distance my dodge backward had made. It tore into my left hip, though not nearly as bad as the last time we had fought. My boosted endurance made my skin and muscle noticeably tougher, and the living blade had to work overtime to dig into me. I slashed my katana down, ripping the blade from my side, then cut horizontally, a powerful strike that would have cleaved him in 2. But, despite the massive strength behind the blow, it moved glacially compared to Nier. He was out of range with a contemptuous laugh. The next 2 engagements went similarly, Nier scoring blows against me while it took every ounce of skill just to keep the damage minimal. After the 3rd salvo, movement caught my eye, but I kept my gaze solely locked on Nier. In the back of my mind, I had been keeping track of Yuri's timer. 1 minute left. All around me, Jri began to scale over the roof lip, filling the space in moments. Nier held them back with an upraised hand. "Goodbye, human. You were a worthy opponent." "Anytime you're ready," I called out. My limbs were weak and the blood loss starting to add up, but I had enough in me for what happened next. "I'm always ready," Nier replied. "It is you that hasn't come to terms with your death." I shook my head. I wasn't talking to you. A particularly dense patch of shadow on the opposite rooftop flashed, and Nir's eyes went wide as 2 pieces of thin wood pierced his neck from either side. He clutched at the wounds as he gurgled. His eyes tried in vain to track down to his neck in order to see what had wounded him. I helped him out. "Those are chopsticks, bitch. You just died to a pair of chopsticks." Mylene retracted the divine-grade weapon, unleashing a geyser of arterial spray. I finished him off with my katana, severing his head. The unseen champion had her back to the edge of the roof, her hood pulled up. Her obfuscated voice called out, "What now?" I noted the Jri surrounding us, desperate howls of rage rising up like a wolf pack on the hunt. They were encircling us, and with my hobbled leg and accumulation of wounds, running wasn't an option. Before I could tell her to flee, the Jri tightened the noose. Red warned me of 2 coming from my back, as 2 more attacked me from the front. 5 more charged Mylene with wild roars. My mass was cycled to the max, and my strength and endurance supercharged, fighting the pain and wounds across my body. I would have preferred to cycle lower and boost my agility, but I feared that my endurance would plummet too low and I'd be out of the fight. So when I pushed forward to swing my katana at the nearest Jri, my sword clattered through his guard and sent him flying off the rooftop. Red intercepted strikes from the 2 Jri behind me, but the second Jri on my right stabbed forward with a spear, the blade penetrating the side of my stomach before I was able to pull away. Instead of backing off, I immediately lunged back into range, slicing diagonally through the Jri holding the spear. The blade made a clean cut, then caught on a rib. Using my enhanced strength, I tugged the blade free, conscious of the 2 Jri still at my back. A horrible snapping vibrated up the hilt, and when I pulled the katana free, half the blade had broken off inside his body. The broken sword extended only a foot now, nothing more than a glorified knife. Though the 2 attacking Jri lay dead in front of me, 10 more were poised to strike. In the corner of my eye, I noted Mylene holding off the other Jri, but they were keeping her busy, and she couldn't seem to break the impasse. I braced, pulling a long knife from my inventory into my offhand. 3 Jri pushed off with war cries, lunging toward me. As I went to meet them, they froze in midair, their eyes widening in shock. A low voice spoke from the edge of the roof behind me. "Time's up." Chapter 27. Home, Sweet Home. My body seized, an invisible pressure wrapping around me from head to toe. Mylene was stock still on the opposite side of the roof, presumably just as stuck, though I couldn't see her face. The Jri were likewise standing still, or in some cases frozen in the air mid-lunge. Watcher Yuri strolled among the frozen tableau, his wheat pinched between his lips. He had a lopsided smile and a twinkle in his eye as he approached Mylene. "Well, well, well," Yuri said. "This is a moment centuries in the making." Rather than weave through the crowded mass of Jri, he simply waved his hand, and the frozen creatures parted before him. As he stood face to face with Mylene, I could see her cloak trembling as she fought his power. He reached up with his finger and caressed the hem of the hood before sliding it back to expose her face. Even from across the roof, I could see the burning rage in her eyes. "I wasn't expecting that," he said, taking a step back to examine Mylene's face. "Last time I saw the unseen champion, he was far less pleasing to the eyes, much hairier as well." I couldn't see Yuri's face, but I could tell he was enjoying this. "A relative of yours, perhaps?" Mylene's jaw trembled, and her lip peeled back in a snarl, but no words came. No, my dear, don't try to speak. You'll only dislocate your jaw. It pained me to see the impotent rage and despair playing across Mylene's face. There was nothing I could do to free us. But I could distract Yuri, even if for only a moment. I cast analysis on him, and he flinched. He turned to me and shook his head. That was rude. He waved his hand, and it felt like a giant had slapped me. I went flying through the air, then hit the roof, sliding toward the edge. Hope filled me as I realized I was about to slide over the edge and out of sight, but then the same invisible hands wrapped around me and pulled me to my feet. My heels teetered over the edge. His status sheet appeared in my vision. System note: due to the difference in stages, analysis information incomplete. Name: Yuri. Class: obscured. Level: 112. Race: human, obscured. Age: obscured. Height: 5 foot 11 inches. Weight: 193 pounds. Body: strength, obscured. Agility, obscured. Endurance, obscured. Mind: intelligence, obscured. Perception, obscured. Mastery, obscured. Spirit: charisma, obscured. Willpower, obscured. Enlightenment, obscured. Obscured. Traits, obscured. Affiliation: Watchers of the Hold. I'm well within my right to execute you for that. He turned toward Mylene, then back to me, a thoughtful look on his face. But I think I'll just make you watch instead. He indicated Mylene with a wave. I really must thank you. We've never managed to draw the unseen out in all my years of service. The last time I saw one in the flesh was after a series of soul contracts enforcing good behavior on both parties. He snorted and shook his head. But the Kaori were an actual force then, not this rabble you see today. He continued to relay the history of the Kaori and the Watchers, but my mind was focused on unclenching my hand. My teeth ground together, and my fingers trembled as I forced them open. The broken katana clattered to the roof, interrupting Yuri. What are you doing? He glanced over and saw the weapon on the ground and my open hand. There's no use fighting, he said with a sad shake of his head. If I were to focus my attention upon you, the Jri would be loose and cut you down even as your lungs struggled to expand. Let me finish my story. He studied me for a moment, but I was unable even to nod. A personal space portal appeared in my hand. Immediately, Mylene's eyes snapped to the token, then back to me. With my enhanced perception, I imagined I saw a microscopic nod of her head. Before I could snap the token, a shiver went up my back, and Mylene disappeared, only to reappear inches in front of me. Yuri's hold must have broken in that split second that she teleported because she reached out with her chopsticks. I imagined she was about to stab me, blaming me for exposing her to the Watcher, but instead she reached out and handed me the divine-grade weapon. On instinct, I pulled the weapon into my inventory. You have received the Power of the Divine trait for acquiring a divine-grade item. You have received the Unseen Champion trait for acquiring an heirloom item. This is a transitory trait that will be revoked should the item leave your possession. Mylene's outstretched hand suddenly froze, and her face constricted with pain. Now, Yuri chided. None of that. Mylene was whipped back, her body flying through the air toward Yuri. His hand was held outstretched as he directed her with his magic. Her limbs were splayed, her body hovering before him, her feet dangling in the air. "The weapon, if you please," he said, holding out his other hand. Mylene's hand was released from whatever power Yuri was using to hold her tight, and she immediately lunged for his eyes. He didn't flinch as her fingers paused inches from his face. He let out an exasperated sigh and shook his head. Then he waved his hand, and Mylene's outstretched fingers snapped backward with loud cracks. She moaned in pain, unable to scream out under his power. "I'd prefer to avoid all this unpleasantness," he said softly. He watched her from beneath the brim of his hat. When Mylene made no move to pull out the chopsticks, he tisked. "I suppose you'll make me extract it from your inventory, then?" I could see Mylene's eyes boring into him, her defiance clear even as her face was forced still. Crack! Her head whipped sideways, the sound of her neck snapping echoing across the rooftop. The noise was sickening, and I would have screamed if my jaw wasn't forced tight. Her body still hovered in the air, and Yuri used his magic to move her like a puppet. Her hand stretched out, and then an invisible force severed her index finger. Drops of blood floated in the air as he reached out and pulled her finger into his inventory. I squeezed the token in my hand, forcing my fingers to contract against Yuri's invisible hold. It felt like trying to crush a rock, and I worried I wouldn't be able to break it. Yuri squinted, flinging Mylene's body away where it fell into the alley below like discarded refuse. He took on a frantic energy, and I imagined he was combing through her inventory with quick mental swipes. In his distraction, I felt his hold relax, just a bit. The token snapped in my fist as his eyes whipped over toward me. The whoosh of the blue oval snapping into existence signaled the release of my body. As I had hoped, his power relied on line of sight, just like Astrid's. The portal was 8 feet tall and obscured my view of him. But I felt him move with an earth-shattering force, the entire roof collapsing beneath me from the force of his lunge. But I was already jumping through the portal. "Get back here!" I heard him shout just before the cold wash of the personal space portal enveloped me. I collapsed to the cement floor of my personal space, the iron grid of my bunk beds greeting me as I turned onto my back. Home sweet home. The sudden release of Yuri's hold unleashed a wave of cramps as the clenched muscles of my body were finally given leave to contract. Pain rippled from my toes through the arrow still buried in my thigh, the stab wound in my hip, and all the other wounds Nier had inflicted upon me. It was nearly a full minute before I was able to gasp in a breath, a full-body convulsion racking me as I recovered from the buried-alive feeling of Yuri's power. Level 112. How could I possibly fight someone that much stronger than me? I had never used my ability on Astrid, but if Yuri was one of the peacekeepers of the hold, then it stood to reason that he was probably the strongest, or close to the strongest individual on the first floor, which meant that I needed to avoid him. My eyes tracked to the notifications still hovering in my vision, and I opened up my status sheet list to examine the 2 new traits and abilities. Power of the Divine, plus 20 Enlightenment, plus 20 Willpower. Unseen Champion, provides the Shadow Well passive ability and the Shadow Walker active ability. New, Shadow Well, rank 2. The shadows cloy to you. Standing still for 2 seconds within a patch of shadow will call the darkness to you, hiding you from prying eyes. This effect breaks on movement. New, Shadow Walker, rank 2. Step between shadows. Distance doubled if Shadow Well is active. Cooldown halved if Shadow Well is active. Cooldown 2 minutes. Distance 20 feet. Despite the agony suffusing my whole body, I couldn't help but marvel at the abilities imparted by Mylene's weapon. Shadow Well would make sneaking through the hold so much easier, and I couldn't help but want to experiment with Shadow Walker. The description was a bit vague, but having seen Mylene use it a few times, I understood the gist. And it sounded fucking awesome. I was still lying on the personal space floor, and knew that I needed to tend to my wounds if I didn't want this redo to end prematurely. But I had 2 more things I wanted to examine before I made the effort to get up. Pulling up my inventory, I scrolled to my new item and pulled up the description. Rydel's favorite chopsticks, divine. Kaori heirloom item. Planet, information unknown. Rydel Dram was just a boy when his planet was integrated. By the 5th floor, he had become the champion of his planet. He killed his first enemy with these chopsticks and used the 5th floor reward to elevate them to an heirloom item. Ideal for scouts and assassins, of which Rydel was both. Though he died tragically when the Kaori abandoned the climb, his legacy lives on through this heirloom item. Rank 2. Experience 257,192 of 1,000,000. Traits: Unseen Champion. Abilities: Shadow Well 2, Shadow Walker 2. Status: Equipped. Bearer: Dirk Damascus, Prime of Earth. Race rank number 1. Co-integrated rank number 42. As I examined the heirloom item, I couldn't help but chuckle at the ridiculousness of passing down magical chopsticks for thousands of years. Though the abilities were amazing, killing enemies with utensils didn't seem like a productive way to earn the respect of your foes. And though I'd seen Mylene use them to great effect on Nier, the range was severely lacking. I wondered if I could hold them in my offhand while I wielded my katana in the other, which reminded me that my katana was broken. Though I knew it would be restored on the next redo, I still felt a pang of regret. It was the weapon I'd been using the most and my only weapon skill that had reached level 10. Maybe there was a way to upgrade it like Rydel did with his chopsticks. If not, perhaps I could claim the heirloom weapon from the hold on my next redo? I'd have to ask Lex if the heirloom items were soul-bound or if they would be lost on subsequent redos. Then again, I could try and claim that boon on my final run right before ascending to the 2nd floor. 2nd floor. That thought sparked my memory, and I sped through my inventory to open the 2nd floor primer that Null had given me. I opened the primer with a blend of excitement and worry. There was a possibility that Yuri had been right and Null was a useless idiot. If so, then this entire redo had been for nothing. I pushed down thoughts of hopelessness and started reading. 2nd floor of the Integration Assistance Services Tower. Like all floors, the 2nd floor changes depending on the involved races and the integration guide overseeing the integration effort. But certain truths hold regardless of the racial makeup. In all iterations of the tower, the 2nd floor remains distinct from the 1st in that the racial lines of the triumvirate are intentionally merged. While the 1st floor is designed to create cohesion among each individual race by putting them in direct conflict with the other 2 races, the 2nd floor strives to induce cooperation across the triumvirate without losing the inherent contentious nature of the IAS tower. To this end, the exiles of the hold are employed as antagonistic forces to form factions that climbers must join. The number and makeup of these factions vary based on the particulars of each tower's hold, though usually not more than 5 factions. Each instance is divided in 3, forming units of interracial compositions. This is done in order to encourage cooperation, though historical data suggests that conflict often erupts immediately between these units upon entering the 2nd floor. This is an acceptable risk that also serves to eliminate or weaken climbers who are unwilling to put aside their differences to work together for the greater good. As I continued to read the primer, I couldn't help but grow annoyed. There was nothing specific about this tower. It was all generalities about the philosophy of the second floor and how it contrasted with the first floor. This shit is borderline useless. My wounds, the deaths of my friends and Mylene, and the frustration of a botched redo combined to form a boiling anger that appeared from nowhere. I threw the primer against the wall with a growl. My injured shoulder flashed with pain, and I stifled a groan as I clutched my arm. "Fuck!" I shouted uselessly into the personal space. If my body weren't so drained, I'd have slammed my fist against the concrete floor. A small voice spoke from the door, causing me to flinch in surprise. "Hey." I struggled to raise my head, looking past my legs to see Athena standing at the door leading to the safe zone. She looked away uncomfortably, her hair draped across her face. "Hey," I replied, letting my head fall back to the floor. "You okay?" she asked. "Pretty fucking far from okay, actually." "Watch your language in front of the kid, boy." I closed my eyes and groaned. "Missed you too, Mama." I heard a snort from the door, then her footsteps as she walked away. "Psst." I glanced over to see Athena looking behind her before she walked over. "Save me from her, please." She cut off and her eyes went wide. "Oh my God, you're bleeding, like a lot." She turned back to the safe zone and called out. I tried to raise my hand to stop her, but the effort was too much. "Mama G, he's really hurt." I heard Mama G enter the personal space and walk over. "Boy, say something next time," she chided, bending over me. She reached down and poked at my hip. "Gah, fuck!" I shouted, the pain reverberating through my whole body. "Athena, go into the other room." "It's fine, Mama G. Do what I say, girl." I saw the rage on her face as she stood there defiantly for a moment. Then she whirled around and stormed to the safe zone door. "You don't happen to have a delight on you?" I asked. She grunted, then grabbed the arrow, prompting another wave of mind-numbing pain. "Gotta take the arrowhead out first." My eyes went wide as I realized what she was about to do. No, it's okay. Leave it. Oh, fuck my ass." She snapped the arrow halfway down, then put it near my face. "Bite down on this, boy. It's gonna hurt." Fuck, I muttered, the pain searing my nerves. I had been cycling my mass to the max to keep my endurance high, but if she was about to dig into my thigh, I needed to let the energy go. If this pain was with 150 endurance, what would it feel like at my baseline? She had a knife out now, and my eyes went wide. "Mama G, it's okay. Just give me the treat. I don't need to be 100%. She cut me off as she started cutting into my leg. "Fuck!" She held out the arrow once more, and I clamped my teeth around it. Taking in ragged breaths between the wood, I prepared to stop cycling my mass energy. She was obviously not going to listen to a fucking word I said, so the only thing I could do was make it easier for her. "Do it," I said through clenched teeth. My mass shot down, and the pain flared bright. Her knife cut deeper into my thigh, and the wood in my mouth snapped as my teeth clattered together. Then the pain went away, and my vision closed in. Chapter 28. No heroes here. When awareness returned, I thought at first I was dreaming. 2 circular eyes stared back at me, small and attached to a face that stretched in an odd way. "Honk! You're awake!" I groaned as I remembered what had happened. How long was I out?
Like 10 hours.
What? I tried to sit up, but the terrible feeling of tearing flesh in my hip stopped me. Lex, you can't let me sleep that long. What if we hit the end of my redos and everything became permanent?
Relax, I was keeping track.
I raised my eyebrows. And you're known for your attention to detail, are you?
I'm never going to live that down, am I?
He sighed. I just chuckled and shook my head. The movement sent a fresh wave of pain through my shoulder, and I grimaced. Is Mama G around? I could really use that delight. He nodded to the small kitchen in the corner.
She left it there. She's in her personal space.
I nodded, then realized something. Who's with the girl?
I'm here,
a voice called from out of sight. She walked over and sat on the edge of the bunk. Oh, hey, I said. Then my brow furrowed. Wait a minute. How did I get on the bunk? No way Mama G managed. I felt Lex's amusement and noticed Athena look away uncomfortably. No. I looked at her in disbelief. You did it? She shrugged.
The old lady was going to leave you on the concrete, and I thought, he's already hurt, and my dad always complained about his back hurting when he slept on the guest bed.
Her voice lowered, and she looked at the floor.
I didn't want your back to hurt.
I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came to me. After a few moments, Lex interjected.
He's feeling grateful,
Lex said with an amused tone.
That's gratitude I'm feeling through the bond, and a decent amount of surprise. You know, he doesn't feel this feeling often. We were just talking the other day about how he should feel this more, but he's stubborn, you know. So you've experienced something pretty rare, like a full double rainbow or a solar eclipse.
Lex, I interrupted, will you just let me do it? His eyes went wide, and then he lifted his wing up and dragged it across his beak in a strange gesture. I think he was trying to say his beak was sealed. I stared at him a moment longer in confusion, then shook my head and turned to Athena. Thank you. Really, I'm not used to people caring for me, so thanks. She was watching me through the gaps in her bangs, her shoulders pulled in tight. Deep in the shadow of her hunched posture, I noticed a small smile. Then she shrugged casually.
No problem. I mean, you weighed like 1,000 pounds, and it took me like 20 minutes, but I don't mind.
We sat there in awkward silence for a moment. When the silence grew too heavy, I searched for anything to break the tension. How's your training going? She frowned.
It's okay, I guess.
I tilted my head. Just okay? She looked toward the door leading to the safe zone, then at the floor.
Master Curian is great.
But? I could see her chewing her inner cheek, and I chuckled. Athena. Her head shot up at her name like she hadn't heard it in ages. I'm not going to tattletale on you if you have some problem with Curian. You can tell me what's bothering you. She sighed and nodded.
Well, it's just, he's trapped in the safe zone, right? And it's like, I'm trapped in there too. How am I going to enter the tower with you guys if all I do is hit a dummy for 6 months?
Oh, God, not this again. How could I convince this kid not to do that? But I already knew I couldn't. She would find a way to sneak in through my personal space and enter the tower by herself. Listen, She stood up from the bunk bed, her shoes slapping the floor as she whirled on me.
I already know what you're going to say, but I'm not going to sit around and wait for someone to come and kill me. I'm going to get stronger. When the bad men come, I'll be strong enough to—
A sob racked her body, and she turned away. Lex flew up onto her shoulder and nuzzled her. It all clicked for me, like puzzle pieces slotting into place. The trauma she carried from her parents' death was monumental, like a yoke around her neck, defining her every thought and emotion. There was no redirecting the course she had decided upon. All I could do was steer her and provide a helping hand. "Hand me the delight," I said. She looked over her shoulder, the oily strands of her hair covering her face. When she didn't immediately react, I nodded to the table where the treat lay. With halting steps, she walked over to the treat and picked it up delicately. She brought it over and placed it on my chest. Gritting my teeth, I reached up and directed it toward my mouth. As soon as it touched my tongue, pins and needles spread throughout my body, forming an uncomfortable sensation that bordered on unbearable. The last time I'd taken this, the adrenaline of my fight with Near blocked all feeling as we dueled to the death. But now, sitting on a bed, completely immobile, the prickly feeling made me want to crawl out of my skin. It was like a full-body itch I couldn't scratch. Once the muscle and flesh had finally re-knitted, I let out a sigh of relief. Oh, so much better. I sat up and regarded Athena, chewing my lip in thought. To be honest, I couldn't fault her desires or even her reasoning. In the same circumstance, I would have been even less patient. Well, that was putting it politely. I probably would have run headfirst into a wave of imps and died immediately. But even though I agreed with her, she was still a child, and if she wanted to wade into the fire, she had to understand the stakes. What I was going to say, before you so rudely cut me off, I cast her a pointed look and she cringed, was that I understand. I'd be just as eager to fight if I was in your situation. Her eyes went wide, a small smile beginning to form. I held up my hand to forestall any celebration. But I need you to know the reality of the situation before I agree to help. She frowned, her lips puckering.
I know the situation.
No, I said firmly, shaking my head. Cut that out right now, or you're staying in the safe zone. She squinted, but didn't argue. If we're going to do this, I'm your teacher and you're the student. When I tell you something, you don't hesitate, you don't argue, and you jump to make it happen. If you can't agree to that, then this conversation is done. A range of emotions played across her face, beginning with anger, reluctance, and landing on something between annoyance and thoughtfulness.
Okay, I can do that,
she replied after a moment.
But I am not calling you master.
I reared back. Oh, God, no. Obviously, I prefer Sensei Dirk, I added with a smile. She snorted and shook her head.
How about what Lex calls you? A big monkey. Excuse me, big monkey, what will we be learning today?
She nodded, a pleased look on her face.
I like the sound of that.
On her shoulder, Lex tried and failed to suppress a laugh. Sure, but only if you want to be called Little Brat from here on out. Her amused expression immediately dropped, and she frowned.
Truce?
I chuckled and held out my hand. Truce. She hesitated a moment, her tiny hand reaching out slowly before connecting with mine. My palm engulfed her hand, and the handshake was an awkward movement. She pulled back her hand with a frown.
How about we just do knuckles?
She said, forming a fist and offering it. Yeah, that's much better, I chuckled. We fist bumped, and she added a little explosion sound effect at the end. Okay, Athena, I corrected. Time to get serious. Can you do that? Her expression flipped on a dime, her amusement melting away.
Yes,
she replied with a determined nod. Then I'm going to treat you like an adult. She stood up straighter at that, her chin rising. I sighed, not sure if I was making the right choice, but there was no way to ease her in. I just had to do it. Everyone is dead. Lacey, Byron, Jerome, Frank, all of them. Her eyes went wide. Inside the tower, there are alien races fighting us, not to mention all the actual tower mobs that want to kill us. The Coxodal are our allies for now, but the Jri are hostile, and they are much stronger and more cohesive than we are. I could see the wheels turning in her mind, her eyes tracking left and right in thought. Then she looked up.
What is whatever you said?
It means working together. The Jri are unified behind their prime. The Coxetal are, too, for the most part. But us humans are all over the place. I shook my head. To be honest, I haven't even talked to any people, not inside our local instance of the tower.
Well, maybe you should be doing that then.
I cut off, sitting back on the bunk. That was actually a really great point, but the more I thought about it, the less confident I felt. As shocking as this may be, people don't seem to like me very much. I'm not sure I'm the one to bring us together.
I like you,
she said abruptly. Then her eyes went wide and she hunched in, looking off awkwardly.
I mean, you're not that bad.
I chuckled at that. Well, if I'd won over the preteen girl, then nothing could stop me. But where to start? Anyways, we're getting off topic. What I'm trying to say is that the tower is dangerous. Even though you and I both know what I can do, there's no guarantee things go smoothly on the final run. Every time I think I have it figured out, something new comes my way. I've died a dozen times now, and only half of them were something I could have seen coming.
But you won't make those mistakes again,
she said. It was like she needed to convince me the tower was beatable so she could get a chance to climb and grow stronger. I shook my head. Athena, nobody can be perfect. When my redo charges are gone, every small detail will matter. If one of you steps left when you should have stepped right, it could mean game over. I faltered, not sure if I wanted her to see my doubt, but it was nice to confide in someone who wouldn't forget in a few hours. I don't think I can take on that responsibility, I finally said. She didn't say anything for a while, but I resisted the urge to look at her. I didn't think I could stomach a pitying look from a child. But when she did speak, there was a fire in her voice that surprised me.
That's your problem. You think everything's about you.
I looked up at her, my eyes wide.
My mom...
She paused, her voice catching. She powered through, forcing her tone to steady.
My mom always told me, you're the hero of your own story. And I believed her.
Her eyes grew hard, her jaw set.
But she was wrong. Heroes don't get killed on the first day of the story. Heroes don't get their parents ripped away while they're powerless. None of us are the hero or the villain. You're just a guy, so do your best and that's that.
I was dumbfounded. My mouth opened, but no words transmitted from my brain.
Honk,
Lex added, breaking the silence.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't stay quiet anymore.
He looked at Athena with wide eyes.
That was the best speech I've heard since President Whitmore in Independence Day.
She frowned.
Huh? It's a movie about aliens invading Earth. Oh, I just realized the parallels,
Lex said. Lex, I said, giving him a look to let him know he was missing the tone of the conversation.
Oh, sorry.
I turned to Athena and took in a deep breath. Thanks for that. Her eyes narrowed like she was wondering if I was being sarcastic, so I held my hands up to show my sincerity. No, really. You gave me something to think on, for sure. I chuckled to myself as I thought back to the beginning of the apocalypse. You know, I started this thing promising to myself I'd be cold, dispassionate, and only look out for myself. Athena didn't know this next part, so I hesitated. But she had shown a surprising maturity, and I had promised to treat her like an adult. I spent that last decade in prison. Her eyes went wide, in fear or surprise, I couldn't tell. I shook my head to cut off any dark thoughts. Nothing bad. Sorry, scratch that. It was bad. That is, I killed a man who deserved it, but I did it the wrong way, in front of someone that I shouldn't have. I shook my head. I don't know why I'm telling you this. What I'm trying to say is, I know I'm no hero. But there was a time when I would have considered myself that golden child, the hero in the stories. Prison dissuaded me from that. When I got out, I was so full of bitterness toward humanity. I thought that I could watch everything burn and feel nothing. I looked up and saw tears creating dirty streaks down her face, but there was no anger there. When I saw you— oh my God, there's dust in the air. That's why my throat feels tight. When I saw you in that office, I realized that my heart wasn't dead, only withered. I know I didn't show it, but I cared about you. I care about my party. And I even care about Lex, I added with a wry smile. I'm not sure where I was going with that. Athena rocked in place, and I worried she would run away or scold me, or even call me a pussy like my father would have. But instead she leaped forward and wrapped her arms around my neck. I flinched at the sudden contact, then regained control of my mind. Slowly, I wrapped one arm around her back, feeling simultaneously uncomfortable and happy. When we separated, she looked away, her cheeks bright red. What was that for? She shrugged, unable to look at me.
I don't know. Just seemed like you needed it.
It had been so long since someone had expressed concern for me that I didn't know how to respond. Well, I looked at my Darling of Fate counter to check the time. There's still time in this redo. How about I take you hunting? Her eyes went wide and her mouth hung open. I smiled and gently reached up to close it. She seemed stunned into silence, but her body started vibrating with excitement.
Are you serious?
She asked after a moment.
Like, outside?
I chuckled. I mean, we could take turns chasing Lex through the safe zone. He honked indignantly. But something tells me he'd be easy prey. No, I was thinking something more like a pack of imps. With my cores, all of my bumped-up stats from my traits, and some careful planning, this felt like a low-risk way to introduce her to the apocalypse. She was nodding repeatedly with barely contained excitement. Then she burst out,
"Fuck yeah, let's do it!"
I reared back in surprise. Whoa, language! She pursed her lips and lightly shoved me on the shoulder.
"Sorry, Mama G,"
she teased. I put my hand to my heart and fell back against the bed. I'm dead. She's killed me. How am I ever going to recover from being compared to Mama G? Athena was sniggering to herself as Lex hopped off her shoulder and to the bed. He waddled over, and I prepared for an ear-splitting honk. Instead, he leaned in and said softly,
"Burn count, Athena 2, Dirk 0.
I rolled my eyes and stood up from the bed. Whatever. Are you ready to do adult things, or are we just going to trade insults back and forth like kids? Her expression hardened, and she stood up straight.
Let's go kill some fucking imps.
Chapter 29. Out on the Hunt. First things first, I said, looking down at the little girl. Inventory. Show me what you got so we can be on the same page. She pursed her lips.
How do I do that?
Pull it up, then imagine projecting it toward me so I can see. Her eyes tracked back and forth as she surveyed the inventory. She chewed her lip and closed her eyes in concentration. A blue box appeared before me, detailing her inventory. All she had was her short sword. First thing is we need to grab some more treats from Mama G. I scanned through my own inventory next, reviewing what I could loan her so she had a well-rounded set of items. You also need a backup weapon, some ranged weapons, like my throwing knives. I held my finger up as a thought came to me. Oh, I have a bow here that you can use. Actually, that would be great for you to focus on. It's no gun, but you're less likely to kill yourself, or me, with a bow. She wrinkled her nose like she got a whiff of a bad smell.
Ew.
I furrowed my brow. Ew? She shrugged.
Bows are lame.
My mouth hung open in exaggerated shock. I looked at Lex for support, but he held his wings up as if to say, "Not my fight."
Lame?
I asked with wide eyes. She looked at me with crossed arms, clearly ready to defend her opinion.
Lame,
she confirmed with a confident nod.
What the fu—
I looked toward the ceiling and shook my head. How dare you? I looked back at her. Robin Hood? The Mongols? English longbowmen? Some of the most savage mofos in history. She squinted.
The who?
No, not them. They used instruments, I replied with a deadpan expression. Her face wrinkled again in confusion, but when I turned to Lex, he was no help for the second time. The who? Anyone? They stared back at me like I was an idiot. All my good jokes are wasted on a child and a goose, I complained.
Ahem,
Lex interjected.
I know who the who are, but I believe that joke was what the millennials refer to as a dad joke.
I stared at Lex with a look of betrayal in my eyes. You son of a bitch, I whispered. Athena cackled, a loose laugh full of joy that took me by surprise. I couldn't help but smile, even as she ribbed me.
That's why you're not funny, she shouted. Your jokes are all bad jokes.
He said dad jokes, I corrected. She shrugged.
What's the difference?
Then she looked over at Lex and held her hand out for a high five. The traitor reached up and slapped his wing against her palm. If taking you out is just going to be more of this, I'll just lay down and take another nap. I faked a yawn. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty tired.
No, we were just joking.
To herself, she muttered,
Old people are so sensitive.
I chose to ignore her little quip and started pulling out some of the items I was going to hand over. Extra knives, a couple of baseballs for practices, and the machete that I hadn't been using much. And, lastly, a goddamn bow and a quiver of arrows, which I made a point of handing to her directly. She grabbed it with 2 fingers around the string and held it away from her like it was dirty. Can she even pull it? I wondered. All right, let's go get some practice. She groaned, but I overrode her. Before we head out into mortal danger, okay?
What's the big deal? She complained. If anything happens, we'll just reset.
I sighed and rubbed my forehead. It feels like you're taking this too lightly. Her eyes went wide as she realized her mistake. She put her hands up defensively.
No, I'm taking it seriously. I'll be careful. Promise.
I pursed my lips with doubt. I want to impress upon you just how much dying sucks. It's not just something you can wave away. I purposefully didn't bring up that I had done just that many times. I was a full-grown man with a penchant for thrill-seeking, sprinkled with a dash of idiocy. She was a 10-year-old child who had barely even lived. The safe zone is no comparison. There's absolutely nothing in this world like the taste of iron as you choke on your own blood. Her eyes went wide at the visceral description. Trust me, you want to avoid that. She chewed her lip and nodded, looking suitably chastised. After I transferred over the items, we went into the safe zone. Curian materialized as we entered, casting us a bored look. Hey, Curian, I said with a wave. He nodded at Athena, who had the bow in her hand. What's this? I stopped in place, glanced at the bow, then shrugged. A bow. He deadpanned me, blinking slowly with obvious annoyance. And why is it in the girl's hands? I hesitated as I wondered if he was offended. Had I just inadvertently poached his student? But then I realized that he was meant to be my teacher. We were going to see if she could utilize it for some range, so she didn't have to always be in the thick of it. He pursed his lips and shook his head. That's a 60-pound pull. Athena weighs 97 pounds. Without access to the system, her baseline strength is insufficient to employ this weapon correctly. Oh. I looked over at Athena, who had a smug look on her face. She handed me the bow back, still holding it by the string as if it was tainted, and I took it back with a roll of my eyes. "Now this," Curian said as he pulled a small bow from his inventory, "this is the proper poundage for young Athena." The bow was half the size of the Jri bow and looked appropriate for the girl's size. As she took it from Curian, she looked back at me, and I arched an eyebrow as I smirked. She stuck her tongue out at me as she handled the weapon. Curian snapped his fingers to grab Athena's attention, then waved his hand to materialize the dummies she was always beating up. "The bow is a timeless weapon, independently discovered across the universe by civilizations who have never been in contact. Much like the sword or the spear, the bow is an archetypal weapon that the integrated universe refers to as universal weaponry. Because of this, the paths of the sword, bow, spear, and other universal weapons are well trodden." He pulled a quiver of small arrows from his inventory and handed them to Athena. "You can never go wrong mastering a universal weapon. Now, show me your form." As Curian took over her bow instruction, I did some light calisthenics to loosen up after my near-death experience. After about an hour, he dismissed her, and we prepared to head out into the world. Me, Athena, and Lex stood at the amber force field, looking out onto the street where a wave of imps had nearly ended me for good. I gave Lex a knowing look, and his eyes went wide.
"Let me guess," he said morosely. "You need me to scout?"
I shrugged. "Or we could roll the dice and hope Athena and I don't get dogpiled by imps."
"Fine," he huffed. "Clear the doorway. I need a running start."
Athena and I shared an amused look as we both stepped to the side. Lex retreated 10 steps, shook his hips, flapped his wings once in irritation, and then started waddling toward the force field as his wings beat against the air. Just as he reached the doorway, he took flight, passing out into Earth with speed. He immediately arced up and out of sight as Athena and I approached the door. At my side, Athena chuckled.
"He sure does complain a lot."
A loud honk could be heard from above, and Athena looked at me with a creased brow. "Oh, yeah, he can hear everything I hear. He's quite miffed, I think." Her eyes went wide with horror.
"Sorry, Lex,"
she shouted up into the air from the door. Then she turned to me.
"Sorry, Lex,"
she repeated. I laughed. "No, you're right, he does complain a lot." Another honk sounded in the distance. But the coast is clear, so let's go. Even as we broke from the cover of the force field, I had my head on a swivel. I was examining every alley, patch of shadow, and rooftop for signs of imps. So long as we saw them coming, I could outrun them easily, even with Athena on my back. But everything was quiet, so we grabbed the nearest operational car and piled in. It had a half-tank still, so we would cover a lot of ground, though I didn't want to end up in a scenario where our car broke down far away from our safe zone. I started driving but was struck by a sudden thought. This was Athena's city, too. Would certain sights trigger the memory of her dead parents? With that in mind, I turned in the opposite direction of where Lex and I had found her. Driving past where her parents had been killed seemed like a terrible idea. We drove in silence for a few minutes when she suddenly sat forward and pointed.
"Turn right there."
"What? Why?"
"I know that street. We can follow it to my house,"
she said with wide eyes. Shit. That also sounded like a treasure trove of triggers for a recently orphaned young girl. "Is that a good idea?" I asked. Her mood flipped on a dime, a quiet energy filling the car. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye, trying to gauge if I had said the wrong thing. After nearly a minute, she replied,
"I just want to grab some things."
I chewed my lip in thought. "It'll disappear after, I said as delicately as I could.
"I know, but I just want to see their faces."
I nodded. Even though it seemed like it could only backfire, I also couldn't deny her this catharsis. "Give me directions."
"Okay."
She leaned forward, biting her lip in concentration.
"After the right, go straight for a while. I'm not sure of the street names."
As I took the turn, a safe zone indicator appeared in my vision, though there was no distance meter yet. "Do you see that yellow indicator?" I asked her. She nodded. "That's our nearest exit if anything happens. Remember this area if, for some reason, we get separated." She turned to me in surprise, but I held out my hand to calm her. "Just a precaution. No matter what you see, head to the safe zone, okay? I'll expect you to be there if we lose each other." She nodded, then leaned forward again to scan the passing streets.
"Take a left there."
She pointed out the upcoming street. "Okay." Just as I started to turn, I felt Lex's emotions spike, concern mixed with fear. An image appeared in my mind of a burned-out car blocking the road and a woman lying on the ground. At first I assumed she was dead, but then I noticed her head lifting up to look around. I slowed to a stop, the burned-out car and the woman faintly visible ahead. In the distance, she noticed us and began waving her hand for help.
"What is it?"
Athena asked, not noticing the woman at first. Pins and needles stabbed the back of my neck, and I frantically cast about to see if anyone was on the nearby roofs or hiding in the bushes. I slammed the car into reverse and was about to floor it when the interior light flipped on and the passenger side door opened. I whipped around to see Athena already half out of the car. "Athena, get back in the car!" I shouted. She turned back without stopping.
"There's a woman ahead. She needs help."
"It's a trap," I began, but was cut off as the girl started running toward the woman. With a growl, I put the car back into drive and sped forward to cut her off. I angled the car in front of her, but she ran around the front before I could stop her. I flew out of the driver's seat and started to race after her just as Lex sent me another image. My blood ran cold, and I maxed out my agility as I raced after the girl. "Athena, get back in the goddamn car!" The woman's pitiful expression morphed in an instant as she saw Athena running toward her, and she started shooing the girl away as she looked around in fear. But the girl didn't understand the implication or was too stubborn to listen. I was within 10 feet of Athena, reaching out to grab her, when a man burst from a nearby bush and wrapped his forearm around her throat. She screamed and immediately fought back, but the pistol pressed to her head made both of us pause. I measured the distance, prepared to whip a knife straight into his eye, when tires screeching behind me threw my concentration. 3 large pickup trucks blocked my car just as more than a dozen men popped up from various hiding spots, rifles and pistols trained on us. Putting my hands in the air, I surveyed the group. Immediately I realized they didn't fit my picture of bandits or scavengers. They were all wearing various forms of tactical or hunting gear and seemed to be in good shape. They also held their weapons with confidence, and I imagined many of them were hunters, law enforcement, or military. But the apocalypse had only occurred a couple of days ago. What was the point in hijacking 2 strangers? "We don't have anything worth stealing," I called out, turning in a circle. "You have cars, guns, and I'm pretty sure there's plenty of food around. Just let us go." A man stepped forward. He had a long brown beard and a backward camo hat. He was heavily muscled and moved with the confidence of someone with authority. "Sure, friend," he said casually. "We don't want to hurt you or your daughter. Just come with us and answer a couple of questions, and then you two can be on your way." I edged toward him, stepping casually as I pretended to consider his offer. "Ask your questions here. You obviously have us at a disadvantage," I said as I indicated the men all around. His lips quirked in a smile, but there was no humor to it. "No can do. We need to verify some things while we host you as our guests. Come now, put on these cuffs and come peacefully. We mean you no harm." The woman, who had been faking distress, spoke up.
"Terry, we can let the girl go. There's no way she has a—"
The man whirled on the woman. "Shut the fuck up," he growled, stomping toward her. The woman shied away, hunching in on herself. My jaw clenched, but I kept the anger from clouding my mind. While he was distracted scolding the woman, I took a couple of careful steps forward, bringing him within about 20 feet. Mylene's chopsticks appeared in my still upright hands. "Enough talk," the leader barked. "Put these on, or the girl gets punished." I activated Shadow Walker, directing the ability toward the man's back. The shadows engulfed me for a blink, and then I was there, directly behind the man. Boosting my mass to the max, I wrapped one arm around his throat while my other hand ripped the pistol from his grip. Before he could even react, the chopsticks were at his jugular. I immediately angled his body in front of me in case his buddies were trigger-happy. "Let the girl go, and we'll be on our way," I said calmly. I looked to Athena to make sure she was all right. Her eyes were full of fury as the man held her fast. "You'll never make it out alive," the leader hissed. "Neither will you," I replied with pressure from the chopsticks. They parted his skin effortlessly, drawing blood and a hiss of pain. He tried to jerk from my grip, no doubt thinking that his size would let him burst free. But I didn't budge even a millimeter at his sudden movement, and he went still. "You're one of them, then. You've been into the tower." Before I could respond, movement at the corner of my eye drew my attention. Athena had one of my knives in her hand, and I had only a moment's notice before she plunged it into her captor's leg. He screamed out in pain, loosening his grip enough for Athena to wiggle out. She immediately ran away, staying low as the man with the knife still in his leg took aim with his pistol. My stomach flipped, and I snapped the leader's neck with a quick flex of my arm before rushing to intercept the bullets. But I knew I wouldn't get there in time. Just as the man pulled the trigger, Lex dived in from above, his beak ripping at the man's hands enough to bring his aim toward the street. Searing pain suddenly blossomed in my leg, and I looked down to see a small hole in my pants. Distantly, I realized I had been shot. As I tried to run for cover, another flash of pain hit me in the shoulder, then the back. I was knocked to the ground, but forced myself back to my feet. My mass was dialed to the max, my heightened endurance pulling me through what should have been crippling shots. I locked eyes with Athena, who was hiding behind the burned-out car. Her face was a mask of horror as another bullet hit me in the hamstring. With a desperate toss, I threw the chopsticks to her as my legs gave out. I didn't have a chance to see if she caught them before something sharp cracked into my head, and my vision narrowed into darkness. Chapter 30. Bounty List. My thoughts were muddled, never taking a complete shape before they were replaced with new, half-formed ideas. They were like pieces of a puzzle jumbled up on the table. No matter how I reached for them, I couldn't force them into a position that made sense. But there was an absence of something important. I felt that thing was missing and that I should be concerned it was missing, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out what that thing was. A voice came from behind me, and everything slotted into place in my mind. "You killed Damien." My eyes snapped open. Instead of fate's blue box burning my eyes like some twisted version of a game over message, I was greeted with the rusted metal and weeping brick walls of a run-down warehouse. I summoned my Darling of Fate ability with held breath. If I missed the window to revert to the beginning of the first floor, then certain events would slip out of my control. I could even lose my party permanently if too much time elapsed. 22 hours, 45 minutes, 34 seconds since first checkpoint, which meant there was about an hour and 15 until my time window closed. I let out a shaky breath and sent a questing thought to Lex. "You hear what I said?" the voice growled. A sharp crack hit me on the side of the head, fuzzing my vision and sending a wave of nausea through my body. I belatedly ramped up my mass to bring my endurance up to the max. The boosted endurance immediately cut through the disorientation, though the nausea continued to roil in my gut. Lex sent me back an image of him and Athena, and that tightening around my stomach eased. They were both safe, I thought. Taking her out was so stupid. Despite everything, I wasn't strong enough to protect her, even from some random militia wannabes. If they had done something unspeakable to her, she wouldn't have her memory wiped like the others. That thought sparked a trembling in my body that I couldn't contain. Rage kindled in my chest as if they had hurt her. It didn't matter that she had escaped. In my mind, I had failed. And I wanted to make somebody hurt. But first, I needed information. "I'm talking to you, A fist crashed into my ear, followed immediately by a yelp of pain. "Ah, fuck me! What the fuck?" I craned over my shoulder to see a tall, thin man clutching his fist to his chest. His broad shoulders and long limbs reminded me of a swimmer's build. He had a bulletproof vest on, with a pistol strapped to his thigh and a gun I didn't recognize hanging from a strap around his chest. A large knife at his hip completed the militia ensemble. The man shook his fist one more time, his scowl easing as he fought down the pain of a broken hand. A pained smile lit across his face. "I was hoping we'd get to do it the hard way." He stepped out of sight, and I forced myself not to look for him. But enhanced endurance or not, the prospect of torture carried no appeal. With my mass maxed out, I tried to flex and break the chains wrapped around my torso and arms. But unlike the rest of the warehouse, the chains were new and of high-grade steel. Even clocking in around 1,000 pounds, I couldn't rip my way out. I reduced the friction between my arms and the chains and began shimmying. I kept my motions subtle so the man wouldn't realize what I was doing. He stepped into view, a heavy drill held in his uninjured hand. Striding over, he placed the drill bit against my knee. I let my friction energy go and boosted my mass again. "Are there any others with you?" he asked, brown eyes boring into mine. "Did you come from a settlement, the government? Answer my questions and you don't need to suffer." A forced smile appeared on his face, but there was no hint of mirth or friendliness in his eyes. I returned his smile as I cast analysis on him. A climber. Name: Paul Trent. Class: Marksman, Common. Level: 2. Race: Human. F grade, low. Age: 39. Height: 6 foot 4 inches. Weight: 183 pounds. Body: Strength: 13. Agility: 18. Endurance: 12. Mind: Intelligence: 7. Perception: 11. Mastery: 12. Spirit: Charisma: 10. Willpower: 14. Enlightenment: 5. Affinity: Aim: Nascent, low. Traits: Obscured. Ranking: Number 17,927,482. "Let me guess," I said. "You entered the tower and immediately shit your breeches? God knows how you found a portal out, but you decided you'd flex your slight advantage over the normies, Form a little fiefdom with your drinking buddies? What was his name again?" I clicked my tongue. "That's right. The friend of yours I killed was Damien." The whirring of the drill overrode me and began tearing through flesh, or at least that's what he expected. Instead, the drill choked and caught on my supernaturally tough skin. It was making headway, but not anything like it should have. Paul's eyes widened, and he put his weight on the drill to force it through my skin. I smiled through the pain and raised my voice. "You have no clue who you're fucking with." The drill stopped, and he narrowed his eyes. "Then tell me, who are you?" I was immediately on guard. Something about the way he asked that question, the look in his eyes of anticipation and excitement. A thought in the back of my mind clued me in. The answer to that question was what he had been angling toward this entire time. "Jerome Dillon," I replied after a moment. "Sorry, Jerry." He immediately took the drill away and walked over to a nearby table. Putting the drill down, he picked up a clipboard and used his broken hand to keep track as his eyes scanned the sheet. When he reached the bottom, he awkwardly flipped the page and read through it again. On the 4th page, he found what he was looking for. "Jerome Dillon," he muttered. He looked back at me with a soft shake of his head. "4th pager. I can't tell if I'm happy or annoyed." "I hear that a lot," I replied with a serious nod. His brow arched. "I can imagine. See, I'm in a bit of a spot. On one hand, you're on the list, which means you're worth something." "The list?" I thought. "On the other hand, you killed Damien, and I really want to tear pieces off and feed them back to you." A sadistic smile spread across his face. He put the clipboard down and hefted the drill again. "I think Damien would approve." Paul placed the drill against my cheek, and an animalistic urgency filled my limbs. "This one's for Damien." Before he could engage the power tool, Red reached up and snagged it from him. Then the cape reared back and smashed the drill against his head. I lubed up my entire body and started shimmying as hard as I could. Paul was dazed but not down. He backed away, only for Red to throw the heavy drill at him like one of my own sticky-finger fastballs. The drill clipped the man's shoulder before smacking against his cheek. He went to the ground but was still conscious. "Break out!" he shouted. "We've got a breakout!" He stood up and raced for the door instead of shooting me. I had literal seconds before he smartened up and shot me. I bucked against the chains, the resistance between my clothes and the metal nearly non-existent. Within a second, I had them all the way up to my neck. Craning my head awkwardly beneath them, I reached for the manacles around my ankles. Before I could free my legs, the nearby door burst open. There was no time for thought. I lunged forward with Red, just barely getting a friction-enhanced grip on the point man as he brought his automatic weapon to bear. As he went to fire, Red reeled him in with a quick tug, and he was ripped off his feet. Like a spider drawing in her prey, the magical cape lured him in. 4 other men arrayed by the door began to open fire. I ducked beneath the outstretched cape as I searched for the snared shooter. Pulling him up, I held him as a body shield as Red fell away. Bullets ripped into the man as shouts of "cease fire" went up from Paul. As the hail of gunfire stopped, I lifted the now dead man above my head and threw him with all my boosted strength. He flew supernaturally fast across the distance, smashing into the other 3 men like bowling pins. There was nothing between me and the shooters now, but they were disoriented and still climbing to their feet. I reached down and grabbed the chain linking my ankles in both hands. With bent knees and a straight back, I pulled the chain with all my weight like the mother of all deadlifts. A link visibly loosened, stretching the oval shape until it was about to snap. With one more heave, the link broke, and my feet were free. Rushing forward, I front-kicked the nearest man before he could take aim, while Red wrapped around another's face and whipped him back to the ground. The interrogator, Paul, pulled the knife from his hip and drove it into my side. The blade penetrated an inch before sticking into my supernaturally tough skin. His eyes went wide, and he stared at me in horror. I reached down and clamped onto his hand, anchoring him to me. With brutal efficiency, I stomped the 3 other men to death as Chaos Points notifications filled my vision. All the while, I dragged Paul around with me as he helplessly tried to break my grip. Once his friends were dead, I pulled him around to face me. "You saw me tank automatic fire." I looked pointedly down at the knife uselessly hanging down at my side. "What were you thinking, my guy?" A hard look washed over his face. The acceptance of death, it seemed. He made a sound in his throat that I recognized all too well. I broke his other hand with a tight squeeze before he could hawk a loogie into my face. He screamed out in pain, the delicate bones of his hands snapping like twigs. Now, none of that." I dragged him over to the discarded clipboard on the table. "What's this about?" I asked with a nod. Fuck you. Oh! I cut him off with a squeeze of my hand. I was about to press the issue when my eye caught on a familiar name at the top of the front page. "What the fuck?" I muttered. Lifting the clipboard up, I examined the list more closely. It was a list of unfamiliar names. Unfamiliar, that is, except for the first 2 names. 1. Dirk Damascus, alive, $10 million. 2. Craig Allen, alive, $5 million. A bounty list? But why? And that name at the number 2 slot. It seemed Craig was still alive. Just reading that name made my skin flush with anger. Before the rage could fully cement in my mind, shouts of alarm began ringing out all around the warehouse and were getting closer. I pulled the list into my inventory and looked at Paul again. "Last chance," I said. He clenched his jaw and stared back defiantly. So I reached up and twisted his neck with a crack. Peeling his hand away from the knife still in my side, I let him fall to the ground. "Better than you deserved, I'm sure," I said to his corpse. I was going to get to the bottom of these bandits on the next redo, but for now I just wanted to escape so I could figure out what the fuck this bounty list was about. Voices were shouting right outside the warehouse door, calling for Paul or the others to give a status report. I cycled my mask down and amped my agility to the max. The pain immediately crescendoed, but I shoved it down. I snagged as many of the guns within reach as I could, then leaped up the warehouse wall. In seconds, I was at the ceiling, where a grimy glass skylight looked down on the warehouse. There was no time to be subtle, so I smashed the glass and climbed through to the roof. A quick glance around showed the roof was clear, so I strode to the edge to get my bearings. The scene below me was one of chaos. Dozens of men ran about with automatic weapons at the ready. A siren was blaring nearby, and spotlights scanned the surroundings. It was nearing twilight, so the visibility to the average person would be worsening by the minute. For me, I could see like it was midday. The camp was clearly located in some sort of warehouse district. A road stretched down the middle of the camp, with warehouses on either side. But the buildings had an abandoned aesthetic to them, broken-out windows, years-old graffiti, and overgrown weeds lining the street and alleys spoke of years of neglect. What was obviously new was the chain-link fence ringing in the nearest dozen or so warehouses. Barbed wire lined the top, and the spotlights I had noticed earlier were placed high up on nearby roofs. This was clearly the early stages of what was meant to be a permanent encampment. Everything about it demonstrated planning and forethought, which was why I was so damn confused about why they would focus on setting up some sort of bandit camp instead of entering the tower to get stronger. What was the play here? Before I could follow that train of thought, Lex sent me a panicked message. I crouched down and closed my eyes to concentrate on what he was projecting. His perspective appeared in my mind, and I looked through his eyes. He was flying over the warehouses, looking down at the chaos below. After a few moments, I spotted the roof I was on, though it was too far for him to pinpoint me exactly. I scanned through his vision for a few more moments, but couldn't figure out what he was worried about. Sure, there were dozens of heavily armed men running around looking for me, but without Athena here as a hostage, I was confident that I could slip through their— Athena! The chopsticks in her hand made sneaking into the bandits' camp easy-peasy lemon-squeezy. The shadows wrapped around her like a heated blanket, and the feeling of being invisible brought a smile to her face. Someone had even run past the shadows she was hiding in, but his eyes passed right over her without a flicker of hesitation. For the first time since before— for the first time in a while, she felt powerful. Invisible in the shadows, with the ability to teleport wherever she wanted. It's like I'm a night elf that can shadow meld, only better. Thoughts of playing World of Warcraft with her dad, sitting on his lap as he explained the controls, made her throat tighten. Tears threatened to form, but she roughly shook her head and forced them down. Dirk was in trouble, and he needed her. He had saved her from the bandits, so she would do the same for him. Then he would respect me. She was crouched in the alley between two large buildings, trash and puddles of muddy water forcing her to step delicately as she moved. The bad guys were lazing around, cleaning their weapons, throwing logs on the bonfire in the middle of the camp, and generally sitting calmly like nothing had happened. She used their laziness to travel shadow to shadow with ease. The plan in her mind was half-formed. She had a vague idea of where Dirk had been taken. Lex had followed from above and then reported the general area before he realized what she intended to do. When he realized that she was going to save Dirk, he begged her to stay. "Dirk can handle himself," Lex had said. But she hadn't listened. Lex was a good friend, but he didn't understand. She had to do this. She had to prove that she wasn't some useless kid. She was strong and smart and could be Dirk's partner in the tower. Not just some kid that he had to watch after. This was her chance. It sounded selfish when she thought about it like that. She forced her thoughts back to the task at hand. Saving Dirk. The teleport ability, Shadow Walker, was off cooldown, so she used it to reach the top of the warehouse next to her. She had confirmed that this roof didn't have a spotlight, and she hoped there was no one patrolling up above. The shadows deposited her at the roof edge, and she crouched down as soon as she materialized. She remained immobilized for a full minute as she scanned for any movement. When she was confident there were no patrols on the roof, she slinked forward to reach the far side, where she intended to teleport to the next roof. But as she crossed the roof, she passed by a skylight and cast a casual glance down below. She almost walked past it, but then did a double-take. Leaning over the glass, she tried to take a closer look. The grimy coating of dust and dirt made it difficult to see inside, so she wiped her sleeve against it and cleared a hand-sized section of the worst of the grime. Her eyes went wide as she examined the scene below. 5 women lay on filthy cots, chains running from their ankles to a steel post. Their clothes barely clung to their bodies. Athena felt her face burn hot, a wave of nausea rolling through her body. Thoughts of her parents flashed across her mind, and she whipped around, unable to look at the captive women as she tried to force down the overwhelming feelings clawing away at her. A sound like an avalanche ripped through the air, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. The sound echoed from inside one of the buildings, and shouts of alarm immediately rang up from across the camp. "Dirk!" Chapter 31. There's Nothing Like Home. Athena stepped away from the window overlooking the poor women and went to the roof edge, crouching low to limit her profile in case anyone glanced up. A dozen men were standing outside one of the warehouses, their guns aimed at the door. More gunfire rang out briefly before falling silent. She squinted as she watched the warehouse, her heart clenched tight.
If Dirk came out now, he'd be riddled with bullets.
She was debating whether she should create a distraction when movement on the warehouse roof caught her eye. The glass window shattered, and a blur burst from the warehouse, moving almost too fast for her to see. The only distinctive marker was the flaring cape snapping in the wind. Her eyes went wide as she tried to track Dirk's movement, but he was out of sight in a blink. Indecision and a bit of guilt struck her immobile. She couldn't help but feel disappointed that Dirk hadn't needed her help after all. This had felt like her only chance to prove herself, especially after she was the reason he had been captured in the first place. But now that he was free, she needed to get out of the camp too. Getting caught now would only confirm in his mind that she was a liability. She turned to cut back across the roof and follow the same roof out that she had taken in. But as she passed by the skylight, she couldn't help but look down on the trapped women below. She tried to force herself to leave them. If she told Dirk about them, he'd make sure to free them, right? For a moment she wondered if she really knew for a fact that the man would do that. After all, she'd only known him for a few days. Then it was up to her. She couldn't leave them, and no matter how much she wanted his respect, she was old enough to know exactly why those women were held captive. I can do this. I watched Athena hesitate on a nearby rooftop through Lex's eyes. It was obvious from her body language that she had seen my escape, or at least understood from the panic around the camp that I had broken out. So why didn't she leave? She was peering through one of the skylights of the warehouse she was on, and a foreboding filled me. I wanted to continue observing, but shouts from below pulled me away from Lex's vision. A quick glance through my own broken skylight revealed the dozen or so armed men examining the corpses of their friends. It wouldn't be long before they found the broken glass and realized I was on the roof. And once they realized that, Athena's position would be compromised too. With my agility still maxed, I sprinted across the rooftop and leaped to the nearby warehouse in the general direction of where I'd last seen the girl. I made it across 2 more rooftops before new shouts of alarm went up, and the spotlights that had been illuminating the alleys were suddenly swiveled to the tops of the warehouses. I was forced to crouch low as I made my way, slowing my pace considerably. The last thing I wanted was to be spotted and bring reinforcements to Athena. Staying low, I crossed 4 more rooftops before I made it to where Lex had last spotted the girl. She had used Mylene's chopsticks to teleport, so he had lost sight of her. Ideally, she was making her escape, and I was worrying for nothing. But as I passed by the skylight looking down into the warehouse, movement caught my eye. A patch of shadow on the far side of the inside of the warehouse shifted slightly, and I groaned. Then I noticed the prisoners chained up on the cots, and my skin itched. I was burning this camp to the ground on the final run. But for now, I wanted to get Athena out of here so we could have a proper talk before I had to reset. There would be no time once I reverted back to the tower. I'd be swamped trying to tie off every thread, and leaving the tower at the most critical juncture to scold a child didn't seem like the wisest move. As Athena broke from the shadows toward the chained women, I broke the window glass and hopped into the gap. Red flared wide to slow my fall, and I half drifted, half fell into the warehouse. The sound of the breaking glass caused Athena to freeze, her eyes going wide as she glanced up in terror. When she noticed me, her expression cycled through a range of emotions that would have given me emotional whiplash. My feet touched lightly on the ground, Athena standing across from me, the captives in between us. We locked eyes, and she lifted her chin defiantly. I resisted the urge to shout and curse, though all I wanted to do was berate her. Things had seemed so clear looking down from the skylight, but standing before the girl now, I couldn't process the right emotions or words to make her understand how reckless she had been. "We're leaving," I finally said. The sounds of alarm throughout the camp were only getting closer, and I guessed they were going warehouse to warehouse now. I was sure the rooftops were compromised as well. But Athena said nothing, finally snapping into action as she took the magical chopsticks in her hand and began stabbing at the padlock attached to the manacle on the nearest woman's ankle. My pulse suddenly started pounding in my ears, and my mind went blank. "Don't you ignore me," I barked. She flinched at my tone, but didn't look up. The chopsticks continued to stab at the lock, but it was an amateur's attempt, and she growled in frustration. "Athena, God damn it, don't you understand what could have happened to you?" "Are you going to keep yelling, or are you going to help me?" she fired back. I crossed the 15 feet between us in a single blink, my hand suddenly wrapped around her upper arm. Her eyes went wide as I ripped the chopsticks from her and deposited them into my inventory. "Help you? Don't you get it? They almost killed you. They were going to torture me. How can you be so selfish?" I cut off as tears burst from her, and her whole body convulsed. "Fuck you!" she cried, turning away to hide her tears. Her shoulders shook, and my rage cooled like a bucket of ice had been dumped over my head. "Athena, please," I said quietly. "We can talk about it when we're out of here. They'll be here any minute." "Would you have left my mom?" she fired back, her tone full of acid. I reared away in shock and some small amount of guilt. "If it meant saving you—" I didn't finish the thought as one of the women stirred, her eyes glassy as she peered up at us. "Honey, listen. Your dad," she slurred. "Get out." The effort was too much, and her head slumped back to the cot. Athena's eyes narrowed, and she cast me a cold glance, the tears streaking down her dirty cheeks. "He's not my dad." But the woman's eyes were drifting shut, not registering the girl's words. "They're drugged. They can't walk," I said. She ignored me and began tugging at the padlock with her bare hands, her face contorted with the effort. "Athena." She continued to ignore me, propping her feet against the post to pull with all her weight. "Athena, look at me." Her head whipped around at my sharp tone, then turned back to the lock. I sighed. "Fine, then just listen. I promise that we'll save these women on the final run, and I'll kill every single bastard in this camp." I noticed her eyes glance over at me, and her useless pulling paused. "You promise?" she asked softly. I nodded seriously. "Every last one. But we have to go now, or I'm going to reset back to the beginning of the day." Her shoulders sagged, and the lock dropped from her hands with a clink. She stared at it for a tense moment, and I resisted the urge to hurry her along. Suddenly, she launched herself into my arms, her body shaking with a new bout of fears. "I'm sorry, Dirk," she cried into my shoulder. "It's all my fault." She was beginning to hyperventilate, and I felt a lump forming in my throat. I stroked her hair awkwardly, doing my best to calm her with soft shushes. "Everything is going to be all right." I hesitated, not sure how to treat this new ground. A crying preteen in my arms was so far outside my wheelhouse, I felt frozen like a deer in the headlights. Facing certain death against near had been easier than this. Wrapping her tight in one arm and locking her in with friction, I scaled the post one-handed, using red to compensate. Once we reached the roof, she extricated herself, her eyes glued to the roof floor. "Come on," I said gently. "Lex is worried sick. I think he's going to have a heart attack." She looked up through stringy hair, the corner of her mouth ticking up for the briefest second.
"Tell Ducky we're fine."
A honk sounded from high above, cutting through the shouts below like an air horn. We made it out of the camp without incident. I gave Mylene's chopsticks back to the girl, and the two of us were outside the chain-link fence in minutes. Lex scouted ahead for us while we searched for a still-working car. We had been jogging for a few minutes, but there were no sounds of pursuit, so we eventually slowed to a fast walk. The air was tense between us now that we weren't fleeing immediate danger, and I was wholly unequipped to broach the subject weighing on my mind. Give me a dozen elite Jri or a mountain to jump off any day. But the tension mounting between us was only rising, and I needed to face it head-on. I cleared my throat and noticed she flinched. It seemed she was just as uncomfortable as me. "Look, I'm no good at this stuff." Was my heart racing? I'm not used to being around kids, and if I was a parent, I wouldn't want my kid around me. I trailed off, uncertain of where I was taking that thought. I glanced over at Athena, who was chewing her lip in thought. She returned the look and whispered,
"I'm sorry. I didn't think, that is,
I cut her off. "No, I'm sorry. I was insensitive about, I said vaguely, hesitant to bring up her parents. She nodded and didn't say any more. The tension seemed to rise again, so I rushed to fill the silence. "We have about 30 minutes before I need to revert. Do you want to find your house before then?" Her head shot up, and she was staring at me now.
"Are you serious?"
I shrugged. "We'd have to hurry, and I want your word that you'll listen to me while we're outside the safe zone." She was nodding furiously. Actually, at the first sign of trouble, I'm reverting." I looked at her. "Can you accept that, even if it means you don't get to see your home until a later redo?" Her eyes had a determined set to them as she stared up at me.
"Yes,"
she replied firmly. "Then let's get a car and find a landmark you recognize. We don't have much time." We had 6 minutes left on my tower checkpoint when we found her house. It was a 2-story house with a modern Victorian style. 2 pillars framed the front door, and the landscaping was well maintained. The only signs that the apocalypse had hit were the broken front windows and the sheer quiet of an abandoned city. Daylight had fled, and the street was eerily dark as we strode up to the front door. It was painted a tasteful red that popped against the white exterior, even in the near-total darkness. Athena hesitated with her hand on the door handle. 5 minutes left. "You don't have to if you don't want to," I suggested. She nodded, sucked in a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and pressed the handle. Click. As she went to push the door open, nothing happened. She pushed her shoulder against the door, but it didn't budge. She looked up at me with wide eyes.
"It's locked."
She began to look around, a frantic energy taking over.
"I don't have a key. Stupid.
I put a calming hand on her shoulder. "Hey, just relax. I basically have super strength." She chuckled at that.
"Oh, yeah."
Amping up my mass, I put my weight against the door. I didn't want to smash it in and draw any nearby imps. We were way past any interest in hunting. Slowly, I leaned against it as the creaking of wood under pressure increased. With a snap, the tension disappeared and the door gave way. "After you," I said, with an imitation of a courtly bow. She shook her head with a smile.
Dork.
Thank you, I replied with a sincere tone. She entered the house with a roll of her eyes, but paused in the entryway suddenly. I looked around to see if something had caused her to hesitate, but nothing was out of place that I could tell. Everything all right? I asked. She stood still, her back to me as she nodded. Then she reached up a hasty hand and wiped at her face. I realized then that she was crying. Everything's perfect. Chapter 32. The Optimized Path. 4 minutes left, I noted. Athena hesitated in the foyer, her fingers running along the long side table against one of the walls. There was unopened mail, a bowl with one set of keys, and 2 framed pictures resting on the table. One of the pictures was an image of a beach. 3 familiar faces stared back at me. Athena, flanked by her parents as they made a silly face at the camera. Though I had only glanced at the bodies of her parents briefly, they were unmistakably the same people in the photograph. A distant, naive part of me had hoped that those were 2 strangers' bodies that had been locked in the same room with the girl when I had originally found her. That hope was crushed as I stared at Athena's now-dead parents. The wholesomeness of their family photo on some vacation clashed so powerfully with the bleak reality of the present that I was forced to look away. The next photo was Athena standing proud, holding some sort of certificate or graduation paper as she beamed toward the camera. She looked so happy and grounded that it was difficult for me to reconcile this girl with the nearly feral training partner I'd come to know. Though these 2 photos transfixed me for a handful of breaths, Athena barely glanced at them. She turned abruptly from the table and went to the stairs. A collage of photos lined the wall leading to the 2nd story, telling a tale of a perfect family. Baby photos of the girl intermingled with family portraits, team sports photos, and various other family members outside her immediate family. I compared the obvious love and adoration her parents held for her with my own childhood. For some reason, it felt more tragic that she had lost something so powerfully beautiful than if she had had a childhood like my own. It was easier to let go of abusive parents and a trailer park upbringing than this fairy tale. To have a good thing and lose it seemed worse than never to have it at all. An irrational desire to undo all of this, the apocalypse, my 2nd class, my entry into the tower, took hold of me. It felt like I had never seen anything in this world worth saving until just this moment. Of course, I never wished for families to be separated or people to be murdered, but I also hadn't not wished for it. A week ago, I would have said the world could use a good purging. But now— 3 minutes, I said softly, almost like I was in a mausoleum and didn't want to wake the dead. She nodded without looking back. Her hand caressed the occasional photo on the wall, but she didn't linger, like she had a mission and these remembrances were all distractions. I followed at a distance, giving her some space to soak everything in without my presence. But I stayed close enough to intervene in case anything was hiding inside the house. It was unlikely that imps were lying in wait inside this house specifically, but the last hour had reinforced that demons weren't the only thing to worry about in the apocalypse. At the top of the stairs, Athena went left toward the room at the end of the hall. Double doors led into what I assumed was her parents' room. She hesitated a moment, her hand on the handle, before taking a deep breath and pushing through. It was an ordinary master bedroom with a king-sized bed against the far wall and an ensuite bathroom with a closed door. The bed was made, and there were no clothes strewn about or signs that her parents had expected anything but a regular day when they left the house that morning. I paused at the threshold as Athena was suddenly invigorated with energy. She beelined to a nearby dresser and picked up a framed photo. She clutched it to her chest for a moment and closed her eyes before kissing it and placing it back gently. 2 minutes, I said. She nodded and rushed over to the bed, ripping the covers back unceremoniously. Grabbing one of the pillows, she held it to her face and breathed in deep. When she pulled the pillow away, she had a beaming smile on her face. "Smells like Mom," she said to me. I simply nodded, afraid my voice would betray me if I tried to speak. She leaned over her parents' bed and grabbed the far pillow, presumably her father's. But when she held it to her nose, she shook her head with a frown. "Nothing." A thought suddenly hit me, and I cleared my throat. She looked over with a frown. "Is it time already?" "Almost," I said. "But I was gonna suggest you, find his deodorant." It sounded silly, saying it out loud, but her eyes lit up instantly. She burst through the bathroom door and returned holding a speed stick triumphantly, like a piece of shiny loot. Pulling the cap off, she held it to her nose, then made a sour face like she'd just sucked on a lemon. "Whew, a bit too strong," she said with a chuckle. She held it 6 inches away and sniffed again. A smile formed, and she took another whiff. Then she looked up at me with a mischievous grin. "You need this more than me." Then she tossed the deodorant stick to me. "What exactly are you implying?" I demanded in faux outrage. She shrugged innocently and continued rummaging through her parents' things. When she went over to their bedside table, I held out a hand. "Athena, there's very valid adult reasons not to look in your parents' bedside table that I really don't want to get into." Her brow furrowed, then her eyes went wide. "Ew, Dirk, you mean sex stuff?" "Oh, would you look at that? Time to revert." I was so not having that conversation with the girl. She didn't look as sad as I had expected, and she nodded in acceptance. "Okay, I'm ready." She looked up at me as she chewed her lip. She looked to the side uncomfortably. "What I mean is, thanks. Thanks for this." I nodded, shifting my weight from foot to foot. "You're welcome. I won't be able to visit for the first few hours after we revert. I just want you to know that it's not because She was looking at me now, and for some reason I felt uncomfortable under her gaze. "Well, I get it," she replied. "Just come by when you can." Then her lips went tight, and her eyes narrowed. "And don't forget about the bandits." "I won't." Her face relaxed, and she nodded. "You ready?" "Ready." I took a breath to focus my mind. The last couple of hours felt like they had been more emotionally taxing than the last couple of years, but there was a reason I had cut myself off from these emotions. They were distracting. So I pushed the girl, the bandits, and the captive women from my mind and visualized how I would attack this next redo. Then I selected the very first checkpoint, confirmed the selection, and closed my eyes. The lingering scent of the deodorant stick was replaced with the damp smells of a jungle. The cacophony of monkey howls, buzzing insects, and calling birds broke through the temporary calm imposed upon my mind. Opening my eyes, I was immediately greeted with the familiar sights of the first-floor entrance in the heart of the jungle region. A sense of ease passed over me. The reality of facing the jungle, the Jri, and all the threads I needed to tie off was welcome in comparison to the heavy atmosphere of Athena's childhood home. I didn't waste a second, my mass cycling down as my agility skyrocketed to the max. I propelled myself forward rapidly, allocating my mind stats as I raced through the mud and foliage. The path to the cliffs was etched into my mind, and my boosted agility synergized with my increased mastery, perception, and intelligence to make the run as simple as breathing. In the corner of my eye, I tracked the dots representing my party as they approached the cliffs. Given my increased speed, I was aiming to optimize this run, and judging from my velocity, I was on track to completely rework the optimal path of this redo. As I edged closer to the cliffs, the howls of the monkey horde grew loud enough to overwhelm all other sounds. My steps were sure-footed, and I reached the tree line looking out on the cliffs in record time. The attention of the mobs was on the people still fleeing to the cliffs, so they didn't notice me as I scaled up the nearest tree. I stayed in the lower branches to avoid their notice and surveyed the scene. I immediately spotted Jerome, Mama G clinging to him like a misshapen backpack. Scanning across, I spotted the other party members as they climbed, noting Lacey near the top. But I continued to examine the distant shapes as I drew my rifle. The band of skinheads was one of the groups in the lead, and they were just now cresting the cliff. Now that I had them in my sights, I could easily pick a couple of them off and avoid the fight to come. But I continued to scan, looking for two more specific people. When my eyes locked on the back of Craig, his golden hair lighting him up like a beacon, I nearly took aim and fired right then and there. But something was wrong. Nikki was nowhere to be seen. I did one more quick pass, but her long blonde hair and tall figure were conspicuously absent. Lacey had said that Nikki was up the rope around the same time as her, so where the fuck was she? My rifle sights hovered over Craig, my finger itching as I caressed the trigger. Could she really have reached the top that fast? Before I could think it through, I noticed Lacey about to crest the top of the cliff, and the band of skinheads that were hiding just out of her view. Swinging the rifle over, I sighted the largest of the men. I took a deep breath, steadied the rifle, and pulled the trigger. The sound cut through the howling monkeys like a knife, the thundering echo reverberating off the cliffs for multiple seconds. The skinhead fell silently from the cliffs, nearly hitting Lacey on the way down. Panic spread among the climbers, every head whipping upward, then swiveling left and right to see where the shot had come from. The group of skinheads immediately abandoned the cliff edge, backing out of sight. I clung to the tree for a moment, unsure if I should continue providing sniper support or if I should race up the cliffs to secure the top for the other climbers. In the end, I decided to move for a couple of reasons. One, I could head off any of the bastards that considered throwing rocks down, though I hoped my rifle shot would dissuade them without further convincing. Two, if Lacey moved out of sight, the skinheads might still grab her, and then this whole sequence would be thrown off. But most importantly, Craig was nearing the top, and Nikki was still nowhere to be found. He and I were long overdue for a fist-to-face conversation. I leaped 40 feet from the tree branch to the hard ground, cycling my mass up briefly to absorb the impact. My agility was maxed out again in a single breath, and I cleared the open ground to the cliffs in less than 2 seconds. Focusing my intent to activate climber's intuition, I followed the ghostly after-images as they directed me through the fastest path to the top. I whipped up the rock face, passing panicked people before they could even register someone was coming up beneath them. "It's Dirk," a voice called out, and I glanced over to see Byron pointing at me as he clung to the rope. "Bro, how the hell are you doing?" He cut off as I flew past him, my leaps propelling me 20 feet at a time. The after-images seemed to take my capabilities into account, indicating handholds so far apart that no unenhanced human could have even considered them. In the back of my mind, I calculated it had taken me 23 seconds to scale over 200 feet of sheer cliff face. In those 23 seconds, Lacey and Craig had both reached the top and were pulling themselves onto the plateau. As I cleared the top with one final jump, Lacey looked over with wide eyes.
"Dirk? How—"
"No time, Lacey. Later," I said as I ran past her. Craig was just looking around as my boot crashed into his face. My mass was still at its lowest, and the strike had almost no power behind it, but the shock of the sudden attack caused him to fall back and over the side of the cliff. He let out a terrified scream as I saved him from certain death with Red. He almost pulled me over before I swapped energy and locked myself in with friction. Instead of reeling him back in, I let him hang as I surveyed the other climbers. A handful of people were cresting the top, but they all looked at me with wide eyes. I even recognized some of them as the bastards from previous redos, but no one appeared interested in farming easy XP now that I was here. Glancing over my shoulder, I noted the skinheads watching me with unveiled hatred as they lingered by one of the tunnel entrances. I could tell they were considering jumping me, and I didn't feel like dealing with them right now. Craig was my priority. I drew out my rifle even as Craig dangled over the cliff, screaming for his life. When the skinheads noted the weapon, they instantly fled, and I turned my attention back to Craig.
"Pull me up, you psycho!"
Craig screamed as his hands scrabbled for purchase. "Psycho, huh?" I called down to him. Red let him slide down another foot, then caught him with a jerk.
"Please, please, pull me up. I'm sorry."
"Where's Nikki?" I growled, letting him slide a few more inches.
"What? She's fine. She, stayed back."
He slid down some more.
"If you drop me, she'll never forgive you." "Dirk,"
a voice called out from further down the cliffs.
"What are you doing?"
I turned to see Lacey running over, a concerned expression on her face. "Lacey, go help the others. I have unfinished business with this motherfucker." She reached me and started pulling on the cape, trying to drag Craig up and over the cliff edge.
"Pull him up. This isn't the way."
God damn it. I hadn't counted on resistance from my own party. And below, the cries for help were starting to rise as people began to struggle on the ropes. "Fine," I growled, pulling Craig to the top with one powerful tug. "But he isn't walking until I know where Nikki is." I leaned in and grabbed him by his throat. "And I know all about your mind-controlling bullshit. If you try it on me or anyone else—" I went to throw him back over the cliff, and he scrabbled at my forearm to keep from falling. Splat! "Got it?" His eyes narrowed, and I could see his mind working. A thought occurred to me as well, and I began cycling my fate energy. I examined him with new eyes, faint threads splintering off him as he considered escape plans and discarded them. After a moment, his eyes hardened.
"She's dead."
Lacey gasped at my side, but my attention was on my fate energy. The shock of his statement was a distant thing, as the fate energy seemed to speak to me. I could clearly see my own future course of action, like a series of snapshots guiding me toward what would come next. Without a word, I cast analysis on the man and began scanning his status sheet. At the bottom, where there had previously been nothing, I now saw his guilt clear as day. Chaos points. 1. Chapter 33. A Terrible Vision. 1 chaos point where there had been none the last time I scanned him. The rational side of my brain told me that didn't mean anything. He could have easily killed some hostile human before the tower opened. Hell, he could have run into a skinhead or some other party after entering the tower. There were many reasons he could have a single kill on his status sheet. But there was something more to it. Something nagging at the back of my mind filled me with absolute confidence that this kill was special. This kill wasn't self-defense. The kill on his status sheet was Nicky. Heat suffused my body, and my heart pounded in my temple. He must have seen the shift in my face because he started crab-walking backward toward the cliff edge. I reached out for him, grabbing his wrist with a mass-enhanced grip when my vision went dark. Panic struck me, and I wondered if Craig had somehow overcome my compulsion resistance, or had he hit me with some unseen weapon and ended the redo early. But I realized after a moment that the sensation I was experiencing was familiar. The enveloping darkness began to dissipate, resolving into an image from the eyes of someone else. Craig's eyes. He was in the jungle, looking around frantically for something. I could tell from the unique foliage that he was in the tower, possibly had just arrived. His eyes caught movement, and I saw Nicky standing a few feet away, along with the 5 other members of Craig's party. There was no sound, but a flurry of emotions not my own filled me as I saw her. She's free from my spell. How did she break free? The thoughts that were not my own were full of panic. She looked lost and confused, a shiver sliding up her back. Her eyes locked on me. No, Craig, and she started to run away. The 5 other members stood stock still as she fled, a glazed-over look in their eyes. I assumed that was Craig's compulsion effect. But it obviously wasn't affecting Nicky, and horror filled me as I realized what would come next. He chased her down, catching her only because she appeared weak and befuddled. Bearing her to the ground, he pinned her shoulders and said something I couldn't hear. She scratched and clawed at him, opening her mouth wide to scream for help. The rage I felt inside him grew white-hot, and his palm went over her mouth to silence her. She bit his hand, drawing blood and inflaming his anger even more. His hands slid down toward her neck. No. I could only look on helplessly as her eyes went wide from his grip. Tears formed as she futilely clawed at him. An eternity passed as the capillaries in her eyes burst, and she went unconscious. I raged wordlessly as I was forced to witness her murder, forced to feel the things he felt as he squeezed the life out of her for minutes that stretched forever. If I had a body, I would have yelled until hoarse. But I was a passenger, unable to speak, scream, or cry. Distantly, I realized it was fate showing me this, and I hated her for it. The sensations of Craig's body began to fade, the edges of my vision narrowing in before I was returned to my own body. It took me multiple seconds to reconcile that I was me once again. My cheeks were wet, and my jaw ached from clenching my teeth. Lacey stood beside me, her mouth moving, though I wasn't registering her words. I turned to her, numb.
What's wrong? Are you crying?
She asked softly. I reached up and touched my face in surprise. Guess so, I replied. I looked at her, and my throat constricted. I shook my head, unable to form the words. She wrapped her arm around my shoulders.
Hey, it's okay. Just breathe, all right?
I nodded, but startled as movement pulled on my cape. It was Craig, trying to crawl away during my moment of distraction. The numb feeling inside my mind was burned away in a flash, replaced with a blind rage that blanketed my thoughts. He must have seen the look in my eyes, because he started screaming for help.
Help! Someone help me! He's crazy!
He pointed at me as I stalked toward him, using red to keep him in place.
He's going to kill me! Someone, help!
Lacey grabbed my arm and tried to stop me. Her strength was surprising, but I simply dialed up my mass and trudged on.
Dirk, will you stop for 1 second?
She cut me off, standing in my path. If it had been anyone else, I would have thrown them aside and murdered Craig then and there. But Lacey, more than anyone, had left a powerful impression on me, and I forced myself to stop and take a breath. Her eyes scanned my face, looking for some sign that my rage had cooled, but it was still blistering hot, burning away at me every second he remained alive. Still, I owed her an explanation.
"He killed Nicky," I hissed.
Her eyes went wide.
"What? When?"
"A few minutes ago, as soon as they entered the tower." Her mouth opened and shut a few times, unable to find the words. Then,
"You're sure?"
"It's not true," Craig yelled from behind her. "He's a psychopath. He just got out of prison for murder, and he's jealous of me and Nicky. Please, you have to help me."
"Then where's Nicky?"
she asked. He stammered for a half-second before collecting himself. She went with the others. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen." His voice caught, and he looked away as if to hide his tears. My skin flushed, and my fingers dug into my palms. I remembered back to our first encounter, when he had exaggerated my shove in order to turn Nicky against me. And now here he was doing the same exact thing to Lacey, manipulating her to isolate me, make me feel alone, like I'd been for so many years. Every instinct in my body was screaming to end him now. My heart was thudding in my chest in violent anticipation. But I felt Lacey's presence at my side like a cooling balm and held back. Her expression didn't change, but I could tell she was weighing his words against what she knew of me, and that wasn't a whole hell of a lot. I simply stared back into her eyes, not trying to convince her or brush past her. I just waited to see what verdict she would arrive at. It didn't matter in the sense that Craig was dead, whatever Lacey decided, but in another sense it mattered a lot. So I waited patiently as she chewed her lip in thought. After a handful of breaths, she said, "I believe you, Dirk." A constriction on my chest eased, and I realized in that moment how much her opinion mattered to me. But there was no time to unpack that feeling. Craig's fate awaited.
"What will you do?"
she whispered. My overriding instinct was to beat him to death right then and there. The Dirk of a week ago would have done it with self-righteous surety. But that was exactly how I had screwed things up with Nicky all those years back. How would Lacey react if I smashed Craig's head in right now? Of course I knew how she'd react, the same way any sane person would. The heat rushing through my body cooled, draining away like a seal had been lifted. I didn't know what Lacey and I were, not yet anyway, but I wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. Even though Craig needed to die, it needed to be private. I'd take him into the tunnels, and a terrible realization knifed through my thoughts. Killing Craig wouldn't accomplish anything. No matter what I did, Craig would do the exact same thing on the next redo, and Nicky would still be dead. Without knowing where they were, or even if my checkpoint came after her death, there was no way I could save her. Unless... The plan hit me like a hammer, and I had to wonder if it was my own idea or if fate was still guiding me. I'm not going to kill him. Not in this redo, anyway. She nodded, then squinted in confusion. But I walked past her and looked down on Craig. I'm going to give you a gift, Craig. His eyes had been casting about frantically, but suddenly locked onto mine. I'm going to give you your memories. He flinched away, his back to the cliff edge. What? You see, when we reset, and you start over in the jungle with Nicky, things would play out exactly the same. I leaned in, grabbing a fistful of his hair and jerking his head closer. The terror on Craig's face was like a salve to the terrible vision I had just endured. And no matter how I threaten or scare you in this redo, you, being the coward you are, would do the exact same thing again. Nicky would still be dead, and there isn't a thing I could do about it."
I don't understand,"
he stammered. I nodded and released his hair with a push. "You will." As I activated Darling of Fate, I noted the secondary option to unlock the target's memories that I had received for completing the bonus objective of Fate's quest. If I understood the reward correctly, this would bring the target in on my past and future redos, the way Athena, Curian, and Lex were aware of their past memories. A voice behind me interrupted my thoughts.
"What you doing, boy?"
I replied without turning around. "Saving 2 lives, Mama G." I expected some condescending response or a push for more information, but it seemed I had finally stumped the old bat. "This man killed Nicky," I added a moment later. "I'm going to let him off with a warning." Byron gasped behind me. Nicky's dead?" "For now." Then I directed the ability to target Craig. His body immediately convulsed, his back arching unnaturally as his face contorted in pain.
"What did you do to him?"
Lacey asked. I didn't respond, my attention locked in on Craig. Waves of pain seemed to pass over the man, his feet kicking futilely as his fingers dug into the rock. Blood streamed from broken nails as he started pounding the ground. Half a minute passed before his eyes shot open, dazed and unfocused. I leaned over him until we locked eyes. When he saw me, clarity returned, along with a thinly veiled hatred and a touch of fear. I nodded. "You remember, don't you?" He said nothing, his eyes boring into mine. "Yeah, you remember." I gripped his shirt and pulled him in close. "Listen up. You're going to want to remember this, too." He was unmoving in my grip. The only sign that he heard me was the fire in his eyes. "When you appear back in that jungle with Nicky by your side, you will beg her to follow you to these cliffs. You'll protect her as if your life depends on it." I pulled him in closer, our noses nearly touching. "Because it does. If Nicky doesn't make it to the cliffs, there's nowhere in this tower, on Earth, or even in this vast universe where you can hide." I leaned in so only he could hear me. "You know now that I control fate. If you escape me, I'll reset and find you. And Craig, the things I will do to you if Nicky is harmed would make the devil blush. And in exchange, I will let you live." His eyes scanned my face now, his lips pursed in thought. I held his gaze, letting the promise of my threat leak out like a wash of killing intent. After a full minute of us staring at each other, he finally spoke. "What promise do I have that you won't kill me after I deliver her?" I shook my head. "You have no other choice." His eyes narrowed, and I nodded toward Lacey. "But if it makes you feel better, I respect Lacey too much to murder you in cold blood. Her presence saved you today, so as long as she's around, you're safe." He looked past me and examined Lacey. She squirmed under his gaze, and I could tell that she and the others hovering nearby were confused about what was happening. But Craig finally nodded. "I accept." I released him and stood, towering over him as he lay in the dirt. A part of me, almost all of me, wanted to kick him off the side of the cliff and listen to his death screams just this one time. But Lacey's presence at my shoulder held me back. To her and the others on the cliffs, it would look like pure, cold-blooded murder, which would make any semblance of cooperation in this redo impossible. And there was far too much to do to waste it on petty revenge. "Then go," I declared, stepping back and waving him toward the tunnels. With any luck, the skinheads would kill him and leave his corpse in the tunnels for the bugs. He edged away from the cliff and climbed to his feet. He watched me warily, as if expecting me to go back on my word and send him flying. But I stood by as he walked past us, casting fearful glances over his shoulder. Once he had made it halfway across the plateau, he took off at a run, racing into the nearest tunnel. I watched him flee and was struck by a wave of sudden doubt. The back of my neck itched, and I wondered if that was fate telling me that I'd made a mistake. It wasn't too late. If I left now, I could catch him and put him down like the dog he was. What? No, stick to the plan. It was like an intrusive thought had entered my brain, compelling me to hunt Craig down and kill him. But if I did that, then he would kill Nicky in the next redo in retaliation. Before I could examine that thought further, Byron spoke up. "I'm really confused." I turned to address my party, but realized that the gathering was now almost 20 people strong. The commotion had apparently drawn quite a bit of attention. In the back of my mind, I wondered if the rifle shot or the scene with Craig had dissuaded the bastards from throwing rocks down on the other climbers. There was something niggling at me, a connection that I wasn't grasping. Then it hit me like a thunderbolt, and I looked to the tunnel where Craig had fled. Suddenly, I realized that Craig was possibly much more powerful than I had anticipated. Had I just made a massive mistake, promising him his life? I cleared my thoughts with a shake of my head. It was the right decision. There was no other way to save Nicky. Turning to the crowd, I raised my voice to be heard. "There's people still struggling on those ropes down there. Are we going to let them fall?" Shocked expressions passed around, and I directed groups of people to where they were needed most, but kept the members of my party back. "Okay, guys, I know what just happened with Craig was confusing. Here's the situation." After explaining the redos, the mechanics of the first floor, and coordinating the rescue of all the people struggling on the cliffs, it was time for a test run of my plan to achieve the perfect redo. The plan, in my mind, was to do a speed run for the skeleton key, ferry all the humans in this instance to the hold, and then start working through the other instances. If I understood the skeleton key's capabilities correctly, it should allow me not only to travel to the other instances, but also convert any open portal to that instance's version of the hold. This way I could save as many humans as possible before the jury attacked. But there were a few wrinkles that I would have to address before I could consider the plan flawless. First, how could I keep Astrid, the beasts, and the champions from capturing my people as they entered the hold? Second, I needed to consider if I could form an alliance with Amundarop and the Coxodal. Saving them was secondary, but there was no doubt that they had the potential to be powerful allies. Third, I needed to make contact with Hiko and Mylene before Astrid raided their village, and earn Mylene's trust enough for the next stage of my plan. And at some point I had to fulfill my promise to Athena and purge that bandit camp. But that was getting ahead of myself. There was so much to do before then. Once everyone was brought up to speed, I scaled down the cliff and entered through the hidden tunnel that led to one of the golden tunnelers. Securing a quick kill, I passed off the portal to Mama G, who opened it out of sight of the jungle. She replaced Lex, and I sent a message through her to Athena saying that everything was good and I hadn't forgotten my promise. With that done, I went back through the Golden Tunneler access tunnel and did my lubed-up skiing impression to reach the Vuvy excavator in record time. I splatted him with a well-timed boulder and received the first piece of the skeleton key set. The elevator took me up to Rock, who was as happy as a kid on Christmas to see me. I hit the mechanism and had the massive stone golem launch me as before. I was much more comfortable utilizing my mass and friction energies now to augment my flight, and I killed the tree guardian with a well-placed rifle shot. Lex came in behind me and triggered the mechanism for the jungle region. As I continued my flight past the jungle and into the water region, I scanned the Coxetl encampment below. Though it would have been the neighborly thing to inform Amundarop about the impending rebellion, I didn't want to waste even a second trying to parley with the massive alien. Plus, I was pretty certain Craig was the force behind the Coxetl unrest. I would deal with him once I knew it would stick for good. My glide took me over the water region in minutes. The occasional Coxetl guard spotted me and raised the alarm, but I moved too fast for word to travel. Once I saw the large lagoon in the center of the region, I bumped my mass to the max, tucked in my limbs, and angled straight down. I plunged into the water like a knife, the weight of my body shearing through dozens of swampers. The momentum took me a quarter of the way, so I cycled my friction energy and, with Red's help, cut through the water with ease. I blew past the off-guard swampers and hit the tunnel at the bottom of the lagoon before they could respond. In seconds, I was in the main cavern where the Guardian lay in hiding up above. An explosive push from Red sent me clear of the water and straight to the small island. I fired my third rifle shot at the Guardian before he could drip any of his magical acid. His swelling throat exploded, and a familiar notification appeared explaining that I had created the first-floor skeleton key. With a leisurely pace, I strolled up to the final mechanism and activated it. The red portal whooshed into being, and I took a moment to organize my thoughts for the next leg of my plan. That had almost been too easy. Chapter 34. Soul Contract. When I stepped through the red portal and appeared in the hold, I immediately was on guard. Being taken captive by Astrid would ruin everything, so I remained extra vigilant. The hold was much the same as the first 2 times I'd been here. The sun reflected off the gleaming marble facades of the buildings on either side of the boulevard. The impossibly large stairs ascended into the clouds off in the distance, and the sounds of a nearby blacksmith's hammer beating against metal dominated my senses. One thing that was different was that there were no beasts or champions squaring off nearby. It seemed I had arrived much earlier than the previous times, and the 2 factions hadn't made their way over to the portal yet. On one hand, it was good that I didn't have to flee from them right out of the portal. On the other hand, I wondered how much my plan would be affected by the slightly accelerated timeline. I glanced over at the alley where Mylene had flagged me down originally, but I didn't see any signs of her lurking in the shadows. I had hoped to handle that part of the plan first, but I wasn't going to show up at the Kaori underground village unannounced, and I certainly wasn't going to go hunting for Mylene on my own. If she didn't want to be found, she wouldn't be. So my only option was to skip to the next stage and head for the boons at the center of the hold. With any luck, I'd also find Watcher Yuri. I had a soul contract proposal I imagined he would be very interested in. Despite the absence of Astrid and the other natives of the hold, I wasn't planning on strolling down the middle of the boulevard and inviting trouble. Striding to the nearby alley, I stuck to the shadows and the rooftops as I made my way toward the plaza where the boon statues were. I studied the plaza from a nearby roof, but didn't spot any beasts or champions after 5 minutes. Cautiously, I approached the statues. Pedestrian traffic was heavy with aliens of all types, and no one paid me any attention as I cut through. I stopped in front of Fate's statue and examined her. After a few moments, a familiar voice spoke up behind me, and a smile touched my face. "I wouldn't take that one if I were you." I quickly forced my expression neutral before turning around to face the speaker. Watcher Yuri stood nearby, his piece of wheat clenched loosely between his lips. "Oh?" I asked innocently. "Seems pretty strong." He shrugged casually, but his wide-brimmed hat tilted up for the briefest moment, and I noticed the interest in his eyes. "Her boons are typically double-edged swords. I've seen hundreds of your kind come through here, so I have a good idea of which deities are worth your time and which are not." "I see. Care to give me some advice, then?" His lips turned up in a smirk. "Not for free." I pursed my lips as if I were wary, but inside I was pumping my fist in the air. "What's the price?" I asked. He strolled over and leaned against Fate's statue. He almost had a blasphemous undertone to his posture, as if leaning against her statue so unceremoniously was some form of inner defiance to the higher powers. "There's a certain rebel element within the hold. These rebels are crafty, hiding in the shadows and the sewers like rats. Despite centuries of my best efforts, I have never been able to purge them entirely. They have a warrior among them designated as the Unseen Champion." He said the title with obvious disdain, and I wondered just how much history Yuri had with the Kaori. With the wonders of the integrated universe, it wasn't impossible that he had been here for all 3,000 years of their exile. "My quest has always been to purge these rebels from the hold entirely, root and stem. But the backbone of their powers is this unseen champion." "Quest? That was interesting. So even someone like Yuri received quests, presumably from some higher power. I found myself suddenly curious about what his reward would be for eradicating the Kaori, but my curiosity wasn't part of the plan. "And what exactly would you like from me?" I asked, cueing him up for what would come next. He smiled and shrugged. "Bring the unseen champion to an agreed-upon destination away from the shadows. I will do the rest," he replied smugly. "How would I do that?" I asked. "I've never even met this person." "They have a habit of making contact with newly arrived climbers. I have a feeling you won't have to wait long." I wanted to rush through this part and finalize the soul contract, but if I was too eager to offer up my life before getting all the details, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Even if they do make contact, how could I possibly get them out into the open when, as you say, they've been hiding from you for centuries? He shrugged. "I can think of some ways. The unseen champion frequents the rooftops of the hold. I've spotted them many times in the distance, but they always scurry away before I can lock them down. To fulfill our agreement, it's a simple matter of coordinating the timing of my arrival." "Simple, huh? If it were simple, you wouldn't need me, I'd wager." I mirrored his pose, leaning against Fate's statue. "And what will I get in return for this simple matter?" A flash of a smirk appeared as he tilted his head. "What do you want?" I made a show of thinking, pressing my finger to my lip before replying, "Safe passage through the hold for every human climber in this instance. You actively protect us from the Jri, the beasts, champions, and any other threat." Too nebulous. I can't be everywhere at once." "They'll stay on me all the way to the stairs." I considered how to narrow the parameters without putting us at risk. "How about this? Once I return with my people, any human climber within 100 meters will fall under your protection. I raised an eyebrow in question. "Can you manage that?" He pursed his lips a moment, then said, "Deal." I wasn't done, I replied, holding up a finger. "In addition, you promise me protection within the hold for 12 hours. "Impossible," he immediately said. 1 hour. 6. 2. 3 hours. Final offer. 2 hours was probably enough for what I needed to do, but having a buffer never hurt. "Fine," he growled, spitting his wheat onto the cobblestone. "But I'm not going to babysit you. You're safe in my presence, but nowhere else." I nodded. "One last thing." I felt the heat from his gaze as he pushed off from Fate's statue. "Don't test my patience, climber." I held up my hands. "This one's easy." I looked up and examined the statues before us. "To the best of your knowledge, which of these boons should I pick?" He plucked another strand of wheat from thin air and placed it between his teeth. "Sign the contract, and I'll give you my advice." A familiar notification appeared, though the stipulations were slightly different. "Watcher Yuri has offered a soul contract. Condition 1. He pledges to protect all human climbers within the hold, so long as they do not deviate from your presence by more than 100 meters and proceed directly to the second-floor stairs. Condition 2. Furthermore, he will guarantee your protection for 3 hours, commencing on the signing of this soul contract, so long as you are within his presence. System note: line of sight and within 100 meters. Condition 3. He also promises to provide true and faithful advice on boon selection to the best of his ability and knowledge. Counterparty Condition 1. In exchange, the counterparty promises to bring the unseen champion to a prearranged destination within 3 hours of signing this soul contract. System note: rooftops near Central Plaza of the Hold, instance number 362. Failure to meet all the conditions by either party forfeits their soul. Experience points gained from soul consumption cannot push the individual past the level cap of their current stage. Current cap, level 75. I read through the soul contract 5 times to ensure there were no loopholes or unexpected conditions. After some careful thought, I felt there was some wiggle room in each condition that I wanted to shore up. "Couple of amendments," I said. Condition 1 needs to account for outside forces impeding or in some other way diverting my people outside the sphere of protection. His lips turned down. Very wise." He waved his hand, and the soul contract changed before my eyes. Also, Condition 2 needs to stipulate that you can't just leave me in order to break the protection clause. You need to give me the opportunity to stay with you for those 3 hours. His frown grew tighter, and he waved his hand once more. "Anything else?" he asked tersely. I considered narrowing the stipulations of Condition 3 to make sure the advice was actually suitable and didn't indicate a boon I'd already taken. But I didn't want to antagonize him any more than I already had. Despite the additional clauses he'd just added, this soul contract was by no means airtight. "No, I'm satisfied with this." "You do understand the consequences should you fail your side of the bargain?" he asked. I chuckled. "Does forfeiting my soul need any further explanation?" "Not unless you're an idiot," he said with a shrug. "Depends on who you ask." His head tilted up, and he looked me square in the eyes for the first time since I'd watched him snap Mylene's neck with a flick of his wrist. A shiver ran up my neck, and I had to force down my anger as the memory of his casual murder resurged. "I don't normally give warnings. I never coerce soul contracts, and they always agree of their own volition." He narrowed his eyes, giving me an appraising look. "But you have an irreverent air about you
that compels me to tell you this. A soul contract is immutable and inescapable. Once you sign, your very soul is on the line, and no matter where you go or what higher power you may think is on your side, there is no going back on a soul contract. He examined me a moment longer, then tilted his hat down and leaned back against Fate's statue. Pah, I must be getting soft in my old age. So, what will it be? Don't waste any more of my time if you're just going to back out, he added. Of course I was in, I thought, but I need to play it up just a bit more. He won't suspect me of playing him if I look greedy. I'm not sure, I hedged. His face darkened, and a faint pressure began to emanate from him in waves. Tell you what, fulfill Condition 3 before I bring the champion out. Answer any questions about your advice, and you've got a deal. The pressure vanished in a blink, and a small smile touched his lips, barely seen before his face turned neutral once more. Then we're agreed. He waved his hand, and Condition 3 altered slightly. At the bottom, a confirmation prompt appeared. Accept the soul contract, and I'll give you my suggestion now. I pretended to hem and haw for a moment longer, then nodded confidently and accepted the soul contract. An unseen force immediately entered my chest, wrapping around the space where my 3 cores resided. The force seemed to form an intricate knot, then extended out from my body and entered Watcher Yuri. After a moment, the connection disappeared, but the feeling of that knot sat heavy inside of me. It wasn't painful, and it didn't constrict my ability to manipulate my energies, but it felt like a tight muscle that needed to be rolled out, and it was more than a little distracting. It's done, Yuri proclaimed. I nodded. It was impossible not to realize that fact from the feeling in my chest. Distantly, I felt an impression of the knot tied around Yuri's soul, and realized that we could pinpoint each other's general direction using the bond of the soul contract. When I concentrated on that connection, a notification appeared containing all the conditions we agreed upon, as well as a timer on Condition 2 that was counting down from 3 hours. Well, that's an unpleasant feeling, I said. He chuckled. You get used to it. I nodded, then waved toward the statues. So, what are you thinking? He pursed his lips, then said, I'll need to analyze you. It would also help if you revealed any hidden capabilities, so I can better provide advice. As much as I didn't relish the idea of letting Yuri cast analysis on me, it would raise a red flag if I refused. After all, I had asked for his advice. Reluctantly, I nodded. Go ahead. That familiar cold wash enveloped me, and Yuri started scanning my status sheet. After a moment, his lips turned down in a frown. Then his hat tilted as he turned to regard me. 2 cores already? That's impressive, I supplied. He shook his head. I was going to say impossible, but the status sheet doesn't lie. It may omit, but never lie. He seemed to appraise me in a new light, narrowing his eyes as he watched me. If you make it through today, you'll have to tell me the story of how you unlocked 2 cores before level 30. I couldn't help but smile at that. If you make it through today. Perhaps, I replied, but it won't be free. He chuckled and turned back to review my status sheet. Friction and mass. A potent combination. A part of me worried that he would draw the connection between my affinities and the aspect of conflict the way Curian had, but it seemed that information wasn't common knowledge. And your spirit stats are unlocked?
He shook his head in disbelief. "You are heaven's touched, aren't you?" I shrugged. "Just lucky, I guess." "Uh-huh. Well, my initial suggestion would have been to receive Rexus's boon and unlock your spirit stats." He looked up at me suspiciously. "But since you've already done that, I'll offer my opinion on two possible options." "I'm all ears." He snorted. "Option 1. He left Fate's statue and led me around until we stopped in front of the Aspect of Karma statue. This boon unlocks your karmic sight. Karmic ties interweave between all living creatures. Once you become skilled at reading these threads, you can learn nearly everything you need to know about a target within moments. Interpreting the threads isn't an exact science, but even a partial reading can save your life." Damn. As amazing as that sounded, I was disqualified from this boon because of my fate affinity. But I worried if I told Yuri I couldn't take this boon, he might make the connection and realize that I had a third, hidden affinity. Maybe it was common knowledge that fate and karma couldn't coexist or didn't get along. If he learned that my third affinity was fate, would he realize I could revert and be safe from his retaliation? No, it was better to keep him in the dark. "Interesting," I replied, nodding along. "What's the other option?" "Follow." He thankfully skipped past all the primers, as I couldn't select them anyway. But when he stopped in front of two particular statues, I had to suppress a groan. I couldn't select either of these. Chapter 35. To Meet a God. "These are two of the more powerful boons," Yuri said with a wave toward the side-by-side statues. I sighed and pulled up the boon descriptions. Patron. Lef. Minor deity of armor craftsmanship. Offered boon. Full set of heirloom armor. Compatibility. Mid. Reward. Lef will personally craft a full set of heirloom armor that will grow with the climber for the duration of the climb. And the next. Patron. Aestus, minor deity of weapon craftsmanship. Offered boon. Full set of heirloom weaponry. Compatibility. Mid. Reward. Aestus will personally craft a full set of heirloom weaponry that will grow with the climber for the duration of the climb. Of course, either of those would be amazing. The only piece of heirloom gear I'd seen so far was Mylene's chopsticks, and I'd love to get my hands on something similarly powerful without the culinary motif. But I couldn't waste my boon pick on something that would only last a single redo. Unless... "Can these items be soul-bound?" I asked Yuri as I reread the descriptions. He chuckled. "Worried you might lose them?" I looked up from the blue boxes and shrugged. "Something like that." He pursed his lips in thought, then said, "I think so." My eyebrows raised. "You think?" He narrowed his eyes at my tone. "The conditions of our contract prevent me from lying. I can't guarantee the information, but from past conversations with climbers who have selected these boons, they've always been given the option to customize their selections to some degree. It's possible that you could request a soul-bound weapon or set of armor." Well, that was intriguing. "Let's say I passed on these two. What would be my next best option?" He drew in a long breath through his nose, plucking the wheat from his lips. With a wave, he brought up the soul contract in front of me. "Per the stipulations, I've given you my true and faithful recommendations, given everything I know about your capabilities. I'll answer any questions you have about karmic sight or these heirloom selections, but don't test my patience." He tilted his hat up and locked his eyes on me. An invisible wave of pressure seemed to emanate from the depths of those eyes, and I had to resist the temptation to look away. Clamping down with my jaw, I returned his powerful gaze. The pressure began to grow, weighing down on my head, shoulders, and neck, trying to make me bend. I forced the corners of my lips up in a smile, though I'm sure he could see the trembling in my jaw. The pressure ramped up a notch when a sudden twist in my soul triggered some connection between us. Knowledge appeared in my mind from nowhere, and I realized that it was the soul contract warning us that one of the conditions was about to be violated. Yuri was about to violate Condition 1 and was forced to back down. The pressure eased immediately, and the man scoffed. "You've got more guts than brains," he said with a chuckle. "Thank you," I replied sincerely. He shook his head like a disappointed parent and reclined against one of the statues. "I'll reiterate. Karmic sight or an heirloom item. Those are my suggestions. If you have no further questions, then the third condition is met." I racked my brain for a moment, trying to regroup my thoughts after Yuri nearly squashed me with his mind. "Couple more questions, then I'll pick. Would you recommend the armor or the weapon boon? Is there any reason to pick one over the other, besides armor being defensive and a weapon being offensive?" "Don't be confused by the descriptions," he said. "I've seen climbers that select Astus's boon and return with a man-sized tower shield. I've seen Hef provide a set of cloth armor with next to no protection that allowed the climber to camouflage with his surroundings." He shook his head. "There's no predicting the utility of what you receive. But I will say I've never seen a climber come away disappointed from either selection." A thrill of excitement went through my body. It sounded like either pick would be incredibly useful, if I could make sure the item was soul-bound. "Okay, I think that covers all my questions." A notification flashed in my eyes. "Condition 3 of your soul contract with Watcher Yuri has been fulfilled." The knot in the center of my chest loosened ever so slightly, and I could feel the corresponding section that connected to Condition 3 ease. "So," Yuri said, "which will you pick?" I examined the two statues, chewing my lip in thought. Weapon or armor? My instinct was to gravitate toward the weapon boon. So far, my style of fighting had centered around speed, agility, and my boosted mind stats. If I had some god-tier weapon to augment my attacks, coupled with high mastery to level up that weapon's skill, I'd be a force on the battlefield. But with my newer mass energy, I'd found myself more and more bumping up my strength and endurance to tank hits and be sturdier. With a set of powerful armor to augment maxed-out strength and endurance, I'd be nearly unkillable by anyone at my stage. Then again, the armor I received might be more focused on utility rather than protection, and I wasn't sure what I preferred. And, of course, this was all predicated on the assumption that I could request soul-bound items. Frozen with indecision, I decided to try something I hadn't done in a while. I pulled energy from my fate core and began cycling it through my limbs. My vision shifted almost imperceptibly, faint lines of gold appearing all around me. The boon statues glowed with halos of yellow light. At first, they all seemed to shine the same, but as I examined them further, I noted different shades, densities, and eddy patterns of the fate energy weaving around them. I focused on the energy shrouding the two statues in front of me. Reaching out with a tendril of my fate energy, I gently connected it with the aura around the weapon boon statue. I wasn't sure exactly what I was expecting, but I immediately felt feedback through the fate tendril. An image appeared in my mind of a green field with two groups of warriors facing off against each other. A circle formed, and two champions met in the middle and saluted each other. Their emotions seemed to transfer through the connection, highlighting the pride and sense of honor the two groups felt as they watched their warriors duel. When the fight ended, and one man stood over the corpse of the other, there was no evidence of bitterness or impending revenge. Rather, the losing side acknowledged the winner and sent out another fighter to contest him. This scene played out in my mind for some indeterminate amount of time, until all of the warriors were dead except one. He had been the sole survivor of his band and had slain the last 3 challengers himself. When the final enemy fell, he held his axe up with 2 hands and chanted in some alien language. Somehow, I was able to understand him all the same. "I dedicate these deaths to my battle companion, Sigur, and to the great crafter of weapons, Lord Aestus. Please accept the offering of their lives, reaped with this very weapon that you forged for my ancestor millennia past." The warrior continued his offering, but the scene faded and was replaced with a complex feeling of glorious struggle and the honor of single combat. There was a welcoming undertone to that final feeling, like the god himself was inviting me to select his boon. When the vision ended, I found myself staring blankly at the statue of Aestus, the lingering sensations of that complex feeling still tinging my mind. I forcibly snapped myself out of my reverie when I noticed Yuri studying me surreptitiously from beneath the brim of his hat. Collecting myself, I redirected the fate energy toward the armor boon. Instantly, the contrast between the two visions became apparent. The first thing I noticed was the ferric smell of blood. I was looking over the scene of a massive battle from behind someone's eyes. 2 great armies were clashing, and I was racing toward the opposing line at full speed. The armor coating my body was heavy, though it didn't seem to weigh on the bearer in the slightest. It was matte black with dangerous-looking spikes sticking out from every angle. The man I was following passed the supporting infantry on either side of him, running so fast that he was soon alone in the no-man's land between the 2 armies. But instead of slowing to wait for his allies, he began to run faster, aiming straight for the heart of the front lines across from him. As he neared the enemy, he could see the looks of fear on the soldiers' faces as they saw him approach. A thrill seemed to enter him, and his pace increased. When he reached them, he didn't slow or draw a weapon. He simply crashed through them, the spikes and weight of his body bowling through the lines of men. He never stopped moving, his body like a roving locomotive as he snaked through the ranks of soldiers, pulping their bodies like they were water balloons. When the vision blessedly came to an end, after what seemed like an eternity of carnage, I was on the verge of puking. The sheer amount of gore had been sickening. But more so than that had been the pleasure I had felt through the armored warrior as he had rampaged over 1,000 men with no resistance. I retracted the fate energy and locked my knees to keep from stumbling away. A cold sweat coated my back, and it took all my strength not to buckle over as I gasped for air. When I looked up, Yuri was watching me with squinted eyes and pursed lips. I think I'll pick that one, I said as casually as I could, pointing toward Aestus, the minor deity of weapon craftsmanship. He didn't say anything as I reached forward and touched the statue. When the prompt asked me to confirm my selection, I immediately indicated yes. My vision cut off, replaced with a dark void all around me. In the distance, a single star shone, flashing bright, then dimming in a rhythmic manner. It seemed like the star was flying toward me, or I was flying toward it. In the inky blackness, there was no reference point to determine movement. As the flashing star and I neared, a sound began to emanate toward me, passing through the empty space without issue. Every time the star flashed, a metallic clang echoed through the void. As the clanging grew louder, I realized it was the sound of metal on metal, a blacksmith's hammer shaping a weapon against an anvil. The star grew ever closer, though the heat didn't touch me. As it began to fill my entire vision, I noted a small man positioned on a floating platform over the star. My trajectory seemed to be taking me to that platform. Another clang followed as the man arced his hammer down against some unseen weapon. After what felt like minutes, I finally neared the man and realized that not only was he not a man, he was also 10 times my size. But whatever magic controlled my movement also brought me up to eye level of the giant alien god. As another hammer fall clanged painfully loud, the god seemed to finally notice my presence. Without looking up, he said, "Not now. I'm in the middle of a critical step." He picked up the Statue of Liberty-sized sword he was banging on and plunged it directly into the star. While he held it there, he glanced in my direction. "One of my attendants will craft you a weapon not lacking in quality." He cut off, his eyes narrowing. "Oh, interesting threads you've got there. The god continued to study me as he shifted the sword back and forth inside the star. "Dondarius has taken an interest in you, then. Well, perhaps you're worth my time." He pulled the sword from the star and rushed to place it on an anvil the size of a football field. As he hammered away at it, twisting it occasionally to beat the correct shape, he continued to speak, his words punctuated by the ear-splitting clang of metal on metal. "You'll have to wait for me to finish if you want my personal attention. Otherwise, one of my attendants can help you." It didn't feel like I had a body in this space, similar to when I was inside the void of Darling of Fate. But when I went to answer, it was like my thoughts transmitted across the space. It didn't sound like words in the conventional sense, but I could still communicate somehow. I don't mind waiting, except I'm a little pressed for time out in the real world." I wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't at this point. The god, Aestus, I assumed, scoffed but never missed a beat with his hammer. "I've brought you inside one of my mind worlds. Time for your conventional body has stopped for the moment." He kept his attention on the swings of his hammer as he added, "Now stay quiet. I need absolute concentration for this next part." I had so many questions. What was a mind world, and why did a god need to manually beat out a sword like some common smith? Couldn't he just use magic or something? But I knew better than to aggravate a god inside his own world right before I expected him to craft me a badass weapon. So I waited and tried to watch. But the reality was that I had no clue what he was doing other than the basics of hammering. At some points, he seemed to pass the sword through a tear in space, then bring it back out to continue hammering. Pinpricks of light began to coat the blade, like stars against the dark background of space. Occasionally, he would pull liquids from nowhere and douse the blade. At one point, he pressed his bare hand to the blade after pulling it from the star, leaving an impression of his fingers on the white-hot metal. After what felt like hours, he held the blade up and examined it from hilt to tip. He made a satisfied click with his tongue, then made it vanish with a flick of his wrist. "I'll imbue it later," he said, turning to me. "Now, how can I help you, little one?" Chapter 36. Slinging Discs. I found myself a bit starstruck as he addressed me. Well, sorry, this is the first god I've met face to face. He waved away my concern with a giant hand. I promise not to strike you down for any breach of etiquette. Let's start simple. What kind of weapon would you like me to craft?
Right. Focus, Dirk.
Well, I need something that is soul-bound, something that will stay with me. I hesitated, remembering that line in my class description that read, "Fate has many enemies."
You mean across time? He asked casually.
How did he know that? I wondered.
Yes, exactly. Can you do that?
He turned to me, and though he wasn't human, his offended air translated just fine.
I can do that, he replied flatly. Let me examine you a moment.
I braced for the telltale cold-wash feeling of analysis, or even an invasive, prying gaze into my soul, but after a few moments the god named Aestus simply nodded.
A powerful starting duo, he mused. It's unfortunate she got her claws into you. Oh, I'm not judging you, young one. Her power is seductive, especially for those new to our world.
He pondered a moment with a hand to his chin.
We'll want to anchor to your soul, but the question is, affinity-based, or should we tie it to your mantle?
I'm sorry, can you explain what that means? He shrugged as if it made no difference to him.
In order to create a soul-bound item, it must be anchored to a portion of your soul. At your current stage, all of your soul positions are occupied by your 3 cores and your mantle. If you were an adept, I would simply slot my creation into the free space. As it stands now, our only options are to anchor the item to one of your occupied slots, or purge a slot.
Purge? You mean like get rid of one of my cores or my mantle? I felt Red's quivering anger in the back of my mind.
Precisely. Though I don't imagine purging her core would be possible or advisable. No one truly gets along with her, but at the same time, no one is overly eager to antagonize her. He shrugged. I don't involve myself with the petty politics of the aspects, but I also won't invite her anger for a nascent such as yourself.
I understand, I replied. It seemed that fate was universally reviled and feared across the integrated universe, and my ship was tied to her. Drawing him away from the topic of fate, I asked, what if I didn't want to purge a core or my mantle?
That'll limit the power of the weapon I create greatly.
Disappointment began to settle in as I wondered if I had made another poor boon choice. He must have sensed my mood, because he smiled.
Now, don't look so glum. It's still a weapon crafted by the greatest weaponsmith this side of Null.
I immediately felt contrite. No, don't get me wrong. I'm grateful, and I'm sure what you make will be amazing. I just couldn't bear to lose my mantle or my affinities. He chuckled.
Like I said earlier, I don't take offense easily, young one.
He waved his massive hand, and images began to form.
Though anchoring a soul-bound weapon limits the initial power, it generally makes up for it in utility. And, of course, the weapon will grow with you like any heirloom item.
The images began to coalesce into 3 distinct visions, and Aestus directed my attention to the first one on the left.
Let's examine your mantle first.
The image enlarged until it filled my view. I realized with a start that it was scenes of me fighting with Red. A collage of past redos flew across my eyes, pulling the bastards over the cliff edge, scaling trees and mountains with Red, wrapping the magical cloth around Nir's face right before we killed him. And so many more images. Most early-stage mantles lean toward offensive, defensive, or utility, Aestus said. Judging from your usage, I'd say yours leans toward the utility side. Red suddenly reared up in the back of my mind, projecting a powerful feeling of disagreement. Images flashed in my mind of Red snatching a golden tunneler like a blood-stained viper. Then another image of the cape shielding me as the imps tried to pry it away to tear at my flesh. Before I could question the mantle, Aestus chuckled as if he had heard some joke. I meant no offense, little spirit, merely a generalization. Are you talking to Red? I asked, not able to hide my confusion. He nodded. The spirit in your mantle is quite feisty. It will serve you well on your climb. A confusing blend of pride toward Red and annoyance that the cape had antagonized a literal god filled me. We're going to talk about antagonizing deities once we're out of here, I thought, directing it toward Red. Her reply was an image of Athena rolling her eyes at me. You little brat. Feisty is right, I replied after a moment. Obstinate is probably a better term. He nodded with an understanding look. Treat her well. Given enough time, she has the potential to serve you better than any weapon I could craft. Surprise registered in my mind, even as a smug feeling emanated from Red. And I thought my head was too big. Regardless, Aestus continued, I don't think my talents are right for your mantle. My brother, on the other hand, could dramatically improve her capabilities. He spread his hands wide, a sly upturning of his lips spreading across his face. Alas, you've chosen me. Since you do not desire to purge one of your cores, our only option is to anchor my creation to one of your affinities. The collage of images of Red faded, replaced with the middle vision as it expanded to fill the space in front of me. Your mass core is incredibly powerful and would serve as a potent anchor for a soul-bound weapon. The images cleared to reveal an alien wielding a thin sword. It was fighting a group of similar aliens who had encircled it. The focus of the vision was on the acrobatic style of the alien's fighting as he flipped and lunged through his enemies. His sword flashed so fast that I could barely follow its passage. Wherever it stabbed, rather than penetrating flesh, it seemed to batter into its targets like the attack of a giant hammer. Armor crumpled and ribs caved in from the sword's slightest touch, and in moments the alien stood alone above a pile of shattered bodies. I stared at the gruesome scene in confusion. It seemed like that sword was light as a feather, but hit like a hammer. Is that what mass energy can do? Aestus nodded. That's an example of affinity inversion. To the bearer, his weapon is so light that he doesn't even feel it, but to his enemies, it strikes with a weight 100-fold greater. That sounds amazing. I'll take one of those, please. Aestus chuckled with a shake of his head. No weapon is without its flaws. Did you not notice that the sword was unable to penetrate flesh? Despite the precision of its wielder, it can only ever be used as a blunt instrument. While it appears elegant and powerful, it's actually quite limited and barbaric. The scene shifted to that of a small human woman, barely larger than Athena. She had a sword wielded over her head, gripping it with 2 hands. Her body quivered as if the weapon's weight was too much for her. The The sword seemed to be pulling in energy, and I felt pain behind my eyes as I stared at the scene. The energy gathering in the sword reached a crescendo while the small woman's knees began to buckle. Before she collapsed entirely, she brought the sword down in a slow arc, its passage taking multiple seconds. The air seemed to warp like a summer haze, and I felt gravity shift around the sword, not enough to attract nearby objects, but enough that I couldn't miss the effect with my spiritual senses. When the sword finally hit the ground, the earth split down the middle like a torn seam, the line of churned rock and soil extending hundreds of feet into the distance and out of sight. The solid ground bucked and roiled for a full minute, threatening to throw the woman off her feet before finally settling down. When the sword-made earthquake quieted, the woman punched the air in triumph, even as her body gave out and she crumpled in a heap. The vision faded, though the power of that strike lingered in my mind. "Wow," I finally managed to say after the shock of the vision faded. "Yes, quite impressive, but don't expect those kinds of results until much later." A mischievous look appeared in his eye. "Even gods have their limits." Before I could reply, the second image dissipated, replaced by the third and final projection. "Friction doesn't carry the same weight as mass." Aestus snorted at his own wordplay. I looked away uncomfortably and kept my mind strictly blank in case he could read my thoughts. "But its applications are more interesting." The final projection coalesced into an image of a tentacle-faced alien with purple skin. It stood on a field of ash as thousands of four-legged creatures loped toward it at high speed. Drawing a two-handed axe from its back, it held it horizontally, not wielding it, but gripping it as if making an offering. The alien closed its eyes and muttered something under its breath. When its eyes opened again, a painfully sharp energy began to emanate from the blade of the axe. The creatures were only a handful of strides away when the alien moved. At first, it seemed to be doing a poor impression of a ballet pirouette, but within a single breath, its clumsy spinning turned into a deadly whirlwind of metal as the axe struck the first wave of creatures. As it churned through the bodies, the alien didn't lose momentum, but rather started spinning faster. Its steps were so fast that I couldn't follow it, and the twirling of its body turned the entire vision into an afterimage of a spinning axe. The alien's dance took it deep into the horde of creatures, and wherever it went, the four-legged beasts were churned like they were thrown into a meat grinder. When the vision ended, I felt my head spinning, and it took me a moment to regain my bearings in the floating space of Aestus's mind world. But through the disorientation, I felt a connection to that vision more so than any of the others. It wasn't a perfect connection, but there was something about the way he buzz-sawed through hundreds of enemies that triggered my spiritual sense. Before I could explore that feeling, another vision began to form. I almost begged Aestus to give me a break, but what I saw forming in front of me stopped my tongue. A human-looking woman with short horns budding through her hair was running through a strange forest. The trees had blue bark, and the branches seemed to move from her path as she passed. The angle of the vision flipped to show her pursuers. A dozen horse-sized wolves were loping behind her, green-skinned aliens riding on their backs. The aliens had bows and were firing at the horned woman with an ease that spoke of a lifetime of shooting from their mounts' backs. Without looking behind her, the woman pulled a small metal bead the size of a musket bullet from a pouch and slotted it into a sling. She didn't break stride as she whipped the sling to the side, clearly nowhere near hitting one of her pursuers. Inexplicably, one of the wolves suddenly yelped and crashed to the ground, sending his rider smashing into a blue-barked tree. The vision focused on the wolf's head, which now had a small entry and exit wound through its skull. 5 more bullet-sized beads left her sling, and 5 more wolves crashed to the dirt. Time slowed in the vision, and the angle changed to follow the trajectory of one of the beads as it arced toward its target. I strained my eyes, examining the bead closely to determine how she was doing this. As I stared at the bead, my spiritual senses slowly opened up, and I noted a familiar energy. The bead didn't just arc toward the wolf, but actually changed direction mid-flight. Each change in direction had a corresponding flip in the energy surrounding the bead. It was then that I realized she was manipulating the friction energy around the bead to alter its course, just like Curian had been teaching me to do with my baseballs. The vision ended with her pursuers routed, and Aestus cleared the projections with a wave of his hand. He watched me expectantly as I tried to formulate my thoughts. But first, I had some questions. How did that last one work? I asked. Was she actively manipulating the friction energy, or was there some special component to the sling, or maybe the beads? Aestus smiled, nodding appreciatively. Good questions. Her ammunition was completely mundane, he replied. And no, she wasn't manipulating the friction energy herself. Then how? The sling was imbued with a Tier 2 affinity, often referred to as tracking. So long as the wielder had a target in mind, the ammo would find its target, within reason, of course. My mind blanked. Wait, what? I was stunned, speechless for a moment. Are you saying that heat-seeking ammo is a thing? A wide smile filled Aestus's face. Not for you. Not yet, at least. But maybe we could get you halfway there. Oh, fuck yeah. I've come up with a preliminary design that I think you'll like. You have? I'm not even sure what I want, I replied with a chuckle. Did you think I was showing you these visions to spark your creativity? He asked with a smirk. I was gauging your compatibility. An image appeared in front of me. Take a look and let me know what you think. The weapon that appeared was made of a gray metal with a matte finish. The closest approximation I could envision was a handheld crossbow. But rather than a bolt and drawstring, there was a slot on the top that was about as big as my palm and circular in shape. The weapon had a handle and a trigger like any crossbow or gun, but there was no magazine or ammo visible. To be honest, I was a bit underwhelmed. I mean, it wasn't as bad as a simple sling, but it also didn't wow me like a sword that could cause earthquakes. What is it? I tried not to let my disappointment leak through my tone. Watch, Aestus said simply. I returned to the image, not seeing anything at first. As my patience began to thin, I finally noticed energy gathering in the circular slot of the weapon. The energy appeared as pinpricks of light to my senses, coalescing into a vague shape. As the energy took form, it filled the circular slot, taking on a metallic appearance similar to the matte gray of the weapon itself. After nearly 10 seconds, the shape of the energy solidified, and I realized it was a circular disc with evenly spaced teeth around its edge. It was forming a palm-sized saw. My mood flipped instantly as I began anticipating exactly what this weapon did. The saw finished forming in the weapon's slot, then began to rotate, slowly at first, but picking up speed. Within moments, the saw-like disc was spinning as fast as an actual buzzsaw. As the spinning crescendoed, the saw was launched out of the slot at high speeds. It flew forward, and I thought that was the end of the demonstration. But then it arced to the left like a boomerang, the whirring of its passage creating a sound akin to the buzzing of a swarm of bees. Its arc continued, and the trajectory took on a circular pattern, whipping around at invisible targets until it finally lost momentum a few seconds later. The vision faded, and I stared longingly at the place where the weapon had been a moment before. Aestus must have noticed my expression, because the god let out a deep belly laugh. "Well?" he asked. I shook my head to clear my thoughts, then said, "A buzzsaw thrower that can change its trajectory mid-flight. What's not to like?" "I'm glad you approve." I nodded. "How does it work?" "It will draw directly from your friction core to supply the disc ammo. For now, it's limited by the throughput of your energy, so expect a reload time of around 10 seconds. That was a bit troublesome, but at least I wouldn't need to worry about supplying ammunition. You can fire it in a straight line, or manipulate the energy to control its path. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. You are familiar with affinity permanence, yes? The broad strokes, I replied. That should suffice. You must maintain the connection to control its spin and trajectory, but since the disk is comprised entirely of your native friction energy, that shouldn't be too difficult, even for a nascent. I tried not to feel some type of way about his casual dismissal of my control, even though I knew he was right. Like all heirloom items, it will grow with you, though I cannot predict the evolutions it takes. That will depend on its bearer. Understood. I tried to restrain the excitement in my voice and failed. I'll take it. Aestus laughed and waved his hand. Then it is done. Enjoy. I was pulled out of his mind world in an instant, launched back into my body in the hold like I'd just used a Darling of Fate charge. The disorientation propelled me forward, and I braced myself against Aestus's statue with a groan. After gaining my bearings, I noticed Yuri watching me from the corner of my eye. I pushed off the statue and tried to look casual. Yuri tilted his hat up with a finger and regarded me. Well? Aestus was pretty chill, I replied, intentionally misunderstanding his question. And the weapon? His curiosity put me on guard, and I decided not to reveal it, though I pulled up my inventory to examine it. I'll show it to you later, I replied as I found the item at the top of my inventory list. Though I tried to remain stoic, I couldn't help but smile as I read the item description. Dirk's Disc Slinger. Unique. Heirloom item. A suitably unsubtle weapon for an unsubtle man. Dirk Damascus wasn't known for his tact before his planet was integrated. He still isn't, but that's just fine, because he's got this weapon to compensate for his shortcomings. A problem isn't a problem when you sling magical buzzsaws at them. Rank. 0. Experience. 0 of 10,000. Traits. Spin to win 1. Abilities. Augmented Affinity Permanence. Rank 1. Passive. Status. Inventory. Bearer. Dirk Damascus. Soulbound. New trait. You've received the Spin to Win trait for acquiring Dirk's Disc Slinger. Chapter 37. Gathering the Herd. I quickly examined my new trait and passive ability notifications. Spin to Win 1. Gives the bearer the Augmented Affinity Permanence passive ability, plus 20 mastery. This is a transitory trait that will be revoked should the item leave your possession. New. Augmented Affinity Permanence, rank 1. Passive. Provides improved connection between you and the attuned affinity, friction. This connection will more easily attach and stay attached to objects and surfaces outside of your core. You can also sense and alter this external energy at your current affinity tier plus the rank of this ability. Nascent, peak +1, evolved to adept, low. System note, at rank 1, this tier increase is limited to ammunition shot from the associated weapon. As much as I wanted to whip out Dirk's disc slinger and start buzz-sawing everything, I didn't think the crowded plaza was the appropriate spot. Plus, I didn't want Yuri to see my new toy. For some reason, I doubted we'd remain cordial after the 3 hours passed. Speaking of, I examined the soul contract and pulled up the conditions to check the time remaining. Only a few minutes had passed, even though my time inside Astus's mind world had felt closer to 20. I was pleased that I still had as much time as possible, but I knew that no matter how much time remained, I'd still be pushing it to get everything I needed to do. I'm heading back to the portal, I told Yuri. I should be ferrying my people back through shortly. His eyebrows arched and he shrugged. Sure. I'll be happy to close another condition so soon. Then let's go. With Yuri at my side, I had no concerns about running across Astrid or the champions. We strolled down the main boulevard, and though we passed a group of beasts at one point, they noted Yuri's gaze and didn't move. It felt pretty amazing being able to walk through the hold with impunity, and I was glad to have Yuri at my side, even if I planned to betray him. We reached the portal without incident, and I pulled out the skeleton key. I scrolled through the menu that popped up and keyed it to Mama G's portal hidden in the tunnels. A timer appeared along with a notification. Portal destination overridden by first-floor skeleton key, Dirk Damascus. System note, only accessible by climbers of instance number 362. Turning to Yuri, I said, I should be coming through with my people in a few minutes. I'll send word if anything changes. He sat on the dais and placed his wheat strand between his lips. I'll be here, he replied casually. I nodded as I climbed the dais. Without wasting any more time, I stepped into the portal. I was immediately cast into darkness, my eyes struggling to adjust to the dark of the tunnels. The only illumination was the rippling blue surface of the portal behind me. "Who's there?" a voice cried out. A silhouette had been sitting on the dirt, their back against the tunnel wall. When they saw me come through the portal, they had popped to their feet in a rush. The faint outline of a pistol was visible in the dim lighting. "Hold your fire," I said, putting my hands in the air. "It's Dirk." "Who?" I groaned. "I'm the Prime, the guy that ferried everyone up the cliffs when the tower opened." "Oh, the one with the Superman cape?" the timid voice asked. I felt Red's desire to pounce on the guy, but I held her back and nodded. "That's right, though she doesn't like that comparison." "Huh?" I noticed the gun was still aimed at my head. That, coupled with Red's annoyance bleeding into my psyche, and the ticking time bomb of my soul contract, had me a little on edge. "Will you put the gun down, dipshit?" I snapped. His hand faltered, then the gun lowered to the ground. "Hey, fuck you, buddy. I'm just being careful." Clenching my jaw, I forced deep breaths in through my nose. After a 3 count, I opened my status sheet and tracked down to my unallocated stat points. Now that I had unlocked my spirit stats, it was time to shore up my biggest weakness. I put 40 points into charisma and confirmed the selection. There was no noticeable effect, but I figured it required some effort on my part to work. "Sorry, I'm a little on edge," I told the man. The man hesitated a moment, then put his pistol away with a sigh. "Me too, man. My bad about the gun. I'm Jamie." Huh, it actually worked. Then some distant memory flashed in my mind, latching on to that name. With my extra points in intelligence, I quickly formed the connection, and my eyes went wide. This was the guy who tried to kill Allie for the Golden Tunneler in the first redo. But I had to remember not to hold that against him. I was certain Craig had infected people with some sort of bloodlust in that first redo. "Dirk," I replied cordially. "Listen, Jamie, we need to gather everyone up fast. Where's Lacey or Jerome?" He pointed behind him. "Should be out on the cliffs." I nodded and went to move past him. What about me? Should I stay here, or—" "Yep, guard the portal. We'll be back in a few minutes." I went to move past him, then remembered something. Turning back, I said, "Whatever you do, do not go into that portal without me. Is that clear?" In the dim blue light, I saw his eyes widen at my tone. Okay." Once I was out of his line of sight, I started jogging. I didn't want to panic the guy with the gun by sprinting away, but we were also on a time crunch. When I spotted the light up ahead, I immediately noticed a frenzy of activity on the cliffs. I picked up my speed and burst out on the plateau overlooking the jungle below. Hundreds of people were stationed along the cliff edge, with hundreds more running back and forth with various supplies. The runners were carrying planks of wood, metal girders, giant cooking pots, and various other miscellaneous items that were incongruous with each other. But as I watched the bustling movement for a few moments, it became apparent what everyone was doing. They were preparing for a siege. The sound of power tools filled the air as platforms were constructed from the hodgepodge of materials. I noted a few wood and metal platforms already hanging over the cliffs, anchored into the rock with some sort of lag bolts. The pots were full of inky liquid that looked like oil, which I assumed would be used to slick up the ropes to impede climbing. From earlier experimentation, I knew the ropes couldn't be cut, so this was probably the next best thing. As I surveyed the scene, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Until this moment, I had felt like the burden of my instance's survival lay entirely on my shoulders. Though Lacey, Jerome, and the others had demonstrated competency when they worked together, in the back of my mind, I couldn't let go of that feeling that they were one misstep away from death. Even with me, Near and the Jri had massacred everyone in the last redo. To see them working together strategically reframed everything in my mind, and I was momentarily frozen in place as I watched. A voice called out from further down the plateau, shaking me from my thoughts.
"Dirk! Oh, thank God!"
Lacey came running over, the drill in her hand falling to the dirt as she wrapped me in a hug. I returned the embrace, though the image of Near's mantle ripping through her chest lingered in the back of my mind. "Hey, Lace, you all right?" She squeezed me once more, then pulled back. Waffling her head, she replied, "It's touch and go. The Jri started showing up at the tree line about 15 minutes ago. There was some initial panic, but Jerome and I have kept people busy with the defenses." I nodded and waved around me. "This is incredible. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting this." She frowned. "Isn't this like the 5th time you've lived this?" she asked. "What the hell were we doing in those redos?" "Dying." When I explained the redos to my party, I hadn't gone into the specifics, mostly because they had all ended terribly. Not a great way to boost morale. I waved away her question. "I'll tell you about it later." Looking around at all the work they had done, I felt a little chagrined at what would come next. "This is all really amazing work, Lacey, but—" She crossed her arms and squinted. "But—" "Well, I've opened a portal that will lead us to the end of the floor. We should be safe, but we have to go now." Her expression immediately eased and her lip turned up in a smile. "That's great news. I'll start gathering everyone." She went to leave, then turned back to me. "You made me think it was something bad," she said with a gentle slap on my arm. "You need to work on your bedside manner." "Sorry," I replied, forcing an embarrassed smile on my face. Despite her good mood and the looming prospect of saving everyone in this instance, a thought had infected my brain that I couldn't shake. 10,000 instances. 10,000. Were they already being massacred by the Jri? Even with the skeleton key giving me access to every instance, how could I possibly save them all? I forced my mind back to the task at hand. "Hey, Lacey," I called after her. She turned, her eyebrows raised in question. "Send everyone back in groups. We don't want to alert the jury too early." She flashed me a thumbs up and took off. As the first group sneaked away from the cliffs, I led them into the tunnel toward the portal Jamie was guarding. I kept them waiting there as more people trickled toward us, as I needed to be the first one in so that the protection clause I had with Yuri took effect. If I sent any of my people in before me, Yuri would be under no obligation to protect them from the beasts or the champions. When Lacey finally arrived, it was with the other members of my party, sans Mama G, who was back in our personal spaces.
"I think the jury knows something's going on, but they hadn't made a move yet as far as we can tell," Lacey said as she approached.
"Non-issue now that everyone's here," I replied. "I need to go in first, but there's a couple of rules we need to cover." Raising my voice, I shouted so everyone in the tunnel could hear me. "Listen up. The second-floor access is through this portal, but there are hostile forces in between us and those stairs." I noticed scared looks pass among the various pockets of people. "I've cut a deal with their version of a town guard, but the deal only applies if you stay near me." I tracked my gaze across the worried faces. I knew I wasn't a very inspiring leader, but I hoped that bumping my charisma would smooth the transition to the hold. "As long as you're within line of sight, you'll be just fine." I turned to the portal, nodding toward my party. "You guys ready?" "Let's fucking go," Byron shouted, his voice echoing through the tunnel. Before I could cringe, accompanying whoops rose up from the gathering people, and an excited energy filled the previously listless gathering. I tilted my head in surprise, then nodded at my party. "Okay, you heard the man." Then I jumped through the portal. The sudden sunlight blinded me, and I squinted as my eyes adjusted. After a few moments, my eyes recovered, and I spotted Yuri across the street. He was in conversation with two familiar groups of aliens, and I felt my heart quicken. Astrid Blackeye was the first to spot me, and she separated from the group to approach. Yuri put a hand on her shoulder, and her face darkened. From this distance, I couldn't hear what he was saying, so I hopped off the portal dais and strode over. "You can't expect us to pass up on every climber," one of the champions complained. "I'm not," Yuri replied. "Just the humans coming through right now." One of the beasts groaned. "We'll never hit our quotas." He cut off as soon as he saw me approaching. I slotted my way into the gathering and crossed my arms. "Don't mind me, just making my way to the second floor." I scanned the three factions, Yuri included. "I'm sure we'll be seeing you folks up there." Astrid's eyes were manic, and she studied me like a piece of meat. "Surely you wouldn't interfere if this one were to fall under my sway?" Though her eyes bored into me, I understood that was for Yuri. "What part of soul contract did you not understand, Blackeye?" he replied with a casual wave of his wheat. "Have the centuries eroded your ears along with your mind?" Her nostrils spasmed, her lips parting in a snarl. She whirled on Yuri, who remained calm under her erratic gaze. "It's your mind that has eroded, Watcher, to sign a soul contract with this worm." Her knees immediately buckled, and she prostrated in the middle of the group. Yuri's hand was casually pointing toward the woman, but his wheat had slipped from his mouth to the ground, and the corners of his eyes were wrinkled with effort. He clicked his tongue. "Astrid, Astrid, Astrid." The champions shared smug looks at Astrid's obvious discomfort, but didn't say anything snide. The other beasts looked like they wanted to attack Yuri, but self-preservation just barely won out.
How long have we known each other, Such disrespect is symptomatic of grave, underlying issues, I would think. You would never have dared speak to me in such a manner a century ago.
Her body was unnaturally still under Yuri's power, but as he pulled his hand back, she immediately gasped for air, writhing in pain as she regained control. Behind me, I noticed dozens of my people coming through the portal, their eyes wide as they watched the scene unfold. I gave them a reassuring wave and turned my attention back to Astrid. She climbed to her feet, snarling at me for some reason. I shrugged and held up my hands innocently. Don't blame me for your attitude. The rage in her eyes was barely constrained, and I wondered if she would lash out, consequences be damned. But her trembling eased, and she nodded toward Yuri.
Apologies, Watcher.
He plucked another piece of wheat from thin air and popped it between his lips with a nod. Turning to observe the crowd of people gathering around the dais, he asked, "Are you all here?" Lacey and Jerome stood off a few feet, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "How we doing, Lace?" I asked. Her eyes locked on the assortment of aliens eyeing her and the rest of our group like the catch of the day. She took a moment to respond, her voice shaking a bit before she steadied it.
We're all here."
She turned to me, and I gave her a confident nod. Her back straightened, and she met my eyes.
"Everyone's accounted for."
"Sweet. Yuri, that's our cue." Yuri snorted, then waved his hand to signal me forward. With Jerome in the lead, our group, numbering in the hundreds, trotted down the boulevard toward the giant stairs like a herd of buffalo. On either side, stall owners tried to pull our attention by offering alien wares that promised to make our climb a cinch. Meanwhile, the beasts and the champions trailed our group like packs of hungry hyenas, just waiting for a straggler to fall behind to fill their bellies. The mingling awe and terror among the climbers was a palpable energy as we walked down the boulevard. Turning a corner, the full scope of the looming stairs became visible, rising high up into the clouds. The forefront of the group paused to crane their heads up, forming a bottleneck that forced the entire group to a standstill.
"Holy shit,"
Lacey whispered at my side. I merely grunted, my attention pulled momentarily by something I'd seen off to the side. When I glanced over to get a better look, it was gone. A small smile touched my lips, and I turned to address the group. "Let's go," I shouted. "This isn't the time to sightsee." The lumbering collection of people surged forward once more, and we reached the bottom of the stairs. They stretched 30 feet wide and pierced the clouds high above. The steps were made of that same glistening marble that dressed the boulevard's storefronts, and the sun reflected bright enough to blind us as we approached. Now that we were right in front of it, a shimmering, transparent wall of energy demarcated the beginning of the stairs. A notification appeared as I focused on that nearly invisible wall. "Congratulations on gaining access to the second floor. You will be notified once the stairs open. In the meantime, you may choose to return to your personal space or continue to grow stronger within the first floor. New quest: Ascend the Tower. A portal leading to these stairs has been opened within your personal space. When the time comes, return to this spot and ascend. At the top of the tower lay the keys to immortality and the survival of your species. Second floor opens in 13 days, 21 hours, 11 minutes, 19.378 seconds. A portal whooshed open to the side of the stairs, and my skeleton key menu showed that it led directly back to my personal space. "Damn," I muttered. "Guess the second floor doesn't open for almost 2 weeks." Well, that was a bit of a pickle. I was on my last charge of Darling of Fate, and I still needed to revert to save Nikki. I'd have no charges for the interim period.
"That's good, isn't it?" Lacey asked. "We can stock up, keep leveling, and even go save the people trapped in the other instances like you mentioned earlier."
I chewed my lip in thought. Yeah, I suppose you're right.
What's the problem?
Turning to look back at the assembled group and the dangerous aliens still eyeing us like a slab of beef, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding that I couldn't explain. 2 weeks is a long time for things to go to shit. Chapter 38. Boon Selection Reprised. With the timer counting down on Yuri's protection, I urged the group through the portal to their personal spaces. Now that we had easy access back to the stairs, there was no reason to linger in the hold. No reason, that is, except to grab the limited boons. The only problem with that was there were only a handful of soul-bound boons that could be utilized after I reverted, which meant that I wanted to reserve them for my own party. It wasn't entirely selfish. My party had taken on the de facto leadership role of our instance, and it seemed prudent and equitable for them to reap the benefits. But also, I didn't know how many more times I could look down at their bodies without losing a piece of myself. Watching Nier and his Jri rip through them in the last redo had been particularly painful, and with my boosted intelligence, my mind could picture his mantle piercing through Lacey's torso like it was a film reel in my head. No more. If I could get them some powerful boons that would stick with them in the next redo, then I'd rest that much easier. So, as the group trickled into the single portal one at a time, I held back Lacey, Jerome, Byron, Frank, and Amos. There weren't nearly enough soul-bound boons to go around, but that didn't mean we couldn't find some value from the boons that weren't soul-bound. "What's up, bro?" Byron asked as I stopped him from going through. "Party meeting," I said, and nodded my head over to the side. The 6 of us peeled off while the stream of people continued through the portal. I spotted Allie and Colton watching us, and although they were good people and had been instrumental in organizing the group, I hadn't read them in on my redos. I gave them a reassuring wave and called out, "Be right behind you." I honestly didn't expect them to listen, but I felt like my boosted charisma was paying dividends as Allie nodded and they went through the portal. "Dirk?" Lacey asked when we were away from prying ears. She seemed to pick up that I didn't want the others to listen in. A couple of curious folks tried to walk over, but a growl from Jerome sent them off. There were still people entering the portal, but no one cast us a second look as we lingered, other than the aliens, at least. "Here's the deal," I said quietly. "There's 21 boons offered by the gods of this integrated universe, or whatever." I thumbed over my shoulder. "About a mile that way." "That's what my patron's message meant," Frank said with wide eyes. I nodded. "That's right, Frankie boy, and we're going to go grab them before we get out of here." Lacey's brow furrowed. "Why send everyone else off? Shouldn't we want them to be stronger?" "In an ideal world, sure," I replied. "But here's the catch. Most of the boons won't stick after a revert, and only one person can grab each boon." Lacey and Frank shared a shocked look, while Jerome scowled. Byron looked around with a confused expression. Amos just looked drunk. "So what?" Lacey asked first. "The 6 of us get the good boons, or whatever? Isn't that kind of messed up to cut the others out?" I shrugged. "They don't know about the redos, Lace. Plus, who gets first pick? Hundreds of people just went through that portal," I said, pointing toward the stairs. "One thing I know for sure is a drowning man will pull his friend to a watery grave with him. I know you all built a camaraderie over the last couple of hours,
But we don't really know those people.
Barely know you, might, Amos interrupted. I sighed. Even though he was a drunk, he wasn't wrong. The 5 of them had barely known me for a day, judging by their clock. Hell, even I had known them collectively less than a week. I noticed Lacey open her mouth to protest, but I held up my hand to forestall her. You're right, Amos. His eyes widened. Then a smug smile spread across his rosy cheeks. We haven't had the time. This whole tower, everything leading up to it, it's all been a giant clusterfuck. I looked him in the eyes and willed him to listen. But know this, Amos. I've stood over your corpse. His face fell flat, and I turned to encompass them all. I've stood over all of your corpses, and I made a promise to save you then and there. And I did. I saved you all. Multiple times. I sighed and turned to look at the beasts and champions standing only a few dozen feet away. All I ask is that you give me some small amount of trust, because if you don't, I pointed at the aliens looking back at my party, if you don't, they'll kill us all. And if not them, then some other alien will. The Jri, the beasts, the champions, hell, even the Coxodal are all after us. We're easy prey in their eyes. I raised my voice so the aliens could hear me. Well, fuck that. You want us, you're going to have to earn it. One of the beasts gnashed his teeth, a wild look in his eyes. I like it when they fight back. Jerome growled, stepping forward as if to square off. The beast moved to meet him, but I held Jerome back. He's goading you. We're under Yuri's protection, but if you kick it off, I don't know what'll happen. Jerome scowled, but nodded and eased his posture. The beast laughed, and I felt Jerome's anger spike, but he held himself back. Yuri, I called over to the watcher. We're going to head to the plaza and grab some boons, then right back. He shrugged and waved his hand. Lead the way. With most of our group back in their own personal spaces, the 6 of us were outnumbered 3-1 by the 2 factions as we made our way to the Boon Plaza under Yuri's watch. Though I knew they wouldn't make a move after his warning, I still felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I couldn't relax until Lacey, Byron, and the others were through the portal. We made it to the plaza without incident, though our entourage of beasts, champions, and a watcher certainly drew more than a few stares. As we approached, I considered how best to divvy up the boons among the group. Since I had already selected a boon, only the 5 of them could choose. Right away, I knew that someone should pick the armor heirloom boon, and I had my own thoughts on that. But first, I wanted to figure out what other boons to pick. Over here, I said with a wave toward a cluster of statues, are the stat point boons. I don't think they're the best pick since they probably won't transfer after a reset. As we circled the remaining statues, I explained what they did. These ones offer a crafting table and a alchemist's table, along with some basic recipes. Not my first pick, but the recipes could be useful later down the line. These ones here are all information primers. I think we should consider 1 or 2 of them. I stopped before the 4 statues representing the Keepers, Time, Conflict, and Fate. Now these are the juicy ones. The only problem is I don't know if they're sticky. Sticky? Byron asked. Stick after the reset, Lacey suggested, looking to me in question. I flashed her a thumbs up. Exactly. Some of these boons are crazy overpowered, but if they aren't sticky, we might as well wait until the final run before picking them. I'd suggest 1 person pick one as an experiment, and we can see if it sticks. That leaves 4 of you to pick. Leading them over to the Left's and Astus's statues, I indicated the armor heirloom boon. I already have the weapon heirloom on this run, and Astus was able to make my weapon soul-bound, meaning it'll stay with me on subsequent runs. I haven't had a chance to play with it yet, but I imagine it's crazy strong. Oh, can we see? Byron asked. Frank's eyes went wide, and he nodded eagerly. Sure, just don't let Yuri see, I said, indicating the watcher who was lounging against a building nearby. Pulling Dirk's disc slinger from my inventory, I held it up for them to examine, angling my body to block Yuri's view. This was my first time getting to check it out myself, and as soon as it hit my hand, knowledge filled my mind seemingly from nowhere. If I hold the trigger, my friction energy will condense in the slot, forming an energy disk. Releasing the trigger will shoot the disk out at high speeds. With the augmented affinity permanence, I can help direct the spinning disk's trajectory to create a homing effect. The information continued to stream in, giving me a feel for how to direct my energy into the slot, how controlling the disk would feel, and so much more. I also had an impression that its capacity, reload speed, and the affinity control would increase once it ranked up. I pulled down on the trigger, holding it as I suddenly felt a tugging on my soul. Using my spiritual senses, I noted the connection between the disc slinger and my friction core. My energy began to siphon toward the weapon, gray pinpricks of light coalescing into the slot. "Whoa," Byron said, his eyes wide. Frank touched his glasses in a particular way and leaned in to study the energy. I noted his stutter went away as he examined the weapon. "Fascinating," he muttered. "It's pure energy forming into a solid object. The energy is affecting the viscosity of the surrounding air." He looked up at me with a childlike curiosity. "Some sort of physics-based affinity? Density? Or maybe some sort of friction-altering energy? How the—" I shook my head in awe. "You can see all that?" His eyes went wide. "Oh, I was right?" He went back to studying the weapon as the energy finally formed into a solid disk with sharp teeth ringing it. The serrated disk began to spin in place, reaching top speed in moments. "Holy shit," Byron exclaimed. "It's like that Nerf disc launcher I had as a kid." He looked around in expectation. "Anyone?" I pulled the weapon back into my inventory, and Frank let out a disappointed sound. "Don't compare my soul-bound, God-made heirloom weapon to a Nerf gun." Byron shrugged. "Nerf guns are sick, dude. What you mean?" A thought hit me, and I drew the disc slinger from my inventory, aiming it up into the air as it appeared in my hand. The disc was still formed and spinning, meaning I could have it primed and ready to fire on a moment's notice. Fuck yeah! Lacey watched us like a girlfriend dragged to a comic convention, a barely tolerant look on her face. "You guys done checking out Dirk's dick slinger? Can we do this already?" she asked with a wave toward the statues. Amos guffawed while Frank, Byron, and I shared a pained look. "It's a disc slinger," I muttered. "I thought it was cool," Byron added. Frank leaned over and whispered, "Can I examine it later?" I whispered back, "You can check out my dick slinger any time." Frank blinked twice, and then he nodded seriously. Lacey snorted and turned to examine the statues. "So, who should get the armor boon?" she asked. "I reckon that's me," Amos said, strolling over to the statue. I was shocked frozen for a moment, and then rushed to block him. He stumbled back, the smell of whiskey heavy in the air. "The fuck? You're the last person taking that boon," I said. I was thinking Lacey should get it. Amos recovered his footing and pulled a flask from his inventory. "Mate, if I'd known it was going to be a beauty contest, I'd have brought my dick-sucking lipstick." He puckered his lips, then took a swig from his flask. Lacey scowled at Amos, but shook her head. "Not me. Jerome's the only close-range fighter. He should get it." Protest formed on my lips, then died there. Her logic was sound, but the image of Near's mantle tearing through her body flashed across my mind. I guess you're right, I conceded. Frank, I think you should get the mind stat boost. It's plus 50 to each mind stat. I don't know if it'll stay with you. I trailed off as a pained look passed over his face. What is it? My patron, they suggested I pick their boon. His eyes tracked to the ground like he was afraid of contradicting me. Oh, I replied. For some reason, it hadn't occurred to me that he would want to double up on his boon from the keepers. Well, in that case, I turned to Byron and Amos. One of you should pick a stat boon so we can see if it stays with you. Amos took another swig, noisily swished it around in his mouth, and then swallowed it with a loud, ah. Then he started over to the Jri statue that gave the body boon. What you doing, Amos? I asked. Nabbing me boon, he slurred with a nod of his head. I squinted in confusion. Wouldn't the mind stats be better for, well, now that I think about it, what can you do, other than launch your pigeons at things? His eyes suddenly cleared and he straightened his back. Might tread very carefully now. You disparage me honor all you want, but keep me pigeons out of it. He turned back to the statue and looked at us over his shoulder. Besides, me pigeons scale off me body stats. Then he held out his hand toward the statue and closed his eyes. A moment later, a red light encompassed him, and his knees buckled. Lacey ran over but stopped when he shot back to his feet instantly. Holy feck! He shouted, a wild smile on his face. Are you fecking kidding me? He turned toward us, and I couldn't help but notice that the red in his eyes was gone, and his skin had a glowing luster. I haven't felt this good since me balls dropped. He started running around the plaza as the rest of us stared on in a combination of amusement and embarrassment. While Amos was doing laps, I turned to Jerome and indicated the armor boon. Let's see what you get. Remember to request a soul-bound item. He grunted and stalked over to the statue. There was no indication that he had selected the boon, but I suddenly felt something shift in my spiritual senses. Jerome's regular jeans and T-shirt were suddenly covered by thick, metallic black armor. The armor seemed to cover him seamlessly. Less medieval plate armor, more futuristic exosuit. Spikes jutted from the shoulders, elbows, and knees, and I felt an aura exuding from him that was dense and powerful. A black metal helmet suddenly appeared over his head, a red visor hiding his eyes. 2 long, curving horns jutted from the helm, wrapping behind him like ram horns. At my side, Lacey gasped, while Amos nearly tripped and fell in fright. Byron and Frank visibly shifted back a step so they were slightly behind me. And, just like that, the armor disappeared, and normal scary Jerome stood there like nothing had happened. That was fucking terrifying, Lacey exclaimed. Frank audibly gulped and nodded. Bro, I literally almost pissed myself, and I don't care who knows it, Byron added. Turning to me, he said, Dirk, I think you got scammed, bro. That armor is way sicker than what you got. I frowned. Though I wanted to argue, I couldn't disagree. Yeah, I said dismissively. Frank's set on his boon, which just leaves Lacey and Byron. Now, we could do one of the primers, and I could scan it for any useful info, but I've been told by a reliable source that that boon is really strong. I pointed over at the Karma statue. What about these 2? Lacey asked, indicating the statues of fate and conflict. Oh, that's right, that was a different redo, I said, smacking my forehead. Lacey's brow furrowed. In the last redo, Frank's patron basically told me not to take Fate's boon. Frank squinted in confusion but didn't argue. Not sure if that applies to you guys, but let's not risk it. As for who takes Conflict's boon, I trailed off, not because I thought the boon wouldn't suit either of them, but because I was afraid. What would happen if one of them took that boon and gained another core, only to have it taken away when I reset? Of course, I knew that I had maintained my extra core and my upgraded class, but if there was anything I'd learned about my Darling of Fate class, it was that the rules didn't apply to me. Judging by my reaction when I selected the boon, the effects were invasive and not on the same tier as the body enhancement or unlocking spirit stats. That one's risky, I finally said. I don't know the ramifications of selecting that boon once I reset. Lacey pursed her lips. Is it powerful? I nodded. Extremely. Probably the best one here. Lacey, wait! Before I could stop her, she turned toward the statue, collapsing a moment later. Her head smacked the cobblestone with a crack, and I rushed over to cradle her head. Lacey! Her eyes were rolled into the back of her head, her breathing shallow. With my spiritual senses, I could sense the turmoil inside her soul. Energy was fluctuating throughout her body, condensing inside of her. A new core was forming in her soul, and it was powerful. Chapter 39. Drag-a-Bitch. Lacey, can you hear me? Lacey! Her eyes flitted back and forth under her eyelids, and her breathing came in ragged bursts. I put my fingers to her neck and felt her heart beating like a hummingbird's. What the hell happened? Byron asked from over my shoulder. She picked the class upgrade, I replied without looking up at him. A new core is forming. When I picked it, I was out for hours. Damn it, Lacey, why didn't you listen? I muttered. She all right? Jerome asked quietly. I was surprised to hear the concern in his voice. Nodding, I replied, Should be. Probably a little groggy, but once her new core forms, she'll be fine. Feck is it cool? Amos had paused his lapse once Lacey had collapsed and was clutching his flask to his chest. I waved a hand dismissively. Tell you later. Jerome, will you carry her? I want my hands free in case these aliens try to make a move. He nodded once and hoisted her into a fireman's carry. Frank, Byron, grab your boons and let's go. Frank's eyes widened and he ran over to the keeper's statue. After a moment, a soft smile touched his lips and he jogged back over. Byron grabbed the karmic sight boon and immediately grabbed his head as if he were in pain. Blinking a few times, he shook his head and nodded toward me. Ready. Then let's move. Leading the way, I nodded to Yuri, who led us back to the portal at the bottom of the stairs. I waved them through, and they entered one by one. When Jerome was the last one, Lacey on his back, I put a hand on his arm to stop him. I'm not following yet. Will you take care of Lacey until I get back? He frowned and shifted his grip. What you about? He asked tersely. Got a couple of things I need to do first. I'll be back in an hour or so. He pursed his lips, and for a moment I thought he might argue. She gonna worry about you. Best if you were there when she comes to. My thoughts were distracted, focused on the next part of my plan, but something about how he said that made me pause. What do you mean? He rolled his eyes in a definitively non-Jerome way. Boy, you blind, ain't you? My eyebrows raised in question. He snorted and shook his head. The girl's fallin' for you, and hard. Hell, even I seen it. I sat back on my heels and bit my lip. Really? You sure? He stared back at me like I was an idiot. I guess she had kissed me in a past redo, but that had been after saving her from the skinheads up close and personal, and we had spent a lot more time together in that redo. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. There's no time for that. How could I treat her right when I'm always running off solo? Not to mention the redos that she'll never remember. He pursed his lips but nodded his understanding. But I liked Lacey, and I didn't want her to think I didn't care if she was all right. If she wakes up before I get back, will you tell her I wanted to stay with her, but I needed to do some things first? Fine, he said, turning to enter the portal. As I was about to leave, he looked back over his shoulder. Luck, he said quickly, then stepped into the portal before I could reply. I was stunned for a moment, then shook my head with a wry smile. These extra points in charisma are amazing. Turning around, I noticed Yuri, Astrid, and the others watching me intently. I shrugged and said, "Show's over, folks. Feel free to go back to whatever the hell you guys do when us climbers aren't around." Yuri tilted his hat up. His eyes narrowed as I pulled out the skeleton key and keyed the stairway portal to a new location. Astrid and the beasts watched me with hungry looks, while the champions, whom I still hadn't met, stood imperiously to the side like they didn't care what I did. Strolling through the portal, I appeared in a familiar location not too far from where I'd just left. Leaping off the dais, I raced to the nearest alley and crouched in the shadows. Scanning the boulevard, I was happy to note there were no beasts or champions in sight. Our little cattle run had dragged all the interested parties half a mile down the street. Now, all I needed to do was wait. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and a smile touched my lips. Wiping my expression clear, I turned to see a blob of shadow detach from the alley wall a few feet away. I let my eyes go wide like I was surprised, before getting into a fighting stance. "Peace," the shadow said in a deep voice. "I mean you no harm." And there was Mylene, right on schedule. "Who are you?" I asked, letting my voice shake just a smidge. "Are you with those beasts?" I drew my katana but left my disc slinger in my inventory. The heirloom weapon was fully locked and loaded, and a slip on the trigger would launch a whirring blade of energy. Accidentally killing Mylene would put a real damper on my plan. Her silhouette approached, hands held up to show she was unarmed, though even when she was armed, her weapon of choice wasn't exactly threatening. The obscuring cloak that she wore became visible, though her face remained hidden. "I'm not with any of those maniacs," she said. "I represent a rebel faction that fights against them. But we aren't safe here. Come with me and I'll explain everything." Okay, I replied. Sure, I could have just infiltrated their camp on my own using the door code I'd memorized, but then I'd have to get past Olgren, stroll into their secret camp without immediately getting a crossbow bolt in the neck from Gonto, and somehow convince them that a beast raid was imminent. Mother Hiko would believe me, but the tension would be enough to spark an all-out battle if I wasn't hyper-vigilant. Plus, I needed Mylene's cooperation to clear this soul contract with Yuri. I followed her through the hold and into the sewers without comment. After passing Olgren, we entered the underground village and immediately drew the attention of the villagers and the 6 at the table in the corner. Before Mylene could lead the way and introduce me, I stepped forward and approached the table. Myrn rose up with his usual anger and began to accuse Mylene of endangering the entire village, but he went quiet as I strode around the table with purpose. Moving past Gonto and Nika, I went right up to Mother Hiko and bowed. "Hello, Mother Hiko. We meet again." Her pupil-less eyes stared up at me, and then a soft smile touched her lips, the wrinkles on her face contracting to form a weathered tapestry of lines. "Hello, young man. What's your name?" "Again," Myrn barked. "What does he mean, again?" I turned to address the leaders of the Kaori. Mylene stood off from the table, her expression blank with shock. Lai and Bai looked like they were about to sit down for their favorite soap opera. Myrn was on the verge of an embolism. Poor Gonto was having trouble priming his brain from the look on his face, and Nika was wide-eyed and on the verge of bolting. "My name is Dirk, and I'm a climber. Not only am I a climber, but I'm the first to reach the hold and most likely the most powerful climber in the tower." All except Hiko and Nika exchanged confused looks. Nika was half out of her chair already, while Hiko wore a childlike smile that stretched across her face. "I've given my word to Mother Hiko that I will assist the Kaori in my climb, and, if possible, help your people escape from this purgatory." I don't understand," Mylene said, a dazed expression on her face. She turned to Hiko. "You've met this man before?" Hiko arched a single eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. "The specifics can wait," I said. "The Kaori are not safe. Even now, Astrid Blackeye is preparing to lead a raid into the sewers." A dramatic gasp burst from Nika. Far too dramatic. I noted Hiko's gaze lock on the woman, then turned up to me. Though she couldn't see with her eyes, I could help her see with our shared connection. The fate energy leaked from me and into Hiko, who accepted it with a far defter touch than I ever could. As the vision resonated in her mind, I saw her reach at her hip and pluck that deadly, foot-long needle from nowhere. Before she could stab it into Nika's neck in the deadly déjà vu, I intercepted her wrist, gently but with a firm hand. Nika reacted to the movement, her eyes tracking to the needle angling toward her neck, then up to Mother Hiko's face. "Mother, I didn't—" "Just a minute, Mother," I interrupted. Letting the old woman's hand go, I waited to see if she would execute Nika anyway. She pursed her lips and tisked once before retracting the needle. "I'm so confused," Gonto said wearily, looking around for support. "I am as well," Mylene replied with crossed arms. Nika took the moment to burst to her feet and make a break for it. Before she could take 2 steps, Red tangled her feet up. Wrapping around her arms and torso, Red kept her trussed up while I addressed the others. "Nika here has betrayed the Kaori," I said. "There's no time for recrimination or interrogation now. But I, for one, would like to get to the bottom of things once your people are safe." I turned to Mother Hiko. "Escape plan A?" I suggested with a smile. She cackled and clapped her hands. "Escape plan A," she called out. "What?" Bai gawked, looking at his sister. Myrn held his warhammer and looked between Hiko and me, wondering if he should fall in line or make a fuss. Mylene broke the impasse, turning to yell to the Kaori bystanders. "Escape plan A! Move, move, move!" A panic spread among the people as Myrn, Bai, and Lai burst into action. Nika struggled inside Red's grip, while Gonto looked on in surprise and maybe a little bit of regret. "Gonto," I said, putting a consoling hand on his shoulder even as his wife tried to pull me back via Red. "I understand if this is a lot for you. Can I show you something?" He looked up at me slowly as if the words weren't registering. A moment later he nodded absent-mindedly, the shock of his captured wife making his actions sluggish. With my fate energy cycling, I shaped the tendril with the memory of Nika stabbing him the first time I met the Kaori, then fleeing moments before the beasts arrived. He watched himself bleed out as Mylene shouted for him to stay with her. The vision came and went in a handful of breaths, and when his eyes cleared, tears dripped down his cheeks. "It's my fault," he whispered. "I wasn't a good husband. I wasn't faithful in my heart." Well, I hadn't been expecting that. Anger or sadness, sure, but taking the blame for his wife dooming his entire people. I turned to Mylene and indicated Ganto with a wave that he couldn't see. She squinted at first, then noticed the tears streaming down his face.
"Gan,"
she said softly, pulling him away.
"Our people need your strength. You can cry later."
He nodded, straightening his posture before running off to facilitate the evacuation. Mylene and I shared a look, and she nodded in thanks. I shrugged and waved toward Nika. "Should I drag her along, or do you have some chains we can wrap her in?" Mylene pursed her lips, her eyes darkening as she studied the woman. Then she turned away with a cold disregard.
"Drag her."
I fought the smile trying to itch its way onto my face and shrugged again. I asked Mother Hiko, "Shall we?" as I held out my arm and brushed it against her so she'd feel it.
"By your leave,"
she replied with a mock curtsy, and we both chuckled as she looped her arm within mine. Dragging Nika behind me and supporting Mother Hiko at my side, we got more than a few strange looks as I led the older woman to the escape hole. I flashed them my most charming smile and continued on. "Mother," I said, "are you familiar with Watcher Yuri?" Her arm tensed, though she didn't miss a step as we climbed through the hole into a sewer tunnel.
"Oh, I'm familiar with him,"
she replied coldly.
"He's a hemorrhoid on the ass of the Kaori. He's our worst enemy within the hold, and never gives a moment's peace. I suspect he has a tower quest to eradicate our people."
I nodded, then realized she couldn't see the movement. That tracks with what he's mentioned to me. She turned her head up toward me but didn't say anything. We marched the rest of the way through the sewers in silence, but when Mylene went to move past us, I stopped her with a look. With just the two of them within earshot, I took in a deep breath, then said, "I've signed a soul contract with Watcher Yuri." Mylene's eyes went wide, her hand instinctively clenching, her chopsticks, no doubt, in her grip. But at my side, Mother Hiko remained stoic.
"Risky, my boy,"
Hiko replied, her tone easy.
"What are the conditions?"
I shrugged. He guaranteed me and my people safe passage to the stairs and some advice on my boon selection. Hiko nodded, but Mylene's jaw clenched. Her eyes bored into me with a fire that made me reflexively open my inventory to find my weapons. I paused, forcing myself back under control and letting an easy smile fill my face.
"And what did you promise?"
Hiko asked, her tone still calm. I shrugged and started to reply, but then turned to Mylene suddenly. "Promise not to gut me before I can explain?" She had her chopsticks visible now, the shadows of the sewers swallowing her.
"I promise,"
she replied, her voice echoing strangely as the effects of her weapon took hold. Good enough. I promised to deliver the unseen champion to the plaza roofs before ascending to the second floor. The hairs on the back of my neck tingled, and I felt Red subconsciously prepare to release Nika to defend against Mylene's attack. I prompted the cape to relax, keeping my face placid and my body loose. "Of course, I have no intention of sacrificing you, Mylene," I added.
"You have a plan?"
Hiko asked at my side. "I do," I replied with a nod. "It's got some risks, but only to me. I just need you to trust me." I said this last part to the dense pocket of shadow that I knew to be Mylene. I could feel her reluctance, like a coursing energy passing between us, but I also felt the tingling sensation on the back of my neck ease as the seconds passed. After nearly 30 seconds of silence, Mylene sighed.
"What do you need?"
I smiled and told her my plan. Chapter 40. We're gonna need snacks. I left Nika with Myrn and returned to the red portal in the center of the hold. Keying in my personal space, I walked through and found myself back in my prison cell-like room. My plan to resolve the soul contract with Yuri was looming over me like an invisible guillotine, but I wanted to check on Lacey's condition and make sure Athena was doing all right after the emotional toll of the last redo. When I arrived inside my personal space, there was a portal there that was new. With my skeleton key, I realized that it was the portal leading back to the stairs inside the hold. Leaving the room, I went into the hallway and knocked on Lacey's door. After a few moments, Byron opened it, and I spotted the entire party behind him, along with Athena and Lex. "How's she doing?" I asked Byron. "She just came around a few minutes ago." He leaned in and lowered his voice. "She asks about you, but Jerome said you had to do something and would be back soon. She seemed disappointed, bro." He nudged me with an elbow, and I rolled my eyes as I pushed past him. Lacey was propped up in a king-sized bed, 3 plump pillows arranged behind her. When she saw me, her eyes went wide.
"Dirk, are you okay? No one knew where you were, and we were worried."
I smiled and went to the side of her bed, reaching out to put a hand on Athena's shoulder before turning to Lacey. "You were worried about me. I was worried about you. How you doing? At least tell me your new class is good." Her face dropped, and she looked down at the bed. I immediately frowned and leaned in closer. "What is it? What's wrong?" She bit her lip and said, "It's not good, Dirk." She looked back up at me, her frown mixing suspiciously with a twinkle in her eye.
"It's great."
I let my head fall back as I stared at the ceiling. When I looked back at her, I shook my head in annoyance. "Damn, Lacey, not cool." I chuckled and let loose the breath sitting heavy in my lungs. I turned to Athena and Frank at my side. "Straight faces, huh? You knew she was going to try and punk me?" Athena shrugged, a big, shit-eating grin on her face. Frank, at least, had the courtesy to look ashamed.
"Serves you right for not coming back with them," Athena scolded. "We still have that thing to take care of."
Before I could respond, Lacey squinted and asked,
"What thing?"
I gave Athena an annoyed look, and the girl mouthed the word, "Oops," as I turned to Lacey. "Nothing to worry about. Just some bandits in our hometown that need to be mopped up."
"Bandits?"
Lacey asked.
"They're more than bandits,"
Athena said with an aggravated tone.
"They're slavers. They've got women with them, and they ambushed us in the last redo."
Mama G, who had been standing silent, suddenly whirled on me.
"You took this girl out of the safe zone?"
"Yes, Mama, and you knew all about it," I replied wearily. She scowled, but didn't make further comment. "Slavers," Jerome grunted, and I turned to look at the man. His nose was furled, a mean scowl on his face. Suddenly his armor appeared, wrapping him in an aura of fear that hit the group like a tidal wave. "Where?" he growled. In the corner of my eye, Byron edged toward the door, while Amos left entirely. As the Aussie walked out the door, I noticed his shoulders hunched forward, a sad look on his face that seemed completely unrelated to Jerome's terror-inducing armor.
"Jerome, honey,"
Mama G said,
"will you put that demon-touched armor away? You're scaring the girl." "No, he's not,"
Athena started, but was interrupted by Mama G with a wave of her hand. Reluctantly, Jerome returned his new armor to his inventory. "What's with Amos?" I asked. "Something wrong with him?" Byron and Frank shared an amused look, and I furrowed my brow in confusion.
"Ever since the body boon, he can't get drunk," Lacey said with a smirk. "He finished off his entire stash and not even a buzz. He's been pouting like a baby ever since."
I stared at her in shock for a moment, then felt a deep belly laugh rise up. I tried to stifle it, but My laughter echoed through the personal space, and Lacey's own tinkling laughter followed shortly after. In moments, we had infected everyone except Mama G and Jerome with our contagious laughing. "About those slavers," Jerome interrupted, instantly killing the vibe.
"Damn, Jerome," Lacey said. "I'm all for murdering the slavers too, but can we share a laugh for 5 minutes, please?"
He glanced away, a rare look of chagrin on his face. "Sorry." "Well, since the mood's dead, what is next?" Byron asked, looking at me. They all turned to me expectantly, and I bit my lip. I knew Athena and Jerome would push to clear out the bandits that had ambushed us in the last redo, but just like taking everyone into the hold and to the stairs leading to the second floor, it wouldn't stick. Taking those fuckers out would be more about venting our frustration and anger rather than actually saving those women. And judging from the strength level of the bandits, I didn't need a test run to boost my confidence in dealing with them. I was certain that I could clear out their entire camp in the final run without breaking a sweat. But would Athena hate me for ignoring them in this redo? "I need to talk to Athena first," I said to the others, in private. Athena's eyes went wide, then narrowed skeptically. The others shrugged and started talking among themselves as Athena followed me into my personal space. Before I could say anything, she broke the silence.
"If you're thinking about leaving me behind, you can forget it. I want to be there."
I held up my hand to stop her burgeoning tirade. "It's not that," I said. Her fierce expression cooled, and then she squinted.
"What then?"
I hesitated, steeling myself for another splash of vitriol from the girl. There's something I need to do before we deal with the bandits."
"Okay."
She drew out the word as if to say, "So?" "And I may not survive. There's a good chance I'll need to trigger a redo, my last one." She shook her head in confusion.
"What is it? Is it really more important than those trapped women?"
"It's gotta be done," I said, my tone sincere. "I'm sorry to break my promise, but I swear we'll deal with the bandits and rescue those women on the last run." She took in a deep breath, then sighed.
"Okay."
"I'm really Wait, okay?" She shrugged, a smile forming on her lips.
"I trust you. Plus, we'd have to go rescue them all again anyway."
Then her smile vanished, and she adopted a dramatically serious expression as she pointed her little finger at me.
"But you better take me with you when you get those assholes."
I chuckled, then adopted Mama G's accent. "Language, young lady." She blew a raspberry at me, and then pantomimed a dirty hand sign. My eyes went wide in legitimate shock. Where'd you learn that?" I asked, knowing the answer, but not quite believing it. She let out an innocent giggle and nodded back toward the hallway.
"I saw Amos do it. He was talking about you."
Another fit of giggles took over as she said,
"Lacey thought it was funny."
I pursed my lips. "Uh-huh. I'm going to have a little talk with her." Athena slapped my arm gently.
"Oh, chill out. I've heard more swear words from you than any of them combined."
My instinct was to defend myself, but then I recognized that she was probably right. Coughing into my fist, I changed the subject. "Anyway, let's head back in. I want to let them know the plan before I go." She nodded and led us back into Lacey's personal space. When Jerome saw us return, he stood up, a scowl on his face. "Location." He said it like a statement rather than a question. I nodded but held my hand up. "I'll give you directions if you want, but I have to head back to the hold."
"What? Why?"
Lacey burst out.
"We'll go with you."
I shook my head. "I need to handle this myself, okay? You guys can go out of my safe zone, or you can wait for me to come back. I'll leave it to you. It felt like a lie, but I knew Athena and Lex were the only ones that would remember. Will it be dangerous? Byron asked. I noted Athena look down suspiciously, giving me away before I could deflect. Lacey noticed, too, and pursed her lips in annoyance.
Why are you being so secretive? Lacey demanded. I thought we were in this together.
Lacey, please, I said with a sigh.
Please what?
Her tone was full of venom, and I couldn't help but feel like the situation was slipping out of my control. It might be dangerous, I admitted, but it's nothing I can't handle. I need you guys to stay out of the hold until it's over. We can help, bro, Byron said. We're more powerful than ever. Lacey's class is godly, and Jerome's armor could make a Jri shit their fur. I cut my hand through the air. Just leave it, Byron. You guys aren't coming. Immediately the tension in the room shifted, and I closed my eyes with a sigh.
Why the hell not? Lacey demanded. Because I can't watch you die again, I shouted.
Her eyes went wide while Frank and Byron shared shocked looks. Jerome scowled while Athena looked at the wall uncomfortably. I let out a deep breath and shook my head. Listen, I'm sorry. There's a lot of pressure on me, and I shouldn't give orders like I'm the boss. It's just, I need to go solo on this one, okay?
Dirk,
Lacey said, trailing off uncomfortably. Please, Lacey. I willed her to see how important this was to me, that I couldn't have them out there pulling my attention away. She pursed her lips and nodded.
Fine.
She looked away, and I felt my chest tighten upon realizing I'd done it again. I'd pushed the people that cared for me away. I hesitated there for another beat, then turned to go. If I lingered another second, I'd lose my nerve entirely. As I passed the threshold to Lacey's personal space, a soft voice called out,
Be careful.
I turned back to see them all watching me, various expressions of anxiety and disappointment on their faces, all except Lacey, who had a determined set to her eyes. I nodded in reply, then strode back into my personal space and through the portal leading back to the hold. Athena watched as Dirk left the personal space, a complicated feeling occupying her mind. On one hand, she understood what the man was going through. It was tough interacting with people who kept forgetting you. She'd had the same conversation with Mama G multiple times, and the woman never got less stubborn, no matter how Athena approached her. And the connection between Dirk and Lacey was so obvious that she wondered if Lacey was remembering things too. It must have hurt so bad to see her die. She couldn't imagine having to relive that first day, watching her parents. No, even thinking about it hurt like ripping a scab off a still-healing wound. Well, that was awkward, Byron said to the room.
He forgot to give us directions,
Frank added, his eyes narrowed in confusion. The girl knows, Jerome grunted, indicating Athena with a nod. Mama G immediately came over and put a hand around her shoulders.
You ain't taking the girl out to hunt no slavers.
Jerome's expression softened, but his tone remained sharp. Nobody suggesting that, Mama, but she can describe the place well enough.
I'm not going after the slavers,
Lacey interrupted, her tone full of heat. She turned to Athena, her eyes seeming to bore into the girl.
What did he tell you about this thing he needs to do?
Athena's eyes went wide.
Are you going after him?
Lacey pursed her lips and nodded.
You're damn right. He thinks he can pull some savior complex bullshit like we're just some tag-alongs? I don't think so.
Athena's chest swelled with pride, and then she realized the woman probably didn't include her in that description. "Lacey, you sure?" Byron asked. He seemed pretty adamant.
"I don't give a crap."
She looked up at Byron from the bed, then locked eyes with Jerome, Frank, and Mama G.
"That man saved me from—"
She looked at Athena, then paused. The girl understood the implication and lifted her chin to show she wasn't scared.
"Well, you know from what. He says he's saved us all multiple times? Are we some fucking damsels in distress?"
She raised her eyebrows in question, looking around the room.
"I don't know about you guys, but I'm nobody's damsel. I've got a divine grade class, and I'm ready to kick some ass."
She blushed, but didn't look away.
"Who's with me?"
Nobody said anything for a moment. Then Byron clapped his hands and started nodding. I can't tell if that was corny or inspiring, but I'm hella pumped now. Let's do this. Frank nodded while Jerome grunted. Amos strolled in with a confused expression. What did I miss? Lacey ignored him, standing up to face Mama G.
"Mama, we're going to need some snacks."
Chapter 41. Loopholes and Suicide Pacts. Before I stepped through the portal leading back to the hold, I checked the time remaining on my soul contract with Yuri. There was a little more than 30 minutes left. Plenty of time. As long as I didn't get bogged down by any beasts, champions, Jri, or Coxodal, plenty of time. As soon as I cleared the portal, I raced to the nearest alley and began winding through the back streets toward the plaza. By focusing on my soul contract, I could feel the general direction of Yuri's location, and it seemed he was loitering in that vicinity. Pausing in the shadows of an alley looking out on the plaza, I scanned the nearby roofs, streets, and alleyways for anything out of the ordinary. But as far as I could tell, the plaza was full of normal pedestrian traffic and empty of enemies. Climbing one of the buildings overlooking the plaza, I stopped near the top, clinging to the wall with natural friction control. Pulling my disc slinger into my hand, I examined the spinning disc of energy in the top slot. The connection was strong, and I focused on that as I fired it into the wall. It took a burst of mental effort to keep the disc spinning in place without chewing through the brick and buzzing through the building. I hadn't been able to test how long I could keep the discs going, but for now I was able to maintain the connection and its momentum. New energy was pulled from my core as the weapon reloaded before I stashed it in my inventory. With that trap set, I slid down the wall and walked to the alley mouth. The die was about to be cast, and my mind snapped back to my conversation with Lacey and the others. Until this point, I'd kept my mind clear of thoughts, simply focusing on passing through the hold undetected. If I let myself think back to how I'd just left things with Lacey, Athena, and the others, I'd lose focus. Distractions were the last thing I needed right now. It didn't matter if they were getting stronger. It didn't matter if they could hold their own against the Jri. This was Watcher Yuri I was about to come face to face with, and the most likely outcome was my death. That I could deal with. But watching Yuri snap Lacey's neck like a dried twig as he'd done with Mylene, that I couldn't handle. My limbs vibrated with adrenaline, pins and needles pricking my skin in anticipation. Taking a deep breath, I stood up straight and strolled out into the plaza. Yuri's hat turned toward me almost instantly, his eyes still obscured under the brim. But I felt the weight of his gaze through the hat, and my breath caught. I instinctively dialed up my mass, boosting my strength and endurance until I felt like a walking tank. The increase helped me shore up my confidence as I stood in front of the Watcher. "You're walking toward me awfully casual for someone with only a handful of minutes left to live," Yuri said as I neared. I shrugged, struggling to match that casual air he was pointing out. "I've brought you the unseen champion." I forced a smirk on my face, though all I wanted to do was run away. "Let's go." He snorted, pushing off from the statue he had been leaning against. "You just left them, did you?" he asked skeptically. "They'll meet you on the rooftops just like we discussed," I replied. "You can handle it from there, I assume?" He didn't say anything, and I couldn't see his eyes under his hat, but I felt him weighing my words against his need to take the unseen champion. After a moment, he nodded. "I sure hope you don't have some half-cocked ambush planned," he said, joining me as I began to walk toward the nearby buildings. "Not only will you lose your soul, but I'll make sure whoever it is suffers terribly." I glanced at him, keeping my smirk on with a force of will, but suddenly I found my trepidation replaced with a trembling anger. The image of Mylene's helpless struggle as he hoisted her up with his magic flashed in my mind. The sickening crack of her neck, the off-kilter angle of her head, and the bulging eyes marring her beautiful face played over and over again in my thoughts. "I've seen your power," I eventually said. "I'm not under any illusion that I can take you on head-to-head." That seemed to mollify him, and we walked the rest of the way in silence. When we reached the nearest building, I scaled the side with my friction energy, while Yuri floated himself up effortlessly. As he neared the center of the rooftop, I slowed my pace a half-step, falling in behind him. The connection to that still-spinning disk was like a flare in my vision. I readied it with a thought, then took a deep breath. My hands trembled as 2 items appeared from my inventory. The soul contract notification appeared even as I lunged with maxed-out agility. As Mylene's chopsticks struck at Yuri's back, I fired a second disc from Dirk's disc slinger off at an angle rather than directly at the Watcher so it would leave his line of sight. The first disc began burrowing up through the roof, ready to slice through Yuri's ankles even as the second disc arced away. Counterparty Condition 1 has been fulfilled. The unseen champion has been delivered to Watcher Yuri on the rooftops near the central plaza of the hold, instance number 362. But despite my boosted agility and the element of surprise, Yuri managed to spin around. The divine-grade chopsticks hovered less than an inch from his neck as my entire body quivered. Without taking his eyes off of me, he turned his head slightly to focus on the disc that had been buzzing away in a roundabout arc. The spinning saw halted in midair dozens of feet in the distance. No matter how hard I pushed, the chopsticks wouldn't budge as I tried to force them into his neck. I switched my attention to the second disc, but Yuri's domain was a suffocating blanket, freezing everything around him completely. The burrowing disc ate through the roof under our feet with a sound like a power saw, and Yuri easily stopped it as well as soon as it became visible. The energy from my trap disc had been dissipating all this time, so I let it go and focused on maintaining the second disc, even as it was stuck in place. The original disc fragmented into pieces of gray energy before vanishing completely. In his haste to face me, he had lost his hat and his usual strand of wheat. His scalp was crisscrossed with wisps of hair that were working overtime to cover his exposed skin. The sheer vanity of hiding his bald head with a hat would have made me laugh if I wasn't knee-deep in shit at this very moment. He was angled so that he could keep his eyes on both the disc and me, making it appear like he was taking to the air in front of me. "Clever little brat," he growled, his throat tight with exertion. His eyes were opaque orbs of gray steel, no sclera visible as he kept both my weapons locked down. Bringing the unseen champion's weapon to me was a beautiful loophole, assuming it was the person
and not the item I wanted."
He snorted and shook his head with a minuscule motion, maintaining eye contact with both the disc, the chopsticks, and me.
"But I never expected you to throw your life away on such a pitiful attempt."
His eyes flashed and a snarl replaced his smile.
"He or she must be quite alluring for you to martyr yourself for them. Unfortunately, it seems like they've left you to your fate."
He cut off as a twang sounded from nearby. An arrow suddenly quivered in his back, piercing through the front of his shoulder. He growled in pain, but the pressure on me didn't relent in the slightest. Without losing sight of me, he angled his body toward where the shot had come from. In the corner of my eye, I saw a figure in an obscuring cloak frozen in place, with another arrow half drawn to the drawstring.
"Let me guess,"
he growled, a pained smile on his face.
"The true unseen champion?"
He clicked his tongue and stepped back to get a better angle of the two of us.
"Brat, I've lived in this terrible rat hole, fighting these vermin for centuries. I've seen every trick and machination a twisted, desperate mind can come up with. Of course I knew you'd have a backup plan."
Slowly, the arrow sticking out of him began to inch forward, pulling itself free as he scowled in pain. When the arrow was fully extracted from his body, he angled it back toward Mylene. I tried to fight his power with everything inside of me, drawing upon the deepest well of determination and willpower I possessed. But it was no use. I felt like a toddler trying to hold off an adult as the chopsticks stood poised at his neck. I could only watch as the bloody arrow was sent flying toward Mylene, sticking deep in her chest without so much as knocking her back. She couldn't even grunt in pain. Yori's hold was so absolute.
"Now, I may not be able to hurt you," he told me, "but I can certainly hold you here until the beasts or the champions pass by. In fact," he squinted and looked off toward the plaza, "I think that's Black Eye and her band of psychos over there."
He opened his mouth to shout when his eyes narrowed. He leaped into the air, while at the same time a shimmering effect appeared all around us. My vision seemed to distort as the rooftop appeared suddenly crowded in a bizarre tableau. Lacey, Jerome, Frank, Byron, and Amos appeared before me, and I had to wonder if I was hallucinating. Jerome was frozen mid-strike, his two legendary shanks less than an inch from where Yuri's back had been. He wore his new armor, and I felt the wave of his intimidation aura pass over me. His helmet was off, and his face was locked in a snarl, his eyes darting around in surprise. Amos's pigeons were frozen mid-flight, while a rime of frost was extending out from Frank. The distortion wave from Byron's haste spell also seemed stuck, while Lacey's mouth was open in surprise. They had come to help. I would have been fuming mad if I wasn't so touched. Lacey and I locked eyes, and I could feel her emotions through that gaze, almost like I could hear her say, "Sorry, not sorry," with that tilted smile I'd come to recognize. Something in my perception pulled me away from that connection, and I reached out with my spiritual senses. In the distraction of Mylene and my party's staggered attacks, Yuri had let one small, inconsequential thing slip from his mental grasp. With a force of will, I tugged on the connection to that disc I had fired a minute earlier, angling the disc back toward us with a manipulation of the friction energy. "How many rats do you have hiding in your hole?" Yuri shouted down at us, floating 15 feet in the air. "Should I just pulp the entire block and call it a day?" The disc buzzed in the distance, quiet like a fly in the other room. I tracked it with my eyes and my spiritual sense. I had intended to merely kill the unseen champion and fulfill my quest, but you're really starting to annoy me." In the corner of my eye, Astrid and her group started toward us, sprinting to cross the plaza once they had seen Yuri pinning us in place. He chuckled, then pursed his lips. "I'm not a masochist. Tell me if there's any more surprises waiting for me, and I'll kill your friends quick. If you don't tell me, though," he nodded slightly toward the impending beasts, "they aren't as honorable as me." The pressure on my jaw, and only my jaw, relented ever so slightly. "Nothing," I forced through my constricted throat. "Let them go." He arched his brow. "Go? No, they've attacked me. There is no go, only a quick or a slow death. Now, this is the last time I'll ask." He cut off as the buzzing of the impending disc grew too loud to ignore. His eyes went wide as he realized there was another attack coming, from behind him. Groans of pain suddenly sounded from Mylene and my party as he tried to rip them apart before the disc cut him in half. And in that moment, I activated Shadow Walker. The ability tied to the chopsticks teleported me into Yuri's shadow and directly into the path of my spinning disc. The buzzsaw-like disc nearly sheared through my left hip, but I was able to stop it with a panicked burst of energy control. "No!" Yuri shouted, whipping around fast enough to cause the wind to stir. Time seemed to slow as my brain took in everything at once. Below me, my party was spread-eagled, their limbs extended out as if Yuri were about to quarter them like some medieval execution. Only a few 100 feet away, and approaching fast, were a trio of beasts, including Astrid Blackeye, who I didn't think I could beat in a fair fight. In front of me, Yuri's opaque, gray steel eyes were wide in shock as they stared down at the energy disk embedded in my left hip. Those impenetrable eyes slowly cleared as he lost control over his domain. We began to fall as a notification filled my vision. Watcher Yuri has failed Soul Condition 2 and has forfeited his soul to the counterparty. More notifications appeared but were minimized as my body crashed to the rooftop below us. People fell around me as Yuri's hold over us dissipated. My wits returned as I realized that Astrid was almost on us. Shooting to my feet with a grunt of pain, I immediately began sawing through Yuri's neck. The chopsticks cut through without any issues, and I forced down my disgust as I gingerly picked up his head. His eyes were bugged out in surprise, while his wispy hair was matted in blood. Projecting confidence, I strolled to the rooftop edge with head in hand. I spotted Astrid only a few dozen feet away, looking up at me from the alley below. Without saying a word, I tossed Yuri's head to her. She caught it with wide eyes, then looked at me in terror. "You're next," I said. She held onto Yuri's head as she and the two others with her scurried away. With that dealt with, I limped back over to the group. "Everyone okay?" I asked. Shaky nods were their only response as I glanced over at Mylene. She had fallen out of sight once Yuri's grip had released. "Did you bring the delight?" I demanded, scanning the party. They were slow to react, but a moment later Lacey held up her hand. "It's here." I grabbed it without a word and dashed over the side of the roof. In the alley below, Mylene was dragging herself deeper into the shadows, an old habit, I imagined, since she didn't have the chopsticks. She heard my footsteps and tried to crawl away faster, but her arms gave out. "It's me," I said hurriedly. "Here, take this." I pulled the hood of her obscuring cloak down and fed her the Heaven's Delight. She resisted at first, her eyes unfocused as she looked up at me. But a moment later they cleared, and she took the treat. The blood gushing from her chest slowed, then stopped. A broken bone in her leg snapped back into place with an audible crack, and she cried out in pain. I'd been there before, and I knew the delight was an amazing healing treat, but it didn't do anything for the pain. Hoisting her up on my good side, I scaled back to the rooftop and deposited her gently in the middle of the group. "You okay?" I asked. She nodded, her hair cascading over her face, her robes still drenched in blood. "I'm just glad it's over," she replied shakily. "He's been a plague on my people for many years." I resisted the urge to cringe, not having the heart to tell her that Yuri would probably be back after I reset. I had no clue if Yuri forfeiting his soul would stick any more than if I had just plain killed him. For now, I let her have this victory. "Thanks for these," I said, handing over her chopsticks. Her eyes went wide like she'd forgotten about them, and then she reached out and took the bloody chopsticks almost reverently. "I can't believe that actually worked," she said with a chuckle. Then she narrowed her eyes. "Actually, I'd thought it hadn't. What happened?" I shrugged. "Well, my original plan was to catch him by surprise in his blind spot, but I knew he would be waiting for that. So I figured if I could force him to hurt me, or if I hurt myself, he'd be in violation of the soul contract." Her eyes went wide as she shook her head. "Your backup plan was to hurt yourself? That was incredibly risky." "No, it was idiotic," Lacey scolded, strolling over to punch me in the arm. "What kind of plan was that?" she demanded. I shrugged, a chagrined expression on my face. "It worked, though." I trailed off as she crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Coughing into my fist, I latched on to a distraction. "Oh, Mylene, this is my party. Guys, meet Mylene." Lacey scowled at my weak attempt to change the subject, but stepped forward to shake Mylene's hand. "I'm Lacey." Her tone was almost combative, but before I could parse it, the others came up and introduced themselves, diffusing the situation before it could form. With introductions out of the way, Mylene turned to me and smiled. I matched her smile and reached out to give her a handshake. She laughed and pulled me in for a hug. I winced in pain as she aggravated my bleeding hip. Over her shoulder, I saw Lacey's face darken before she looked away. It hit me like a brick to the face. Lacey was jealous. Before my addled mind could think of some way to dissuade any notion that Mylene and I were a thing, she stepped back and pulled up her hood. Her voice was a masculine bass now as she addressed us. "Your assistance in killing the Watcher will never be forgotten." To me, she said, "If there's anything we can do for you on the second floor, do not hesitate." I nodded, keeping my expression neutral to not hurt Lacey's feelings any more. With that, we parted ways with Mylene and stepped into a portal that Byron popped. The notifications loomed in the corner of my vision, and I was eager to give them my attention. But now that we were back safe in Byron's personal space, my emotions were finally unleashed, like the dam had broken. I turned to Lacey first and wrapped my arm around her. She pushed me away, a fiery expression on her face. "You jerk! Don't ever try to white knight us again." I reared back in surprise, opening and closing my mouth a few times before I stopped. Tears crested her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. "We don't want you to protect us," she said through a tight throat. "We're a team. We make each other stronger. Promise you won't leave us behind like that again." I was stunned, speechless for a moment, then turned to look at the others who had remained silent. Frank nodded silently while Jerome put a hand on Lacey's shoulder. "Is that how you all feel?" I asked quietly. "Yeah, bro," Byron said. We're in this together, you know? Leaving us behind makes us feel like the B-side." I turned to Amos, who had remained quiet since the fight. "What about you, Amos? You want to be in the thick of it? Risking your life day in and day out?" His eyes looked sharper than I'd ever seen them, his usually ruddy complexion clear ever since he'd received the body boon. He stared back at me for a handful of seconds until everyone was looking at him expectantly. His serious expression slowly shifted into his usual wry smile, and he shrugged. "Mate, if I can't get feckin' shit-faced, what's the point of it all? Feck it. Suicide pact it is." Chapter 42. The Mayor of Idiotville. With my soul contract done and everyone back safe in their personal spaces, I finally had the opportunity to examine my notifications. I had expected something on the order of when I had killed Nier, but what I saw left me reeling. Watcher Yuri has failed Soul Condition 2 and has forfeited his soul to the counterparty. Level up. You are now a level 24 Master of Physics. Level up. You are now a level 74 Master of Physics. Level up. You are now a level 75 Master of Physics. Level up. You are now a level... Error. You have reached the level cap for your stage, level 75. No further levels acquired. You have received the Peak of Nascent trait for reaching the nascent level cap of 75. You have received the King of the Jungle trait for slaying a creature 25 levels higher than you. You have received the Knows No Fear trait for slaying a creature 50 levels higher than you. You have received the Is It Stupid If It Works trait for slaying a creature 75 levels higher than you. You have received the Don't Put Me in a Box trait for slaying a creature an entire stage above you. You have received the Am I Suicidal trait for slaying a Watcher of the Hold. Watchers will now attack you on sight. Your item, Dirk's Disc Slinger, has reached rank 1. Spin to Win 1 trait has improved to Spin to Win 2. Your nascent affinity, Mass, has upgraded from mid to high tier. +3 agility, +3 strength, +3 endurance. Unseen Champion trait removed. Level 75. It felt like a dream. Would it stick on the last redo? I knew my levels had reset, but anything related to the soul seemed to have a sticky effect. At least I knew my mass affinity upgrade was permanent. I was eager to bump that up to peak tier, but for now I was happy. Pulling out the disc slinger next, I examined the boost from the rank up. Red had become aware upon reaching rank 1, but I didn't expect the weapon to do so as well. With Lex and Red, there were more than enough creatures occupying space in my brain. Thankfully, the disc slinger didn't start talking as soon as I pulled it out, but it had improved significantly. Knowledge materialized in my mind, giving me the updated specs for the weapon even as I saw the changes with my own eyes. Where there had been a single slot on the top of the weapon before, there was now 2 auxiliary slots on either side of the central slot. I knew that I could pour energy into all 3 and reload the entire weapon at once, or focus the reload effect on a single disc if I needed to fire off a shot faster. I could also fire off 1, 2, or all 3 discs with a bit of mental focus. Controlling the trajectory of all 3 discs would have been impossible before. I had barely been able to control 2 at a time in the fight with Yuri, but with the upgraded trait and passive ability, I didn't think that would be a problem anymore. Spin to Win 2 gives the bearer the Augmented Affinity Permanence passive ability, +20 Mastery, new, +20 Enlightenment. This is a transitory trait that will be revoked should the item leave your possession. Augmented Affinity Permanence, Rank 2, Passive. Provides an improved connection between you and the attuned affinity, friction. This connection will more easily attach and stay attached to objects and surfaces outside of your core. You can also sense and alter this external energy at your current affinity tier plus the rank of this ability. Nascent, peak +2, evolved to adept, mid. System note: at rank 2, this tier increase is applicable to all associated friction energy connections. The additional enlightenment was nice, but the real benefit was the increased affinity connection being pushed all the way to the level of a mid-tier adept. If I had to guess, that was probably approaching Astrid or Yuri's affinity control. I'd have to test it in the safe zone to get acclimated to the new control, but it certainly sounded powerful. Before I could go test out the changes to my disc slinger, the door to my personal space burst open, nearly making me jump.
"Dirk, you better come see this."
It was Lacey, with Byron and Athena at her back. "What's up?" I stood up to follow her, but they filed into my room and went straight to the door that led to the staging area. I hadn't been back there since the tower opened, as I hadn't accumulated enough gold to purchase anything of note from the alien vendors. When Lacey opened the door, the bustling sounds of the marketplace filtered in. She looked back at me and pointed up high. Over her shoulder, I saw the leaderboard in the distance. What had been blank before was now filled in with rows of information that was too tightly printed for me to see from this distance, even with my enhanced perception. "What does it say?" I asked, squinting my eyes, but having no luck.
"It shows the rankings, levels, and an affinity score for humans, Jri, and Coxetl,"
Lacey replied. She had a curious look on her face, and I shrugged. "Okay, that's cool. Should we go check it out?" Athena and Lacey shared a look, then Athena said,
"We already did. You're at the top."
I took on an imperious air and lifted my chin. "This does not surprise me," I replied whimsically. My joking facade slipped away immediately when I noticed none of them were laughing. "Why are you guys so serious?"
"Because Craig's right beneath you," Lacey said, "and the gap is closing. He's already level 34.
At the sound of his name, my whole body froze, and I felt the blood rushing to my face.
"Judging by what you told us, that's bad news."
My tone was clipped as I replied, "Very."
How had Craig managed to reach level 34 so fast?
He was alone, with no allies or party. Even with his memories of past redos, it didn't make sense.
"That's not all,"
Athena said, looking up at me through her stringy bangs.
"Remember that bounty list you showed me? The one from the slavers?"
I nodded, a foreboding feeling suddenly looming. "Yeah, what about it?"
"Well, up until an hour ago, right before you guys left, it was nearly identical to the leaderboard."
Lacey's eyes went wide as she looked down at the girl.
"How do you know that?"
Athena cringed, her shoulders pulling up to her ears.
"I might have explored a little bit."
My jaw dropped. "You what?" I cut myself off, taking a deep breath before I blew up on the girl. As I'd learned already, I wasn't her father, and though I didn't want to see her get hurt, I also wasn't going to win her trust by snapping at her for everything I disagreed with. I finally settled on, "That was incredibly reckless." She shrunk in on herself even more.
"I know. Sorry."
I sighed and shook my head. There was nothing to be done about it, short of locking her up. Then a thought hit me. Where was Mama G during all of this? There's no way she left you on your own. She shrugged.
"I slipped out when everyone was getting ready to save you. I was back in less than 5 minutes," she added hurriedly.
"Save me, huh?" Lacey put her hands on her hips, her brow rising.
"That's right. We saved you."
She emphasized every word as if they were daggers digging into my side. I laughed and held up my hands in surrender. Okay. You guys saved me. I think we're getting off topic, I said with a nod toward the leaderboard. Shall we? Lacey and Byron nodded, with Athena subtly angling herself so she was behind Lacey and out of my line of sight. I stopped and arched a single eyebrow. Where do you think you're going? With you? She suggested. I made a show of looking around the tiny room, then shrugged. I don't see Mama G anywhere. Fuck it, let's go. Her eyes lit up as I held up a finger. But stay by my hip. She was nodding emphatically before I could even finish the sentence. Got your sword? She pulled out the short sword Curian had given her, sliding her right foot back into a fighting stance. Byron flinched away at the magically appearing steel. Whoa, careful with that thing. He turned to me with wide eyes. You let her walk around with that? I scoffed and indicated Athena's darkening expression with a head nod. More than that, she stabbed me once or twice in the safe zone, and you better be careful talking about her like she's not here. Athena nodded with a scowl, then broke out in laughter as Byron backed away carefully. Come on, I said with a chuckle. Let's go check this thing out. I led the way through the door and into the makeshift marketplace poised at the base of the tower. The nearby vendors perked up with interest as we passed by, but grew sullen as we strolled past. The human traffic, that is, the people from Earth, was a bit sparse in comparison to the hours leading up to the tower opening, but there was still hundreds of people within sight. As we approached the tower, it loomed over us with an imposing aura, and I couldn't help but marvel at its sheer size. The top of it extended out of sight, and I wondered if everything within view was only the first floor. Dirk, look at that, Lacey said at my side. She was indicating a man standing on a makeshift platform that elevated him a few feet in the air. A crowd was forming around him as he spoke into a megaphone. 5 soldiers in U.S. Marine uniforms stood in front of the platform facing the crowd. They held their rifles loosely, but possessed a clear attentiveness in their eyes as they scanned the crowd. His words squawked from the megaphone, and I crossed my arms as we listened. Offering U.S. dollars or gold in exchange for information on the individuals on the leaderboard. See Staff Sergeant Williams for more information. I say again, the U.S. government is interested in any leads or information related to those leading the way inside the tower. We are offering— I turned to Byron and nodded toward one of the Marines. Byron, be a doll and grab one of those pamphlets. Byron flashed me a thumbs up and strolled over to the presumptive Staff Sergeant Williams. The Marine handed Byron a stack of papers and they chatted for a moment. What do you think this is all about? Athena whispered at my side. Scowling, I shook my head. Not sure. Conscription, maybe. People came and went as the man continued his message. Once he looped through the exact same spiel, most folks grabbed the info and left. Byron came back over a minute later with a stack of papers stapled together. He handed them to me and I scanned the contents. On the front page was the seal of the president, and my eyebrows climbed my forehead. "Oh, official watermark and everything," I quipped. There was a brief message on the front beneath the letterhead that read, "My fellow Americans and citizens of Earth, we find ourselves on the precipice of annihilation or enslavement. Now, more than ever, we must stand together as one people in the face of these mysterious aliens. To that end, I'm requesting any volunteers willing to or that have already entered this tower to register with their nearest government official. Furthermore, we have reason to believe that the individuals posted on this leaderboard are vital to the continuation of our species. The U.S. government, under my authority as Commander-in-Chief, has authorized payment in the form of U.S. dollars or the alien currency referred to as gold for any information leading to the contact of these leaderboard individuals. This is a fact-finding mission and an attempt at collaboration and should not in any way be construed as a bounty. Warning: do not attempt to capture or kill these individuals. Please see the attached documents for specific values with respect to information on the aforementioned individuals. Sincerely, President Lionel Bank. I pursed my lips and snorted as I finished reading the statement. The line about this not being a bounty nearly made me roll my eyes out of my head. What did they think would happen, offering ridiculous sums of money for people like me? That we'd be just happy to serve our country after being bought up like prized pigs?
Holy shit, Lacey said as she flipped the front page back. Dirk, they're offering $10 million for you.
She turned to Byron with an insidious smirk.
You grab his arms, I'll get his legs.
They shared a laugh as Athena and I remained stoic. We'd seen what some people would do for these not bounties. Then a thought occurred to me, and I indicated for Lacey to hand me the documents. Flipping through it, I finally found what I was looking for.
Damn,
I said with an appreciative whistle. You see this conversion rate they're offering? Near the back there was a legend that indicated the gold-to-dollar conversion was currently offered at $10 to 1 gold, meaning my not bounty was worth 1,000,000 gold. Even after all I'd done, I had less than 100,000 gold. With that amount of gold, I could actually buy some of the good stuff sold in the staging area. I think it's time to go collect some bounties, I said with a smile. And I know at least 7 people worth their weight in gold. Byron squinted in confusion. Bro, I don't know how I feel about hunting other climbers. Lacey rolled her eyes and slapped his arm.
He means us, dummy.
How would we— Oh.
Hey, he got there eventually,
Lacey said with a snort. He bumped her lightly with his shoulder before asking, Think they'll pay if we turn ourselves in? Oh, they'll pay, I replied, one way or another. But first, I turned to Athena, who had remained quiet the entire time. We have a slaver camp to clear out. A twisted smile slowly formed on her lips, and her sword flashed into her hand from thin air.
Finally.
Damien Leiter heard the quiet click of the radio on his hip. 2 clicks, 2 people approaching. He snapped his fingers and made a hand signal in the air. A dozen men shot up from where they were lounging or playing cards, taking positions behind abandoned cars and bushes. With a nod, he indicated for the woman to get on her mark. Her eyes went wide with fear.
Please don't make me do this.
Get in position, bitch, he growled. He took a threatening step toward her, and she rushed away. He eyed her for a moment longer to see if she would try something foolish like running, but her entire body quivered with barely contained terror. He let his mind wander, imagining how he would use that body when his shift was over. The sound of a car turning the corner dragged him from his stirring thoughts, and he crouched lower behind his cover. The suburban street was wide and had been well manicured before the demons came. Broad sidewalks were lined with thick bushes and mature trees that hid his men well. Cars had been positioned strategically to provide the best firing positions in case their targets put up a fight. Though he knew the chances of a lister stumbling upon their ambush were slim, there were still uses for normies within their burgeoning camp, women especially. He hated sharing with his men. The woman, he hadn't bothered to learn her name, played her part perfectly. That is, until she noticed the kid in the passenger seat. He saw her freeze up, then subtly try to warn the man driving the sedan away. He made a mental note to make her pay for that. But despite her efforts, the man driving the car was slow on the uptake. He continued driving forward, easing him and the kid directly into the tightening noose. A slight tinge of disappointment filled Damien once he spotted them. It was unlikely the father had entered the tower, given he had his child with him. If anything, they had probably been fleeing the demons this entire time. Which meant they'd have no use for him. The girl, while a little young, would make a few of the men happy. He didn't understand the appeal himself, but he didn't begrudge their tastes either. He pulled out his radio once it was clear the trap was unavoidable.
"Unlikely he's on the list," Damien whispered. "Any sign of weapons, take 'em out."
He stepped out from cover as 2 trucks drove in from behind to block the car's passage. His men followed his lead, weapons aimed as they approached the car. The man's eyes went wide, and he put the car in reverse, his wheels spinning as he floored it. Thunder cracked the air as automatic fire ripped out from a dozen men. Damien squinted as something in the back of his mind felt off. Instead of the ping of bullets shredding through the car chassis, they seemed to pass right through and embed in the asphalt. Neither the car nor the occupants appeared affected. In fact, quite the opposite. The man smiled in Damien's direction, his hand rising up in a gesture. Damien's eyes went wide as he realized the man was flipping him off. Before his mind could process the disconnect, the car wavered in his vision like a mirage. The man and girl disappeared before his very eyes. Further down the road, out of the line of fire, a man of black steel materialized from nowhere. A wave of physical pressure seemed to emanate from the steel-clad figure, and a shiver ran up Damien's back. With the figure's appearance, half of Damien's men broke and ran. A sound like buzzing bees filled the air. He scanned the sky but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Turning his attention back to the man in armor, he opened fire. Bullets pinged off the black steel, and Damien felt his blood turn cold. Movement in the corner of his eyes flashed, and something gray slashed through one of his men. He watched as James was thrown to the ground, his upper torso separating from the rest of his body like he'd been sheared straight through. He whipped his head around to follow the flying object that sounded like a table saw. It arced impossibly in the air, coming back toward Earth like a metallic boomerang. Horror filled him as he traced the trajectory of the object. "Paul, watch out!" His oldest friend's face was frozen in shock as his head was separated from his body at the neck. Before the pain and fear could settle inside him, he watched a pigeon dive-bomb another of his men, taking a bloody eye with it as it flew off. On the other side of the street, blue-white frost ripped toward a clump of men like a wave of ice. Every man it touched found themselves anchored to the ground, unable to run. The buzzing sound intensified once more, and Damien instinctively ducked his head. But the flying saw that sounded like bees flew past him and sheared through the 4 men frozen in place. For each man it cut through, it seemed to lose intensity, taking longer to saw through the subsequent man until it caught on the 4th. With it still embedded in his man, Damien could see that the flying object was a metallic gray saw with needle teeth running around its edge. Before his very eyes, he watched the saw dissipate into specks of light. Reason returned to him, and he finally turned to flee. Standing behind him with crossed arms was a large man with a flowing red cape. His long hair whipped in the summer wind. He had a strong jaw and piercing eyes. His body exuded physical power as Damien sized him up. This was the type of man he wouldn't have picked a bar fight with unless he had a couple of wingmen, and even then he'd be sure to make it a blind side. "Not bad, Lacey," the man said. He was looking at Damien, but seemed to be addressing the Asian woman at his side. "But I think your illusions need some tweaks."
"Oh?"
the woman asked skeptically at his side.
"You have some notes, do you?"
A corner of the man's lip turned up. "You didn't quite capture my devilish charm." She rolled her eyes.
Trust me. If anything, I was doing you a favor.
The man adopted an indignant look and turned to rebut. Before he could open his mouth, the young girl at his side, the same one from the car, Damien realized, slapped the man's arm.
She's not wrong. I don't know how she did it exactly, but your stupid face looked less stupid.
Wow, he said, holding his chest like she'd dealt him a blow. That would have stung, if you weren't the stupidest stupid head of Stupidtopia,
said the mayor of Idiotville.
The kid fired back. Everyone knows Idiotville has way nicer weather than Stupidtopia. Damien had been frozen in shock, but the anger finally broke through his fear and he whipped his rifle up. Bullets ripped through the three of them indiscriminately, cutting off the man's words as they collapsed to the pavement in pools of blood. He watched the bodies for signs of life, then prudence took over and he fired another round into the three of them. They twitched from the impact of the bullets, then fell still as he ceased fire. He watched the bodies a moment longer, then breathed a sigh of relief. His relief was short-lived as a finger tapped his shoulder. Actually, we're over here. He whirled around, only for his rifle to be ripped from his hands. He tried to draw his pistol, but red cloth wrapped around him like a vice. Standing before him were the same three people, along with four others he didn't recognize. The child had a smug look on her face as he looked over his shoulder in shock. The bodies on the ground were gone. Turning back, the group of 7 people surrounded him in a semicircle, while behind them the dead bodies of his friends lay about like scenes from a horror movie. His mouth opened and shut multiple times before he finally asked, "Who the hell are you people?" Chapter 43. We're the Avengers. It had been almost 3 days since Michelle's life had been turned upside down. When the blue screen first appeared in her vision, she had assumed someone was playing a prank on her, until the first of her colleagues were eviscerated right in front of her. The first 6 hours post-contact were a whirlwind of panic and gut-wrenching loss. Her boss, and ex-lover, had his esophagus chewed out of his neck before anyone could react. She hated the bastard after what he did, but she still hadn't come to terms with his loss. She pushed through on pure grit and adrenaline, rallying the entire Capitol building behind her as they barricaded the doors and held the demons at bay until the National Guard had arrived. When the situation was finally under control, the governor himself had flown in on a helicopter and personally lauded her for her bravery, which was bullshit because she had literally pissed her pantsuit within the first 5 minutes. Not that he needed to know that, but she certainly didn't feel like a hero. Somehow, against all odds, shortly after being given her pink slip and on the verge of being escorted from the building, she had become the face of the coalition rallying within Sacramento and the Capitol building. As the governor flew to an emergency caucus to meet with the president, Michelle found herself in charge of thousands of men and women, and, by extension, what remained of Northern California's cohesion, which was why she was certain humanity was doomed. If she was one of the shining beacons of light against this alien contact, then it wasn't long before everything circled the drain, and the cosmic insignificance that was humanity on Earth became even less than a footnote in the annals of the integrated universe, whatever the fuck that was. Though the demons hadn't been completely eradicated, the joint forces of the United States military had managed to create bastions of relative safety, such as the Capitol building in Sacramento. Yet, for some reason, Michelle didn't feel put at ease as she traveled through 7 separate checkpoints to reach the governor's office, her temporary office until his return. Inexplicably, she was still on edge. So when she entered her temporary office and sat down to review the thousands of requests, important missives, and miscellaneous paperwork that she had been neglecting, she waved away her guard and her assistants. She needed 5 minutes to herself, just to wallow in self-pity and nihilistic existential uncertainty.
"How the fuck did I get here?"
she muttered. A voice spoke from within the room that her Secret Service agents had confirmed was completely empty 10 seconds ago. I was going to ask the same thing. She shot up from her chair with a short shriek, her stomach flipping like she had just gone upside down on a roller coaster. The voice continued unperturbed as a faint shimmering filled the room. "You're not the governor. Why's everyone treating you like the big honcho?" Figures materialized as a haze appeared in her vision. The first figure to catch her eye was tall and broad-shouldered, his hair hanging messily down to his shoulders. If she hadn't been struck dumb with fear, she would have found him damn sexy. Then she noticed the long red cape trailing down from his shoulders, and she couldn't help but think it made him look like a child cosplaying as Superman. To his left, a petite Asian woman was holding her hands up, squinting in concentration. Next to her stood an overweight man with wispy hair and a lopsided grin. On the other side of the cape-wearing man was a black man, just as large, though not quite as tall. He had a thick build to the other man's leaner grace. On his face was etched a scowl. Next to him were 2 young men, one Hispanic and one Asian. And the final person that had suddenly materialized inside her recently searched office was a bloody and battered white man in gaudy militia gear. He was kneeling before the hot Superman wannabe, his hands bound behind his back while his mouth was taped shut. He was squirming frantically, but a hand on his shoulder kept him locked in place. She snapped out of her shock and immediately cried out, "Guards! Help! Help!" The 6 people in front of her didn't react as she had expected. If they had rushed to shut her up, threatened to kill her, or worse, if she didn't stay quiet or even looked around in fear at the obviously impending guards, she wouldn't have been surprised. Instead, they watched her scream her lungs out, completely unfazed, though the Asian man held his fingers in his ears as if the decibels of her blood-curdling scream were inconveniencing him. She waited nearly a full minute, but no one rushed to save her. Were they all dead? "What did you do to the guards?" she demanded, her fear slowly fading as it was replaced with indignant fury. In her mind, a resolve crystallized. If they had killed everyone to get to her, or the governor, then there was no reason to believe a word they said. They'd just as happily kill her once she was of no use. The caped man, the leader by all accounts, held up his hands in a consoling gesture. As soon as he let the captive kneeling in front of him go, the man shot to his feet, only to be thrown back down with a casual backhand. The captive groaned on the carpet as the man flashed her a look of chagrin. "Sorry about that. As for your people, they're totally fine. We slipped in without a soul noticing us." "Why would I believe you?" she spat. He turned to the Asian woman at his side. "Lacey?" The woman named Lacey nodded, waving her right hand. After a moment, she indicated the door that led out into the hallway. The man handed the captive over to the muscular black man, who seemed to relish pinning the captive down before he walked to the door. "See for yourself," the man said as he opened the door. Standing outside, clear as day, were her 2 assigned Secret Service agents. Their backs were to the doorway, but there was no mistaking them. It took her 2 seconds of processing before common sense hit her. "Agent Bryan! Agent Bryan!" But the man who had been her shadow for the past 48 hours didn't flinch as she yelled out. The caped man slowly closed the door with an apologetic look. "They can't hear you, but as you can see, they're alive and well." "Who the fuck are you people?" The caped man looked at the Asian woman, a wry smile on his face. "We're the Avengers." A smack on his arm from the woman shut him up. He rolled his eyes and snorted. "You never let me have any fun."
"It was asinine the first time you said it."
Fine." He turned to Michelle and pulled a piece of paper from thin air. Reaching across the desk, he handed it to her.
"What's this?"
she asked with a furrowed brow. "You wanted to know who we are? Well, look at the top of that list." Her eyes went wide as she scanned the bounty list that idiot running the country had put out. "See that name at the top?" Michelle shrugged.
"Dirk Damascus?"
When he didn't reply, she looked up to see him posing heroically, like a caricature of a superhero. Her eyebrows climbed her forehead.
"I'm sorry. Am I supposed to believe this is you?"
"You better believe it, Sweet Cheeks." Lacey slapped his arm again and cast him a stern look.
"Be respectful."
Michelle could only snort at the absurdity.
"I think that ship sailed when you people infiltrated the Capitol building and ambushed me in my office."
The overweight, balding man held up a finger to contest the point. "Actually, we meant to ambush that cunt, Governor Johnson."
"Oh, well, that's better then,"
she replied sarcastically.
"No one was ambushing anyone," Lacey hurriedly interjected. "Feels like an ambush," Michelle said with a pointed look at the six of them and the tied-up man at their feet.
"It was meant to be more of an accosting," the man claiming to be Dirk Damascus said. "You know, like an overly aggressive tabloid journalist appearing outside a celebrity's yoga class or something." The absurdity of the situation disarmed Michelle's caution, and inexplicably she felt less scared and more annoyed.
"What the hell is this? Why did you sneak into a highly secured government building to ambush a sitting governor and one of the leaders of the United States during an ongoing alien invasion?"
A pleased feeling hit her as she watched them shift uncomfortably. After a moment, Dirk coughed awkwardly into his fist. "We had intended for a little shock-and-awe introduction, but got thrown when we found you rather than the governor. Our plan was to figure out why the hell the president has a bounty list out for the top climbers, and also to bring scum like this to his attention." He indicated the tied-up man with a boot in the side. He hesitated a moment, clearly debating whether to say the next part. After a moment, he sighed and continued. "Depending on his reaction, we also wanted to feel him out on giving us some military support to help those still trapped in the tower." Things seemed to be slowly clicking into place, but there were a few points she wanted to clarify before booting these idiots out of her office.
"Well, out with it then. Who's this poor schmuck you've kidnapped?"
A wave of obvious anger washed over the group. Dirk gave the man another kick in the side, startling Michelle out of her smug stance. "He's a slaver and a rapist." The man struggled to deny it, shaking his head and mumbling frantically through his gag, but he shut up as the black man gripped him by the hair and pulled his head up until they were eye to eye. The captive man immediately went still, his eyes flaring wide. "He's also one of the men who tried to kidnap me for the bounty that idiot of a president put on all of us." Michelle sat back into her chair, the missing pieces of the puzzle slotting into place. She closed her eyes and began massaging her temples.
"That's President Banks' initiative. Governor Johnson argued against it."
Dirk nodded. "It's good to know where Johnson stands for the next redo." Michelle squinted in confusion at those last words, but before she could question the man, he pushed on. "And what's the governor's stance on providing aid to the climbers stuck in the tower?" She shook her head in exasperation.
"I don't fucking know," she muttered. "We have enough problems out here. We're barely fighting off the demons on Earth. Why would we send soldiers into the tower that, by all accounts, is a death trap?"
The man's face darkened bit by bit as she spoke, but she was too exhausted and annoyed to modulate her tone. She kept her expression neutral but held her ground and didn't wither under the man's piercing gaze. After a few moments, he snorted and turned to Lacey. "She's got balls." Lacey nodded, an appreciative expression on her face. Turning back to Michelle, he said, "You think you have problems out here, but don't forget what the integration guide said at the beginning. The tower is the only way for us to grow stronger and survive what comes next."
"Which is what?"
she asked dryly. "More demons, powerhouses from the broader universe looking to make Earth their summer home. It doesn't matter, really," he added with a shrug. "Bullets and tanks just became obsolete." He squinted in confusion. "Sorry, I didn't catch your name." She pursed her lips, feeling less inclined to provide any information to these interlopers. But they seemed harmless enough, despite the bound man mumbling on the office carpet.
"Michelle Waterstone. I'm in charge while the governor is away."
He nodded. "Well, Miss Waterstone, as I was saying, bullets and tanks and all the might of the U.S. military won't do shit when things begin to escalate."
"They seem to be doing well enough," she said quickly.
Though she knew that was less than true. The demons were everywhere, and the military had been stretched thin just creating pockets of safety. The corner of his lip turned up in a smile. "Believe me when I say that bullets have a very short shelf life. Probably a couple more weeks before they're only worth the brass they're made of." She scoffed, shaking her head in annoyance.
"I'll just have to take your word for it."
A pistol appeared from nowhere in the man's hand. Her heart raced as she realized he was less harmless than she had considered. "How about a demonstration, then?" Before she could react, he pressed the pistol to his thigh and pulled the trigger. The thunderous shot echoed in her ears, disorienting her. "Oi, feck, mate!" the balding man shouted, though it was muted to her nearly deafened ears. "How about a warning next time?" Michelle had trouble processing the scene. The group before her was casting dark looks at Dirk as he cringed under their stares. Her ears were ringing painfully, and her heart wanted to pound its way out of her chest. But all she could focus on was the bullet half lodged in the man's thigh, crumpled like a discarded beer can. A small trickle of blood seeped out from the wound, but it was a far cry from the destructive wound of a gunshot.
"How?"
She started, but trailed off as he reached down to clutch the bullet. He chucked it casually, though to her eye it very clearly didn't follow a normal trajectory in the air. She watched it curve impossibly before clinking into the trash can in a bewildering arc. "Hey!" the Asian man exclaimed. "You're getting better at that." Dirk flashed the man a thumbs up, but before he could respond, Michelle took back the initiative.
"Okay, as hard as it is to believe, I have to admit that you and your group have demonstrated some extraordinary abilities today."
She paused, formulating her thoughts before continuing.
"What is it exactly you would be asking of the governor?"
"The climbers in the tower are humanity's last hope," he replied. "We need to make a concentrated effort to support them in every way we can. To that end, I have the means to get them out of the tower safely. From there, they can make their own decision on if they want to ascend to the second floor or cut their climb short."
Who the hell would be stupid enough to stay in the tower? She wondered.
Dirk ignored her derisive expression as he continued. "All I'm lacking is manpower. With a couple hundred soldiers, we could have the entire first floor cleared, millions of people back safe. Otherwise," he shook his head sadly, "otherwise most of them will die in a few days." He leaned in, his expression open and earnest. "What do you think? Will he go along with it?"
"Not if you psychos are the ones to ask,"
she didn't say. Sighing in exasperation, she replied,
"I can ask."
He nodded. "Good." Indicating the nearby chairs, he added, "We'll wait." She stared openly at the man, not quite registering what he was implying.
"Now?"
she asked incredulously. "Well, yeah. I need to know his stance before I approach him in the next redo." Athon Audio hopes you have enjoyed this presentation of Darling of Fate, Book 2, by Sean Dunning. Performed by Phil Thron. Produced by Steve Bollier. Executive producer Rhett C. Bruno. Mixed and mastered by Derek Austin. For more books like this, please check out our website at www.athonbooks.com. That's AETHON books.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Epilogue. The Primarch of the Keeper of Secrets faction stared into a golden pool of light that extended across an entire solar system, both in this plane and many parallel planes. Within the pool, distant, illusory scenes flashed in his vision. Golden chariots racing across the sky, buildings floating in space in defiance of gravity, and 1,000 species represented in this kingdom in the stars. It would have been trivial for him to step across that invisible demarcation and find himself within this ethereal golden world. But the Primarch had intruded upon one aspect's domain in secret and had nearly paid the ultimate price. So this time he waited to be acknowledged, perched on the boundary of fate's domain like a messenger waiting to be received by an empress. To her credit, she didn't make him wait long. The pool rippled as a delicate hand pushed through the surface. Small horns followed, and then a beautiful face shaped in the form of a classical beauty from her original planet. A planet she had destroyed eons ago, an origin that only she remembered. And the Primarch, of course. But secrets such as those were his domain. There had been no opportunity to cash in that little tidbit, so it remained their secret for now. As fate pulled herself through into this plane, golden drops of liquid power dripped off her limbs, congealed energy that was flush with the power of fate. The puissant nature of that energy was enough to burn his vision, but he maintained his stoic stance. Though he wasn't a prideful creature, he understood the nature of negotiation. For that reason, he projected strength and confidence in the face of a creature that could obliterate him with a thought. "My humblest greetings to the Queen of all living creatures, the Empress of the eddies of fate. Please excuse my rude intrusion upon your threshold." She waved away his false humility, golden drops of pure fate energy flicking away into the ether casually. He immediately sent a private message to one of his adjuncts to track that energy's trajectory for later consumption. "As much as I enjoy your bootlicking, I'm busy. Get to the point." "Of course, Queen of Calamity and Coincidence, I won't waste your time with any further aggrandizement or lauding. I simply thought that, since our two champions are allied, perhaps we should consider a similar arrangement?" Though they both had hundreds, if not thousands, of champions, blessed and subsidiary ascendants under their guidance, there was no confusion about which champions he referred to. At this moment, only one competition mattered to fate, and by extension, that was the only one that interested the Primarch. Another dismissive gesture, another blob of pure, congealed fate floating off into the distance. He resisted the urge to follow it with his attention. "We've always had an amiable working relationship," Fate replied.
tell me the true reason you've come to see me."
She held up a hand.
"No, wait, let me guess. You've heard something you shouldn't have."
A wry smile played across her face. The Primarch settled back, giving the impression that he was racking his brain for anything relevant to a pillar of the integrated universe such as Fate herself. After a moment he replied, "How can one so lowly as I possibly hear something important enough to bother the most beautiful pillar of the integrated universe? To bother Fate herself with anything that didn't have universe-spanning implications would be criminal."
"Didn't I tell you to get to the point?"
Her expression remained flat, but the Primarch felt the rumblings of space, time, and, most importantly, fate begin to shift in response to her mood.
Well,
now that you mention it, something of note did occur within my presence. Despite my best efforts, it was impossible not to overhear."
"I'm sure,"
she replied drolly.
"Let's see it, then."
Without further preamble, the Primarch projected the scene of conflict and time. Spinning seals flew around the projection, filled with power and poignancy. His personal affinity, a mark of veracity that no one in the integrated universe would ever doubt. It was only with this stamp of his affinity would other ascendants be willing to purchase his faction's secrets. He started the playback in the middle of the conversation, jumping straight to the most damning portion. Time and conflict were seen in the projection, floating within the open space of one of conflict's personal pocket worlds.
"I just can't abide losing to Marita," Time complained. "If only you had ascended to her throne instead of forming your own."
"It is kind of you to say so," Conflict replied, "but I would not wish the others to hear you say that. They may take such words as a threat against their sovereignty." With a slight twisting of his power, he altered the projection, not to twist the truth of the scene, but to emphasize a portion to hook his quarry properly. Conflict's voice echoed tellingly. "A threat, against their sovereignty. The Primarch's mind was dialed to the max, every tendril of his power focused on observing his prey. With his expanded senses, he noticed the slightest twitch in Fate's expression, barely noticeable. And yet, to a being of her stature, it might as well have been a shout of joy, to be expected. After all, the aspect of Time, her oldest rival, had just walked onto the hangman's platform, put the noose around his neck, and given the go-ahead to pull the lever. Fate brought her expression back under control, adopting an imperious air once again. "The price?" she asked. The Primarch waffled back and forth, not letting the satisfaction he felt slip past his mask. "For an old friend such as yourself, a fantastic deal. No, the best deal. This information could buy me an entire sector, a handful of sectors." "Spit it out." Without missing a beat, he replied, "Sponsor me for a throne." His words hung heavy in the space between them, but he knew the trap had been set and sprung to perfection. Though there was no slip in her expression, that was a telling reaction. After a moment of silence, she said, "There are no unoccupied thrones available, and, to be blunt, you don't have what it takes to form your own." "There are no unoccupied thrones," he repeated slowly. What would our old friend say? In the end?" A soft smile touched her face as she finished his sentence. "Time comes for us all." The rush of memories had roared in like water bursting through a broken dam, threatening to crack his sense of self. But it was over in less than a second, and looming above him was a man he had come to despise. He latched on to that hate as Dirk threatened him, gave him an ultimatum, and then summarily dismissed him as if he were beneath the man. As Craig stumbled his way through the dark tunnels, he molded that hatred into a compact ball, letting it calcify until all of his thoughts revolved around it like orbiting planets. Once the rage had cooled, he let himself begin to process the disjointed memories scrambled in his mind. Somehow, against all common sense, that idiot had been endowed with cosmic, time-altering powers. There was no doubt in Craig's mind that Dirk was responsible for the Groundhog Day effect he was now experiencing. And that fool has brought me into the loop. That was the only thought that kept him going, knowing that everything he did could be undone with a thought from that man-child would have broken him if not for that. And Craig wasn't without his own trump card. Though he had lost control of Nicky and made a rash decision in a moment of panic, he had another opportunity to make it count. The only thing that had niggled at him was when time would rewind. And there was no doubt it would. Nicky was dead, and Dirk would never let that stand. So Craig waited and formulated the thought in his mind that he would send like a dagger into Dirk's heart. By the time he was transported back into that damned jungle with Nicky and the rest of his party, the thought had crystallized so powerfully that his mind was consumed, the words repeating over and over like a mantra. He loves himself more than he could ever love you. Nothing about this video game system had made sense, and the goddess who had given him his special brand of powers hadn't deigned to explain a damn thing, but he had figured out one or two things from experience and the process of elimination. He knew now that his infection ability would have a higher chance of sticking if the target aligned with the concept. But even more than that, he had come to understand that his own intent and focus could augment the ability and its contagious nature with others. He took less than a second to acclimate when the day rewound. When he found himself back in that jungle, an entire day in the past, his eyes immediately locked on Nicky, who looked around with a blank expression. Last time he'd been too shocked to process the fact that his compulsion had broken on her. She had sensed something, even if she didn't know the exact nature of the ability and had tried to run from him. This time he held up his hands in a consoling gesture, forcing his most charming smile on his face when all he wanted to do was choke the life out of her for the second time. "It's okay, Nicky," he said softly. He pointed toward the cliffs. "Dirk's that way. He's waiting for you." She blinked 3 times, her mouth slightly agape. "Dirk?" she asked blankly. "That's right," Craig replied with a nod. "Quick, go find him. Knowing him, he might leave you if you don't hurry." Her eyes went wide, and she turned to go. And in that instant of self-doubt and worry, he activated his ability and infected her with that thought he had been nurturing for 10 hours. He loves himself more than he could ever love you. She didn't even flinch as the insidious thought took hold. Her pace increased, her lithe limbs finally achieving some sense of coordination after her obvious disorientation. He watched her run away with a scowl. "To think I ever wanted you. Pathetic." Almost as an afterthought, he turned to the 5 remaining members of his party. They hadn't moved an inch, their bodies ramrod straight like a cohort of department store mannequins. Without a word, he bade them to get in formation as he turned, not toward the cliffs, but in the opposite direction, where he knew the Jri leader and his people would be. Something told him the Jri Prime would be interested to learn about a certain person's time-altering abilities.